This is already the sixth major disaster. A powerful explosion occurred in the center of one of the largest megacities. It sent a large amount of dust into the atmosphere. Immediately after that, large-scale fires broke out in various places, burning the planet to the ground. The carbon dioxide released by the fires became dangerous not only for humans, but also for all other living organisms. During this period, acid rain began to fall on the planet, corroding everything it touched and poisoning the soil and water. Animals died out, and although plants survived a little longer, they also eventually perished. In such harsh conditions, not everyone could survive, only those who were stronger than others. The survivors began to hide in half-ruined buildings. Together, they began to rebuild and recreate everything. Thanks to the efforts of these survivors, civilization on the planet was reborn. Over time, the dust that covered the sky dispersed, and for the first time in a long time, the sun peeked out. This catastrophe was called the greatest since the explosion that destroyed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. People blamed the growth of industry for this. Society began to hold rallies and protest against future industrialization on the planet, and then the survivors began to try to live in harmony with nature. But it was physical strength that became the most decisive factor at that moment. While everyone was going about their business, one person appeared, a thin, tall, black-haired man with a serious attitude. He immediately demonstrated his strength and self-confidence when he got into a fight. But up until that point, a blonde man had been arguing with him, calling the dark-haired man In. He accused In of not understanding anything, which made the man unable to hold back and tolerate it all anymore. In sat opposite this man with his head bowed, listening to his accusations. But at some point, In raised his head and saw that the blonde man had begun to cast a spell on him. He said that In would have to travel around the world and do 1,000 good deeds. Otherwise, the marks on him would not disappear. At that moment, the sleeves of In's jacket seemed to burn, and red spots appeared on his hands. He was frightened because he did not know what it was. But the man just laughed. So now Ina set to work, and that's how he found himself among all the other survivors. A serious-looking man who clearly had no positive emotions was approaching him. They stood facing each other, calmly looking into each other's eyes and remaining silent. In was the first to break the silence. Hiding his smile, he warned that after their meeting, he would no longer be able to do whatever he wanted. But the man continues to stand, restraining his emotions and looking seriously at In. In turn, noted that whatever this man had in mind, he would not allow him to do it under any circumstances. As soon as he said this, he immediately ran towards the man standing opposite In. But the man did not lose his composure and, standing in a fighting stance, prepared to strike his attacker. But In did not lose his composure and at that moment deflected his opponent's blow with one hand. In's opponent tried to strike him again with his other hand, which came as a bit of a surprise to In. But In immediately dodged and realized that such a weak slap would not defeat anyone. Suddenly, the man punched In the jaw, which surprised In a little. His opponent was pleased that he had hit his target, thinking that he would be able to defeat In. But at that moment, In just stood there with his fist near the man who had hit him. Suddenly, he looked intently into his opponent's eyes and asked seriously why he was so happy. In's question and his reaction to the blow greatly surprised the man, because he had expected something completely different. Without hesitation, In struck his opponent in return. The blow was so strong that his opponent flew upward. Since In punched the man in the jaw from below, a red wound instantly appeared on the man's chin. The people around him looked at In with admiration, while he calmly dusted himself off and straightened his clothes. The man whom In had helped bowed before him and thanked In for his help. Taking something out of his jacket, In turned halfway to look at the smiling man and asked him not to worry about it, because it was his job. At that moment, In took out a watch that opened up and handed it to the man, asking him if it was stolen by the scoundrel. It turned out that this item really belonged to this man and was valuable to him as a memory of his father. In proudly returned the item to its owner. Stepping back a little, In rolled up his jacket sleeve and looked closely at his hand. He was surprised to see that the stains on his hand did not disappear even after what he considered to be a good deed. When he stood among the crowd of people with a poster saying that he would do any good deed, In thought that this was the easiest way to get rid of the curse. But despite this, when he accidentally did something bad, new spots appeared on his body. This frightened him. And so new spots appeared when a man approached him offering a bad job, and In beat him severely for it. And now, after he returned the watch to its owner and the spots did not disappear, In went to look for new good deeds. At that moment, in the middle of the street, he was suddenly stopped by a man who impressed In. In front of him, he saw a man in a business suit, hat, and sunglasses. He seemed strange to In, and In did not immediately understand what he wanted. Then the man asked Ina if it was true that he would take on any job offered to him. At that moment, I realized that he was standing in front of a potential client who could help him get rid of the curse. So In proudly said that it was true, but only for good deeds, because if the offer was for something bad, he would be in big trouble. Then the man looked at In just as seriously and said that he needed one thing. This request seemed strange and suspicious to In because it did not sound like it was made with good intentions. So In asked him if he had heard what In had said, and he noted once again that he was not doing anything bad. After that, the man began to talk about how one of his things had been stolen. Hearing this, In immediately hugged him and said that he had misunderstood at first because all he had to do was ask for his thing back. Without delay, In decided to find out where the guy who stole the man's thing was. Without explaining anything, the man walked ahead and asked In to follow him. They came to one of the alleys and began to watch what was happening on the other side, where an ordinary girl was sitting on a bench. In certainly did not expect to see a girl in front of him, but she turned out to be the thief. While she was eating ice cream, In decided to find out why the man wasn't taking his thing back from her himself. He even suggested that she was too good at fighting. He looked at the man and waited for his answer, but the man thought before answering. And after thinking, the man said that she was a girl and he couldn't bring himself to attack her. This answer confused In. He even got a little angry because he was asking him to attack a girl, but In quickly controlled his emotions and clarified what exactly he had to do. It turned out that he only had to return the stolen necklace. In was already heading from the alley toward the girl when he stopped because he saw something. Namely, a crowd of men from different directions began to move towards the girl. They surrounded her on all four sides. She was surprised but frightened by this. In was also surprised and froze in place because he did not understand what was happening and why the men had surrounded her. In's second feat was a typical fight. He was surprised by the guys who ran up to the girl sitting on a bench eating ice cream. Nevertheless, I decided to approach them and call out to them. However, when the men heard him calling out to them, they were not very pleased. They looked at In with contempt. Not knowing who he was, the men asked In to leave. But In explained that this girl was important to his client. He walked past the men and approached the girl, who looked at him in surprise as it was the first time she had seen In. Looking at the men sideways, Ina said that it would be better for them to leave, and then he would forgive them for their behavior. The two men looked at Ina angrily and asked him to try saying the same thing again. The other two men who were with them assumed that he had decided to make a joke that had backfired. Suddenly, turning back toward the alley, the girl saw a man in a suit at the end of it, asking Ina for help. She recognized him. The girl began to shout and greet him. Because of this, the men standing next to her also turned around, and the man in the suit hid behind a wall. After the girl's behavior, Ina began to doubt that this girl and his so-called client were enemies. Ina began to think that they were on good terms. She began to wave actively at the man in the suit and call him to come closer and help. The man in the suit adjusted his hat and assured her that he had come here only for his medallion. He slowly began to walk out of the end of the alley toward all the other people, because there was no point in hiding anymore since he had been noticed. The men who had been surrounding the girl immediately approached him, drawing their weapons. One of these men with scars on his face said that they didn't want to fight, but if he got in their way, he would pay for it. Seeing this man and realized that this was a completely different person, namely the fifth member of their gang. Wylan stood and watched what was happening around him. One of the men he had seen earlier hit him on the back of the head. The attacker was satisfied with his blow because, in his opinion, he had managed to hurt In. The blow was unexpected for In. He rubbed his head where he had been hit and thought that they only hit him when he was distracted. As he turned toward the attacker, In clenched his fist and swung to strike back. But he missed, and his opponent thought that In was incapable of anything but talking. Then In looked intently at his opponent and decided to try another blow. Wylan tries to swing again. His opponent stands and continues to watch him. And then In tried to strike again and missed again, and his opponent ducked so that In would not hit him. As soon as In's hand flew over the man's head, he said that In's punches were very bad. But he said this too soon because a second later, In hit a tree trunk with his hand, and it broke and fell. At that moment, the girl who was fighting off one of the men looked up at what had happened to the tree. The men standing next to them also couldn't take their eyes off In. One of them began to tremble with fear at what he had seen. Suddenly, his opponent began to move away from In and ask for help from the others, who immediately rushed towards In. But In was not afraid and took up a fighting stance, realizing that they had all decided to attack him alone. Suddenly, one of them approached from behind and tried to strike Ina, but he was able to parry the attacker's blow. He immediately dodged the blow from another man who was also trying to attack Ina. Suddenly, a bald man with a weapon in his hands appeared behind him, also intending to strike Ina. Seeing him, the girl began to warn Ina to be careful. At that moment, a man in a suit appeared between Ina and the attacker, surprising them both. Seeing him there, In was shocked because he didn't think he knew how to fight. But when he saw the three wounded men, his doubts disappeared. At that moment, In's client helped him and neutralized the attacker, then headed towards the other aggressive men. Another man attacked In from behind with a knife, but In reacted in time and hit him with his elbow, then turned around and punched him. Meanwhile, the man in the suit was fighting another man from the gang. Finally, Ina delivered a powerful kick to his attacker's jaw. And so with all the bad guys, Ina and his so-called client managed to deal with them, and now no one bothers them. After that, In patted his client on the shoulder to show him who was standing in front of them. He saw another guy with whom he had started fighting at the beginning, in hopes that this guy, being alone, would not continue the fight. But the guy had other ideas and rushed at In to take revenge. He swung his fist at In's face, but In successfully dodged the blow. After the miss, In decided to strike back, believing that the guy had made the wrong choice. But the guy was not intimidated, and instead of running away, he began to watch In's hand movements. Meanwhile, In realized that it would be better for the guy to run away from this place. After carefully watching In's movements, the guy managed to block the blow and grab In's arm. In did not expect this from his attacker and froze in surprise. And at that moment, holding Ina by the arm with his other hand, the young man struck him in the lower jaw. This instantly left a wound on Ina's chin from the blow and knocked him back. The guy who hit Ina was satisfied with his actions. The blow not only knocked Ina off balance, but also made him lean back, throwing his head back. At that moment, the attacker chuckled a little because Ina turned out to be not as scary as he thought. He hoped that he had been able to repel Ina and that he would not continue to fight him. But slowly raising his head, Ina looked at his attacker and decided to find out if that was all he was capable of. But the guy didn't have time to answer before he received a blow in return that knocked him face down into the ground, leaving a hole in the spot. After tying all the bandits to a tree in hopes that he has dealt with almost everything, and that he will soon be credited with a good deed. At that moment, I turned to the girl and pointed out that the guy in the suit had some business with her. Now In believes that he has done everything that was required of him, and now, in his opinion, these two should sort things out between themselves. In was about to leave when he turned back to them and held out his hand. But neither the man nor the girl understood what I wanted, so there was a moment of silence between the three of them. Then In broke the silence because he was hoping for a reward for the job he had done. But the man adjusting his headdress said that they had not agreed with In on a reward for the task. But In believed that this was obvious to everyone when asking another person for help. But as it turned out, this meant nothing to the so-called client, which shocked In. Then the man in the suit turned out all his pockets, showing that he had nothing at all. Then In decided to get a reward from the girl he had saved. But as soon as he looked at her, he was even more disappointed because she didn't even have pockets to put money in. The man in the suit made a serious request to the girl and asked her to return the medallion to him. But she smiled in response and said that she did not have the medallion. This situation began to exhaust Ina because it seemed like they were mocking him. Looking at them, Ina became curious about who these two people were to each other, but they paused for a moment. They remembered that a few days ago, the man in the suit was sitting under a tree with a herd of cattle running around him. He wasn't just sitting there, he was almost asleep because you could even hear him snoring. Suddenly, the first thing he thought of when he woke up and opened his eyes was that he wanted to eat. At that moment, someone appeared in front of him and handed him some food. It was the same girl holding a leaf with food in her hands and offering the man a treat. Without thinking twice, the man took the pie and began to enjoy it. As he finished eating, the man decided that he would definitely repay her, but she immediately began to ask him to pay her with money. He looked up at the girl, not knowing what to do. The girl did not want to wait long, so she demanded to be paid right away. Disappointed, the man said that he was in this situation because he had no money and therefore could not pay her. Suddenly, she grabbed his medallion, deciding that it would be payment for the food he had eaten. After the girl said she no longer had the medallion, the man wanted to know what she had done with it. She proudly declared that she had sold it. She also said that she remembered where she had left it and could take them there. Hearing that the girl had sold the medallion, and realized that she had money and decided to try to remind her that they owed him a reward. But the girl gave him nothing and just as proudly said that if he wanted to get the money, he could go with them. This annoyed In. He remembered the marks on his hands and, as he rolled up his sleeve, thought about how they had not even faded a little in recent days. But what a surprise he had when he saw that there were no marks left on his arm. He immediately turned around and looked at the bandits they had managed to catch, who were now sitting tied to a tree. At that moment, In rushed to one of them and began searching his pockets, hoping to find something interesting. Seeing this, the girl was not even surprised, but only a little upset because she thought that now, In had gone to look for something in the pockets of the tied-up guy. But when a man in a suit suddenly ran up to him, she was surprised because she thought that he had also decided to search the men. The man in the suit and In were looking at something on the body of the tied-up man. Tearing open his clothes, they noticed a drawing of a crescent moon and sun on his shoulder. When In saw the symbol, he didn't know what it meant, but he looked at the man in the suit and realized that he knew what it was. Just then, a girl approached them, bent down, looked at the drawing, and said that the sign resembled a nationalist tattoo. As soon as she said this, the man in the suit immediately began to draw his sword from behind his back. Ina could only watch them because he didn't understand what was happening or what the drawing meant. Holding the sword to the girl's neck, the man stands and looks her in the eyes. The girl does not even try to resist and looks at the sword in shock. She lowered her hands and looked at her attacker. The people around them also watched what was happening in surprise. Inu, equally surprised, sits on his knees, not knowing what to do or what it all means. With a serious expression on his face, the man in the suit, still holding the sword to the girl's neck, demands that she tell him everything she knows about these tattoos. But she only said haughtily that she couldn't say anything with a sword at her throat. Nevertheless, without removing the sword, the man began to question her. He decided to find out if she knew these men. But the girl glanced sideways at the man in the suit and assured him that she did not know the men tied to the tree. This girl and her actions seemed very suspicious to the man in the suit. Getting up, In also wants to understand the situation, but the man in the suit does not trust the girl. He is curious how she can prove her innocence. Then she began to take off her top, revealing that she was wearing only a t-shirt underneath. Now that her shoulders are visible, she offers the man in the suit to check for himself whether she has similar tattoos. They looked into each other's eyes. Both understood that this was the only way to prove her innocence to the nationalists and the men by the tree. And then, just as silently, the man removed his sword from the girl's neck and hid it behind his back again. Since he refused to examine the girl thoroughly for tattoos, In wanted to do it himself. But of course, the girl did not allow In to touch her. She threw a jacket over her shoulders and suggested that the man in the suit go further with her. She also said she would take him to the place where the medallion was and to a person who knew something about these bound men. For a moment, the man in the suit stood and thought about his next move. Adjusting his glasses, he asked the girl rather dryly and without emotion to show him the way there. Realizing that he would follow her after all, the girl smiled, because she turned out to be useful to him. But then they turned around because they heard In start to make noise and begged to go with them. He also wanted to get to a place where there were people like those they had taught a lesson earlier. He thought that immediately after defeating them, several marks on his body had disappeared. So he decided to go with the man in the suit after the girl to catch people similar to these nationalists. Because In believes that with their help, he will be able to get rid of the other marks, of which there are still many. The three of them headed into the thick forest where many other strange people walk. In walks ahead with his nose in the air, followed by the man in the suit and the girl who looks around in amazement. Finally, she dared to ask In if he really lived in this strange place in the middle of the forest. But In doesn't find this place strange because he knows that there are no houses in the city for poor people like him. When the girl sees the house in the tree trunk, she remarks that it is illegal and that they are damaging the forest. But In thinks differently because the laws do not apply. They continue to go deeper into the forest until they reach the place they need. In was about to say that he planned to stay there from now on when a man in a suit suddenly interrupted him. He put his hand on In's shoulder, stopping him, but In didn't understand why he suddenly needed him and why he wouldn't let him go any further. In looked back and saw the serious face of the man in the suit. The man said that it would be better not to go any further to the place where In was heading. In front of them was another house in one of the tree trunks which the man in the suit thought was dangerous. But looking there, In did not understand why he should not go further because this was his house. But his question surprised the man in the suit. Turning back to him, In noted that living in such a house was not a problem for him if that was what was bothering them. Exhaling, the man explained that In was looking in front of him, but couldn't see anything because there were fresh scratches on the door and a strange liquid was spilled around it. He found it strange that In was unaware of all this. The girl listened attentively to the man in the suit along with In. They were surprised by his observation. Now the man saw from In's expression that he also understood everything, but suddenly In rushed to his house worrying about his food, which surprised his companions. In's actions made the man think that he was not smart enough and was not thinking about what he should be thinking about. Running up to the door of the house, In noticed that black silhouettes were jumping out of the trees. Seeing them, he slowed down in front of the entrance to his house and looked at them suspiciously. Standing in front of his guests, In realized that he had arrived home on time because surely these so-called guests had some business with him. And in front of them stood reptiles, similar in size to humans, considered to be marauders. Without mincing words, In began to curse the lizards that had the nerve to break into his house. In front of him stood several giant lizards that prevented In from entering his house. Hearing how In had insulted them, the lizards began to chase him away, saying that they had no time for him because they were busy. These words did not affect In at all. They did not even seem like a threat to him. At that moment, In began to humiliate them for being ordinary lizards that couldn't even think, let alone talk. These words angered the lizards and they began to growl and rush to fight In. But In was waiting for this moment when they would start attacking him. The first lizard that attacked Ina missed and couldn't even touch him. Now In is waiting for the next attack, for which he is fully prepared. But something unexpected happened that made him freeze in place. One of the lizards shot out its tongue and grabbed In's arm to prevent him from striking or fighting back. In felt disgusted by the lizard's tongue on him. While one held him with its tongue, the other lizard jumped up and struck In with another blow. The blow knocked Ina back, but he managed to land on his feet. Inu found the lizard's actions repulsive because they acted stealthily, not giving him a chance to respond. Looking back, Ina saw his companion standing behind him as if nothing had happened. They irritated Ina because instead of helping, they just stood and watched. But the man said that he was not fighting with the lizards, so he did not want to fight, and the girl simply did not know how to fight. These excuses irritated Ina even more, so he did not mince words with them. Still, he turned away from them and haughtily said that he didn't need their help. At this time, a crowd of lizards stood near Ina's house and raided his food without regard for those around them. But In doesn't want to leave things as they are, so he decided to ask them almost politely to leave his food alone and leave this place. After that, In adjusted his collar and said that as long as he was there, he would not let them do anything, let alone take anything with them. One of the lizards lowers his cap and listens attentively to In, who again emphasizes that it is better for them to leave. In also became aggressive and threatened the lizards in a beastly manner, saying he would roast them if they didn't leave. The lizards did not take his threat seriously and certainly did not go anywhere. Then In starts running towards them and shouting that he will start implementing his plan from the right side. This frightened his opponents a little, and one of them even took cover and tried to clarify where the right side was. But while he was doing that, In ran up to him and punched him. The blow knocked the lizard's cap off, and he began to fall backward. In pointed out that he had warned them where he would start. At this moment, another lizard on the other side began to accelerate and try to attack In. Without hesitation, In swung his fist, noting that this lizard would also receive a blow from the right. At some point, the attacking lizard thought he could outsmart In. But it didn't happen as he thought, and so In's blow hit his target directly. Looking at this lizard, In laughed and thought that he was beginning to lose his fighting skills. Having dealt with the two enemies lying unconscious on the ground, In headed towards the other two, standing a little further away from him and closer to the house. He raised his hands defiantly and tried to find out if the lizards knew which hand was which. But the lizards just stood there looking at In and said nothing to him. Suddenly, they surprise In with their next actions, which turn out to be unexpected for him. The two lizards stood back to back, not planning to retreat, but intending to continue fighting. They believed that this way they would both be able to defend themselves against Ina's attacks. But In began to mock them, sarcastically saying that they had surprised him, but he decided to show them something. The lizards stood motionless next to each other, looking suspiciously at In and waiting to see what he had in mind. Then he starts running and shouting that he will now start with red. But the lizards were prepared to respond to In's attack and were even more determined to defend themselves against him. Running towards them, In watches their every move, but he doesn't expect much from them because they are reptiles after all. When the lizards took up a defensive stance, In sarcastically called them miracle lizards. But they took it as a compliment and were pleased with his words. But as I ran up to them, he noticed that they had nothing to be happy about, because something bad was waiting for them. He struck the red lizard first, as he had promised them earlier. The lizard was unable to defend itself from this blow. While striking, In assumed that they hoped to defeat him because they turned out to be a little smarter. Only the yellow lizard remained in front of him, retreating back to the house, afraid of In. Nevertheless, to defend himself, he began to growl and threaten In, saying that his friends would not forgive him and would surely come to take revenge. But In did not give him a chance to finish his sentence, as he began to attack him with blows. He began to mock him when suddenly he felt an unexpected blow in pain. Behind him was a man in a suit who struck Ina with a sword, causing him to fall to the ground. There was no emotion on his face, he did it like a robot, but In began to lose consciousness from the pain that pierced his body. That evening, lizards with weapons stood guard at the entrance to the cave, and a fire burned nearby. They were bored with their guard duty because nothing was happening. In this cave, In regained consciousness, lying on the ground with his hands tied behind his back. He did not immediately understand where he was or why he was there. But when he saw a man in a suit in front of him who was also tied up, he immediately started shouting because he realized that he had ended up here because of him. Budden does not understand why the man in the suit did this and what he was trying to achieve. Holding back his emotions, and looked around and tried to understand where they were. He couldn't get up and ask the man in the suit for help. After listening to In, the man in the suit did not answer his questions, but only remarked with a stony face that it was noisy there at the moment. But Ina was offended by the remark about being loud. Still lying on the ground, he began to argue with the man in the suit, but the man remained calm. Sitting with his back to Ina, the man turned slightly and calmly asked Ina to be a little quieter, because he couldn't answer due to the noise. He explained that this cave was a gathering place for lizards. He also noted that they were stubborn and that those who had offended them even once would be pursued to the very end. In listened attentively, trying not to interrupt his interlocutor. In understands that everything he says is true. Still, In couldn't understand why this man didn't fight back and allowed himself to be captured. He was also curious about where the girl had disappeared to. The man remembered that she ran away at the moment when In was beating the lizards, and he tried to calm In down. But In still doesn't understand what the man plans to do. And why, knowing that lizards are vindictive, he didn't get rid of them right away and allowed himself to be caught. The man calmly explained to In that this was because lizards remember smells and it is impossible to escape them. But this did not clarify anything for In and, on the contrary, raised even more questions for him. But he tried to guess what the next steps would be. But the man did not let him finish, and himself noted that now the lizards needed to have their tails cut off. This shocked Ina because he couldn't understand how they would be able to do that. When Ina asked, the man confidently said that to do this, they would have to talk to the boss of these lizards. This idea seemed absurd and strange to Ina. It even annoyed him a little. He began to mock his interlocutor because he did not think it would be so easy to do. He thought that he would ask the guards for a meeting with the boss. While In was complaining, the man untied the ropes that bound his hands and was able to stand up. Seeing this, In was very surprised. He couldn't believe his eyes that he had managed to free himself so easily. Anticipating In's questions, the man explained that it was good to have many different skills, especially when traveling alone, and that it was important to keep a clear head. In was shocked by what was happening and what the man in the suit was saying, because it was hard for him to believe it all. Angered, In began to shout and try to find out what the man in the suit was doing and why he was traveling alone. After the commotion, the man in the suit looked at him askance and said that he was leaving him there and walking away. This shocked In even more. He looked at the man in the suit in confusion. Then suddenly In began to laugh loudly and deny everything he had said earlier. The laughter, as a defensive reaction, instilled in Ina the belief that the man in the suit would change his mind and help him. But Ina's laughter again seemed too loud to the man. Disappointed, and lowered his head to the ground as his hopes for help began to fade. But the man approached In, sat down next to him, and began to untie him. At that moment, In finally decided to ask his savior his name. For a moment, the man froze and looked silently at In, thinking everything over. After considering everything, the man in the suit introduced himself to In as Ryu Jin. In began to think about the meaning and interpretation of his name. He explained that Ryu means flowing, and Jin means the one who comes. In also began to recall how Ryujin fought his enemies, and began to associate this with the flow of water. At that moment, Ryujin approached In to untie him, and explained that he was half right. He explained that he actually considered Ryu to be fatal and Jin to be the one who goes. While In was removing the remains of the rope, Ryujin added that he destroys everyone who stands in his way, and prevents him from reaching his goal. Nevertheless, Ryujin and In managed to leave the cave and go outside. There they saw a house with the lights on. Looking through the window, they saw that there were lizards eating and resting in the house. Assessing the situation, they found 5 lizards on the left and 7 on the right. But behind this crowd of lizards stood one giant lizard, resting like all the others. Watching them, Ian still thinks about his food, because that is what the lizards are eating right now. He doesn't want them to eat everything. Next to him stands Ryu-jin, who is thinking about something and asks In to keep an eye on their enemies. But In doesn't understand how Ryu-jin plans to attack the enemies without weapons, because there are too many of them against the 2 unarmed men. But Ryu-jin, heading towards the trees, noticed that there were many suitable things on the ground, pointing to the tree branches. This made In think, but he is still not sure. Nevertheless, Ryu-jin picked up a suitable stick and said he was ready to go and expected the same from In. Unexpectedly for Ryu-jin, In clenched his hand into a fist and swung it, saying that he was always ready. Seeing this, Ryu-jin was frightened for a moment because he did not think that In would fight with his bare hands without using weapons. But there was no time left for talking, and In headed for one of the walls of the house where the lizards were sitting. He struck the wall, causing stones to fall and a hole to appear. The lizards, not expecting this, did not even scatter. But when they realized what had happened, they became alert and took up their weapons. In the opening created by the blow to the wall, In's face appeared, sarcastically knocking before entering. Through the pile of stones and columns of dust, In began to make his way through the hole into the room. He was so fast that it was difficult to see Ina through the dust that rose up. So when one of the lizards noticed someone approaching him, he was very surprised because it was unexpected. But Ina is not afraid of the crowd of lizards. He is so confident that he moves forward so quickly that it seems as if he is flying. Ryujin follows him, shouting after him about his recklessness and thoughtlessness. But In has already run up to the first enemy and struck him hard with one hand. At that moment, another lizard is about to attack him from behind, but he fails to remain unnoticed because In sees him immediately. He skillfully does a somersault and kicks the lizard behind him in the jaw. The lizard flew away from the blow and In headed for his next victim, who was already preparing to attack In with a weapon. But when the lizard tried to strike with its weapon, In managed to jump up and avoid the blow. As he landed, he kicked the lizard from above, knocking the enemy to the ground. And then, without a weapon, In continues to beat his enemies with his fists. The lizards immediately lose consciousness from his blows. Blocking their blows, Inu managed to strike back at them at the same time. After that, Inu had time to rest, which he used to observe Ryujin. And he saw how Ryujin managed to sever the tails of several lizards. Fighting the lizards one by one, Ryujin persistently moves towards the largest lizard, which is still sitting in its place and just watching. After defeating the last lizard, Ryujin approached his cherished goal and was not at all intimidated by the size of this lizard. When Ryujin was a few steps away from the giant lizard, it became angry and began to rise from its place. But even this did not scare Ryujin. On the contrary, he began to walk toward it with even more confidence. Standing up from behind his makeshift table, the lizard smashed it into several pieces. Some of the pieces flew towards Ryujin, but he successfully dodged them and none of the pieces of stone hit him. Now Ryujin and the Lizard King stood face to face with nothing standing in their way. But the lizard thought Ryujin had made a mistake by attacking him with just a regular wooden stick he had recently found. Attacking Ryujin with his sword, the Lizard King noticed that by fighting only with this stick, Ryujin could end up with his head severed. But Ryujin understands that this is only the lizard's opinion and therefore begins to fight him, quickly changing his position. At that moment, the Lizard King's sword flew past him, but Ryujin dodged it, not giving it a chance to hit him. When the lizard tries to attack Ryujin, he knocks the sword out of its paws with a single blow of his stick to the lizard's paws. In watches all this and is very surprised when he sees what Ryujin is capable of and how skillfully he wields his staff. After such a defeat, the Lizard King became angry because after that he was not going to leave Ryujin alive. Clenching his paws into fists, the lizard began to roar that speed was essential in the battle with Ryujin. He threw off his outer clothing and tried to rush past Ryujin at full speed. As the lizard ran past him, its tail came very close to Ryujin. Of course, Ryujin took advantage of this opportunity and severed the Lizard King's tail with a single blow. This was very painful and unexpected for the lizard. The King of Lizards roared in pain. After that, Ryujin tried to quickly leave the place where he was standing, so as not to get a response from the lizard. But as he changed his position, Ryujin noticed something he had expected, but it still surprised him. At that moment, something unusual began to happen to the Lizard King's tail. In also noticed this. He also knew that this could happen, but he still couldn't believe his eyes. They noticed that the lizard's tail had grown back, and then the Lizard King realized that it was not for nothing that he was considered the Lizard King. But even though his tail had grown back, Ryujin did not stop and began to attack the Lizard King again. Confident in himself, the Lizard King began to mock him and encourage Ryujin to continue attacking again and again. And this time, Ryujin again managed to sever part of the lizard's tail, but it grew back at that very moment. But Ryujin did not plan to give up and continued to fight persistently against his equal opponent. He severed part of the lizard's tail again and again, but each time it grew back. This began to annoy even the King of Lizards himself, who, despite everything, was going to attack Ryujin. Then, at one point, the Lizard King and Ryujin found themselves too close to each other. The Lizard King stands almost on his knees in front of Ryujin with a stick pressed against his neck. This situation angers the Lizard King because he has practically no way out of it. Ryujin remained calm and asked the Lizard King if they would continue. But the lizard took this question aggressively and began to growl again, until Ryujin made a small wound on his neck. Ryujin also seriously suggested that the Lizard King conduct an experiment with his head, just as they had previously experimented with his tail. This made the Lizard King think, because Ryujin was determined and capable of carrying out his threats. Then the Lizard King looked at Ryujin and asked what he needed in order to let them go. But Ryujin, without even turning his head to his interlocutor and looking in the other direction, asked him for one thing: to return their belongings. Since life is more important than material possessions, the Lizard King emotionally remarked that they could take all their belongings because he did not need them. While the Lizard King and Ryujin are talking, In eats a piece of meat he found in the room, but he hints to Ryujin about something else. Ryujin understood that In was referring to money, so he began to demand money from the Lizard King. While chaos reigns around them and the lizards lie unconscious, In eats and Ryujin continues to talk to the Lizard King. Ryujin looks at the Lizard King and demands that he bring a bag full of money and give it to them. Such demands angered the Lizard King, and he began to growl loudly and frighteningly again. But Ryujin is not going to repeat himself several times, so after inflicting another wound on him, he simply tells him what he has to bring. And now in front of In was a full bag of gold. As he tied it up, In saw that Ryujin had returned. He became curious about where he had been. Throwing the bag on his back, In noted that the lizard lords had willingly given him all this. Having said this, he pointed to a group of beaten lizards standing nearby, no longer as aggressive as they had been last time. Smiling, In leaves the house and laughs, assuring them that their money will not be wasted. In's mood irritates the Lizard King, and he already wants In and Ryujin to leave them alone. And so, in the middle of the night, they moved on. Entering the thick forest, In decides to point out that Ryujin is much stronger than he seems, and moreover was able to take all their money. But Ryujin, as always, calmly pointed out that money is always necessary on his travel. In addition, In noted that he did not consider this a bad deed because the lizards had stolen the money from someone anyway. Since Ryujin arrived later after the battle with the lizards, In became curious about where he had been and why he was late. Suddenly, at that moment, something exploded behind them in the forest among the trees, and a column of smoke rose. This was unexpected for In, but not for Ryujin. Looking closely and realized that it was the lizard cave where he and Ryujin had just been that had exploded. At that moment, Ryujin decided to remind him of what he had said earlier. In looked suspiciously and cautiously at Ryujin, who said again that the lizards needed to have their tails cut off. Such actions seemed too cruel to In, even considering how despicable they were. But suddenly he saw something ahead that surprised In. In's reaction made Ryujin stop and pay attention to what In was pointing at. In was staring at a bag of money on which he noticed a mark similar to the one they had seen during the day on the men they had fought. He threw the bag to Ryujin, who also began to look closely at the mark on the bag. After examining the bag, Ryujin was convinced that the mark was indeed similar to the one they had seen earlier. He assumed that these men had also been in the lizard cave. Now he regrets not having looked around more carefully. Ryujin and In also assumed that the lizards could have simply stolen this bag, as well as many other things. But they still wanted to examine the cave because then they could confirm some of their guesses and either confirm or refute them. They began to move on. In saw how Ryujin wanted to find this bag, and so he became curious about what kind of bag it was and what it was for. But Ryujin was in no hurry to answer In's question and continued to remain silent, thinking everything over. Realizing that Ryujin did not want to answer, In continued on his way without insisting on an answer. Then he tried to find out where the girl had run off to, since she herself had asked them to follow her and then ran away. Ryujin calmly listens to In, who notes that with the girl's help, they could have found those men long ago. But suddenly Ryujin interrupted him, noting that it was already late and they'd better rest, and they could do that right there in the middle of the forest. Without thinking twice, In agreed to Ryujin's proposal because today had been a day filled with many tasks for them. Without waiting for Ina's approval, Ryujin climbed up the tree trunk to the upper branches. He sat down on a branch, took off his hat, and asked In to rest well because it would be much more difficult for them later. He looked down and saw that In had used his bag as a pillow and lay down on the ground to rest. But In looked at Ryujin and did not immediately understand that he was planning to sleep in the tree. The next morning, In woke up on the ground covered in blood and confused. He was lying there and couldn't even move, let alone get up. In front of him, In saw a girl who had unexpectedly appeared next to him and greeted him cheerfully. She surprised In greatly with her appearance, and his first emotions towards her were negative. Gathering his strength, In began to get up little by little and was finally able to sit up. In did not understand what had happened to him and why everything hurt so much. So when he saw the girl in front of him, he immediately thought that she was the one who had tried to harm him. While In was wiping the blood from his face, Ryujin jumped down from the tree. He interrupted their conversation and pointed out that In had fallen down himself yesterday while he was sleeping. Indeed, while In was sleeping on one of the branches, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, where he remained until morning. Now the three of them were together again, just like yesterday. But In was still sitting on the ground trying to remember how it all happened. He wipes away the remaining drops of blood and continues to ponder. At that moment, the girl reaches out to him with a small glass. Her kindness surprises In. She wanted to examine In's injuries and gave him an ointment in the glass, which In used to treat his abrasions. The girl has many different medicines in her bag. Picking up her bag and putting it on her shoulder, the girl noticed that they were very late in getting acquainted. Still crouching next to Ina, she waved at him and, smiling, introduced herself as Ami, and mentioned that she was traveling and collecting various medicines. For a moment, silence fell, and then the girl continued talking, apologizing for running away yesterday. Ryujin listened to her attentively. Ami explained that she had run away because she thought In and Ryujin were out of their minds and had lost their senses. Continuing the conversation, she decided to find out if their previous offer was still valid. She tried to gain their trust and told them that she needed them and they needed her. After everything Ami said, In looked at her and reminded her of one more thing. Ami immediately understood that In was referring to the bounty hunt. After that, silence fell between the three of them again, as the men, surprised by the conversation with Ami, thought about their own business. Then Ryujin broke the silence as he was interested in information about their goal. Ami pointed out that finding information was dangerous and above all required at least some money. She also noted that in order to travel, one needed to have a lot of money. But Ryujin, standing nearby, did not agree with Ami and assured them that it was possible to travel without money. And In agreed with Ryujin and said that he was not interested in such work. In's refusal surprised Ami. She understood Ryujin's refusal, but she did not understand In's at all. After her questioning, In said that it was more important for him to find those bad guys and teach them a lesson. Looking at Ryujin and the tree, In added that he didn't need to spend money on that right now. Then he noticed that his bag of lizard money had disappeared from the tree, so In began to look around. After mentioning the disappearance of the bag, In began to search the entire area under the branches of the tree, although he remembered well that yesterday he slept on it, using it as a pillow. And Ryujin assured him that In had fallen to the ground with the bag, but Ryujin does not understand where it went and assumes that animals took it. However, In does not believe this version of the bag's disappearance, but he cannot find the bag either. In looked closely at Amy, who was still sitting opposite him, staring intently into his eyes. At that moment, she decided to ask In and Ryujin what they planned to do next. Sighing, In calmly noted that now they had only one option, namely to hunt down the malevolent creatures. Silently adjusting his glasses, Ryujin listened to everything Ami and In were saying. Suddenly, In reached out his hand to him and introduced himself. At that moment, In lifted his t-shirt to show them the marks on his body and said that he was traveling because of a curse his grandfather had put on him. When In began to lower his shirt, Ryujin reached out his hand in response and they shook hands. In looked at Ryujin's hand and was pleased that they were now in the same boat. Yielding, In added that everyone looked at him with caution because he looked very much like a real tiger, but In also added very seriously that he was actually white and fluffy. While In continued his monologue, Ami and Ryujin moved on, trying to keep the conversation going. Realizing this, In became a little annoyed because no one wanted to listen to his speech about his exploits and praise for the great In. But on their way, Ryujin, Ami, and In met three horsemen who blocked their path. This was unexpected for them. Ami became curious about who these horsemen were and what they wanted. Even the horsemen's horses seemed angry, showing their aggression. One of the horsemen smiled at the travelers and demanded money from them. And now In understood that these guys were ordinary bandits who intimidated and demanded money. And In's assumption was confirmed by this horseman, who added that a large sum of money would be paid for his head. Laughing, Ami told Ryujin and In that they had only just begun their hunt, when they had already come across a precious head. Hearing this, the gang leader did not understand what she meant, but it made it clear to him that he had picked the wrong people and now he would not get what he wanted. The leader of the horsemen realized that they were not afraid of them, and assumed that it was because they did not understand who these horsemen were. He lowered his cap and said that the travelers could stay alive if they gave up everything they had. Suddenly, he saw someone's foot flying straight at his face. It was In who, not wanting to waste time talking to the horsemen, decided to attack them to get the job done quickly. Such actions were incomprehensible to Ami because In forced the horsemen to talk and immediately attacked them. Next to her stood Ryujin, who was beginning to get used to In's unexpected attacks. As he had seen him in action before, two other horsemen, without getting involved in the fight, began to watch what was happening. Approaching the leader of the horsemen, In tried to kick him to knock him off his horse, but In was very surprised when the horseman skillfully dodged In's blow. The leader of the horsemen still held his cap with his hand so that it would not fall off while he dodged the blows of his enemies. As he got up, he noticed that he was now communicating with In and his friends calmly and, so to speak, in a friendly manner. But this irritated Ina, so he tried to attack the horseman with his bare hands again. Ryujin watches this, getting used to the fact that In does everything without thinking and also wastes energy on talking. Hearing Ryujin's opinion, the horseman noted that, unlike In, he understands everything better and therefore recommends that In listen to him. This angers In even more, and he continues to rush at the leader of the horsemen. The horseman has a stick with him, which he clutches tightly in his hand, ready to use it in battle. In, however, is unarmed and attacks the enemy with his bare fists. And then the horseman needed his weapon, which he used to defend himself from Ina. Impressed by what she sees, Ami stands and watches the battle unfold. Just then, In began to try to change his position by taking a few steps. Noticing this trick, Ryujin remembered how he performed the same move in his fight with the Lizard King. This technique was supposed to help him dodge the blow that the leader of the horsemen was delivering to him. At this moment, the horseman who attacks him is watching In closely. In looks at the horsemen, confident that he has managed to dodge and will now be able to put them in their place. Meanwhile, Ryujin covered his eyes with his hand because he was ashamed of In and thought he was stupid. The reaction of everyone around him alarms In, and he looks at the spot where the spear tip is. As it turned out, the horseman had pierced In's shoulder with his spear. At that moment, blood gushed from the wound. In immediately felt pain and cried out loudly. He tried to pull out the spear, but Ryujin noticed that his movements were too predictable and that if he continued to simply repeat everything, nothing would work out. The horseman smiled and said that they should end it there and just give him all their money. Next time, they could do it again. The other horsemen thought their friend was in a good mood today, and that was the only reason In was still alive. Surprisingly, In still stands against the rider and silently looks at him. Ryujin decides to join in and draws his sword, asking In to step aside and not interfere. But suddenly he stopped and looked intently in front of him, where In had come to his senses. Gathering his strength, In firmly grabbed the spear that was still in his shoulder and began to pull it out. Watching him, Ryujin was very surprised because he believed that continuing to fight in such a situation was not a good decision. But In began to lift the spear upward, and with it the horseman, who was still clinging to it. In this way, In decided to demonstrate that he was smarter than his opponent and capable of more. At that moment, the horseman let go of the spear because he could no longer hold it. When the horseman fell from his horse to the ground, Yin immediately struck him with his spear. His blow was so powerful that it broke the spear into several pieces, and the horseman was left lying unconscious. This situation angered In, who believed that the horseman had boasted about his coolness in vain. Similarly, covering his eyes with his palm, Ryujin believes that In could have made everything easier without using such force, throwing away the broken spear and returned to the other horsemen, asking them who would be the next to fight him. But the horsemen are in no hurry to rush into battle with In. One of them even lowered his eyes to the ground, hoping that everything would pass. Yin realized that they were afraid, so he was about to choose his next victim, pointing to one of the horsemen. But suddenly he heard a voice behind him, asking him to be quiet. Turning around, In saw that the leader of the horsemen had stood up and was beginning to laugh. He noted that In was actually a much better fighter than he had thought. The bandit said that he wanted to let him go, but after seeing how confident he was, he decided to finish the job. He looked at In and said that now the second round of their battle was beginning. In and the horseman, who had been unconscious just a few minutes ago, stood facing each other. Holding his wound, and barely looks at the horseman and still considers him stubborn. Picking up his sticks from the ground, the horseman noticed that, unlike him, In had barely survived and was still talking after such an ordeal. Ryujin intervenes in their conversation, trying to stop them both. But despite Ryujin, In rushed at the robber, saying that he could defeat him with just one hand. But the robber, taking a stick and heading towards In, was not so confident in him, because he considered himself stronger. In repelled the horseman's attack with one hand as he had promised. With his next kick, In knocked the stick out of the robber's hands, and it flew away from where they were fighting. But Ina's opponent had a second club, part of a spear with which he began to strike Ina again. This blow threw In's horseman back a short distance. His opponent was satisfied with his actions and watched In closely. He doesn't miss the opportunity and jumps up to knock off part of the spear and aim it at Ina. But this part flew past Ina without touching him as Ina skillfully dodged it. Now he approaches the horseman closer with the aim of attacking him. In decides to strike his opponent with his knee, but his opponent successfully blocks the blow. He immediately tries to strike In back, bypassing his block. Ryujin is tired of this fight. He thinks they are not smart because neither of them is willing to listen to the other's opinion. But In continues to enjoy it, although not as openly as before because the pain outweighs the fun. His enemy sarcastically mocks the fact that Ina's wound, which has not yet been treated, has covered the entire fighting area in blood. The robber points his finger at In, who is holding his shoulder, and remarks that In may end up with a severed arm if he continues like this. And the icing on the cake is his remark that In won't last long anyway. In's enemy spreads his arms and laughs, saying that now, In can't even be considered a real opponent. Suddenly, Ryujin appears behind him, startling the horseman. But since he was tired of these words, Ryujin tried to silence the horseman by striking him in the side. Ryujin struck with his sword, leaving a wound that caused the robber to grab his side and cry out in pain. In looked at Ryujin's actions with surprise, not understanding why he had done this. The rider's blood immediately spurted out and, like In, splashed onto the clearing where they were fighting. Ryujin, showing no emotion, noted that he did this because he had asked them to stop, but they ignored him. The rider, for whom this blow was unexpected, looked at Ryujin angrily and from under his brow. But regardless of anything else, Ryujin began to address the two of them calmly and deliberately. But In interrupted Ryujin, even though he was already losing the last of his strength. He looked sternly at Ryujin and said just as sternly that he should not interfere in this battle because it was only between the two of them. In's statement shocked and confused Ryujin. He couldn't even believe what he had heard at first. At that moment, their enemy played on their feelings, saying that they had dared to go after one of them together, which made Ina think they were weak. But the horseman's noise annoyed Ina, and he offered to settle the situation once and for all. Pointing one index finger, Ina asked the horseman to strike him just once. Hearing this, Ryujin looks suspiciously at In, whose idea seems ill-advised to him. Even Ami was stunned by this idea, not understanding how he could dare to do such a thing. But In's opponent liked the idea and smiled. In also pointed his finger at Ryujin and said that this blow would be for the wound he had inflicted on him. Passing by Ina, the horseman decided not to deny himself such pleasure and even emphasized that now he could definitely consider Ina his rival. The horseman approached one of his friends and took his sword, believing that since he had been wounded with a blade, he now had to do the same. Ina nodded approvingly at this proposal, which made his enemy like him even more. The positively disposed horseman looked at In and remarked that if he ended up in the next world after this, he should not be considered guilty. But Ryujin doubted the correctness of In's decision. He could not believe that In would really go through with it. At that moment, the horseman was getting closer and closer to In with his weapon. Seeing how confidently the horseman was moving, I became concerned about the correctness of his decision. Suddenly, his opponent came as close as possible to In. They even touched each other's shoulders. But In was behind the horseman, and so it happened that the horseman was unable to wound In. Instead, In delivered an unexpected blow with his bare hand to the rider's wound on his side. The rider fell to the ground unconscious from the blow, and although tired, In stood next to him, satisfied. In In's opinion, it is better to win regardless of fairness because he does not believe in it. The horsemen on Ina's opponent's side consider Ina to be mercenary and are shocked by his actions. Suddenly, Ryujin, who is standing further away from everyone, intervenes in the conversation again. He looks at the horsemen and calmly points out that they have no money anyway. This admission surprised the horsemen because it turns out that they fought for nothing, and even if they won, they would not have received any benefit. Smiling slightly, Ryujin spread his arms and said that last night someone unknown had robbed them and taken all the money they had. At that moment, it also remembered that their bag with the lizard's money had disappeared somewhere. Everyone remained standing in their places on the road, and only In's opponent lay unconscious. Since, according to Ryujin, they had no reason to fight, the horsemen could leave their leader here and go away themselves. But taking up his weapon, he decided to ask them if they wanted to go all the way. For a moment, the horsemen freeze in place, not knowing what to do and thinking about the situation. In the end, they decided to listen to Ryujin and rode back to where they came from. After watching them leave, Ryujin turned to In and asked if he was alright, but In was lying motionless on the road. Seeing him on the ground, Ami was frightened, and In responded and asked them to rest in this place for a while, although Ryujin insisted on moving on. Since In did not get up to continue and passed out, Ami and Ryujin sat on In's back to rest as well. Watching In, Ryujin began to think that he might sleep until evening if he was still alive. Just as they thought that In had passed away, Ami turned around and heard that In was alive and began to wheeze. Suddenly, In began to raise his head, which had been lying motionless on the ground. Feeling that someone was sitting on him, In began to chase them away. Standing up and shaking the dirt off himself, In wondered why they had sat on him. But Ryujin pointed out that it was the only place they could sit. After all, it was dirty everywhere else and they couldn't sit there. In's excuse annoyed him. He looked at his shoulder, which had been wounded by the spear of the horseman he had fought. But now he did not notice the wound. In was glad that someone had been able to treat it and that he felt better than before. Ami immediately pointed out that she had helped Ina, but also added that it had taken a long time and that he should now behave more carefully. In praised Ami's work because even the hole in his sleeve had disappeared, and he decided to touch that spot. But Ami did not think he would want to do that, so she wanted to stop him, but she was too late. When he touched the wound, In screamed in pain, which made Ryujin and Ami think he was not very smart. Recovering from the pain, In decided to ask why Ryujin had let the other two go and assumed that they did not want to fight. Then Ryujin pointed to the rider who was still lying unconscious and noted that they could get a reward for him. He was sure that this horseman had been seen in many places and that by handing him over, they could get a lot of money. Looking at the motionless robber, In pondered Ryujin's words. Ryujin also noted that they had another more important goal, and that this money would help them at first. But Ina began to wonder where they would go next. Ami added that if they went to the city, they could exchange the rider for money there. Ami's words about the city frightened Ina. He didn't really want to go there. He was taken aback and did not think they would get to the city so quickly. Seeing Ina's reaction, Ryujin decided to ask again if they were still going to the city. But In's expression changed at that moment, and he seemed to agree with their idea indifferently. He moved ahead of everyone. But at that moment, they began to argue about who would pull the rider because none of them wanted to do it, especially In. After wandering for a while, they arrived in a city with many different people and buildings. In ran down the city street, trying to stop someone. He catches up with a guy with an animal head who ignores In and keeps going. He is dressed in a blue hoodie and has a very focused look on his face. In one of the alleys, Ryujin is waiting for the fugitive and asks him to stop. But the fugitive just yells at him and tries to run away, now also running away from Ryujin. However, things did not go as he had hoped, and Ryujin managed to run out of the alley and knock the fugitive down. After that, the fugitive jumped and stood on all fours in a dog-like pose, and he himself looks like a dog because he has the same paws, ears, nose, and fur on his body. He continued to growl, and because they were trying to stop him, the fugitive threatened Ryujin and Ina with violence, promising to send them to the other world. But suddenly, at that moment, a ball flew into his head, which he saw but did not have time to do anything before it hit him. After hitting the beast, the ball exploded and some dust scattered around, which the fugitive tried to dispel. Coughing, he noted that this thing only exploded very loudly but could not harm him in any way. At that moment, he fell unconscious to the ground. In and Ryujin were standing nearby, expecting exactly this effect from the ball. On the balcony of one of the buildings, they saw Ami waving to them. She smiles and holds another ball like it and asks In and Ryujin if her sleeping powder is working. At this time, the fugitive really seems to be asleep, and Ami continues to talk and notes that because he has a dog's sense of smell, the effect of the powder will be very strong. After that, she went down to Ryujin and Ina, who notes that they are catching them faster than he thought. He turns back to where Ami and Ryujin are standing and compliments them, calling them cool. In response, Ryujin asks Ina not to lose the bag and to watch it very carefully, which upsets Ina. After the conversation, In looked at his hand and noticed that the old man's curse was weakening after they became bounty hunters. He regrets that his opponents didn't say anything valuable about it last time. Ryujin noticed that all this was happening to In because of a fool who looked weak, meaning himself, because that's what In thought of Ryujin. Ami and Ryujin are walking ahead, followed by In. He doesn't know where they are going next, but he is very worried because he is hungry. Turning to In, Ami pointed her index finger at the ground and said that they were going down. This answer raises even more questions for In, and he wonders what awaits them there. Going down, they saw many people in different places with warm light. It was In's first time in such a place, but he liked it very much. Enthusiastically looking around, In wanted to know what kind of place it was. He understood that it was all underground, but he didn't know if the whole city was the same as what he saw around him. Turning to In, Ami asked him with surprise and disgust at the same time if he was really here for the first time, considering it old-fashioned. She told him that there were rumors that there used to be a huge road here with a train running on it, and that all this was before the explosion on the planet. At that moment, In heard Ami and Ryujin scolding him for being so ignorant. Talking among themselves, they called In stupid and thought he had fallen from the moon. In heard all this even though he was behind them. They understand that there are no rich people hiding from anyone in this place, only ordinary poor people. The suggestion to look around upset him because he is very hungry and does not even have the strength to stand on his feet. Ami continues her story. These conversations make Ina feel worse and worse. She noted that in this area they can walk around and gather enough information they need. She also added that this place is quite spacious and there is a lot of delicious food. This was the best thing Ina had heard. They entered one of the establishments where there were many people and sat down at a table for 3. A waiter immediately approached them. In immediately placed his order and asked for meat dumplings and kuksa and a large portion. His order was taken by a waiter with a cigar in his teeth who looked more like a gangster. Just then, they heard someone shouting, telling someone to wake up and saying that there were many guests here and that it was not allowed to sleep in this place. At one of the tables, a man with long blonde hair was lying face down, and they asked him to leave because he had already eaten. Next to him stood a large, burly man who was also a waiter at this place. Since the man did not respond to him, he thought he was deaf. As he stirs, the man wonders if this old man has any money or if he is a beggar. He began to wake the man up, trying to get an answer from him as to whether he had any money, but the man continues to lie motionless and silent with his head on the table. After a few nudges from the waiter, the man raised his head. He turned out to be an elderly man trying to understand what was wanted of him. Suddenly, the waiter grabbed the man by the collar and started yelling at him, trying to find out if he had any money, because he had to pay for the food he had ordered. But the man did not answer him, which began to surprise the waiter, and he began to think about what to do next. The man turned his head and looked at the waiter in surprise, still not understanding what he wanted. The waiter noticed that the man had no ears. The elderly man began to ask the waiter what he was talking about. Due to the absence of ears, the waiter thought that the man really couldn't hear anything. Clearing his throat, the waiter began to ask the man about the money again, and insisted that he pay for what he had eaten and leave. But the man began to smile slightly and look sideways at the waiter standing next to him. He looked the waiter in the eye and said indifferently that he really had no money. This answer surprised the waiter, although he understood that this could indeed be the case. At that moment, the waiter began to scold him, calling him a beggar, of whom there were so many here, and all of whom wanted to eat for free and leave without paying. He turned back and looked at the man sitting at one of the tables, waiting for his reaction and instructions on what to do next. And this man waved his hand, signaling to the waiter what to do next. Only after this instruction did the waiter rush to the man, threatening to show him how people like him end up here. At this moment, the elderly man stood with his back to the waiter and remained silent in the face of his threats. Suddenly, he took out a weapon and without turning to him, waved his knife while keeping his other hand in his pocket. Ami and Ryujin witnessed this. The elderly man's move surprised In, who even stopped eating for a moment. He saw how the elderly man was able to sever both arms of the waiter who was about to attack him with one swing. The elderly man lowered his weapon and watched the waiter, who was shocked by what had happened to him. But then he sat back down at his table, noting that young people today are very weak compared to how they used to be. Suddenly, the man who had given instructions to the waiter began to shout and ask people in the establishment to catch the old man, promising a reward and free food in return. The old man calmly remained seated at the table, finishing his meal and waiting for someone to challenge him to a fight. Everyone around him tensed up, and in thought that the old man, who couldn't hear anything and had a bamboo sword, seemed familiar to him. The old man continued to finish his meal with a calm mind, looking at him and thought that this was a stroke of luck because the task seemed easy, and he would receive a reward for defeating him. Looking away and without turning around, the man saw someone. Behind him stood a burly man, many times larger than the old man. The old man realized that he had come to him confident that he could defeat him. Getting up from the table and saw this giant and decided that he would be the first to try to teach the old man a lesson. But the giant was already about to attack the old man, who smiled and decided to clarify whether he really wanted to fight him. Instead of answering, the giant rushed at the elderly man, growling. He did not scare the old man, but only made him smile and confirm his thoughts about the weakness and hot-headedness of the younger generation. Ryujin, sitting attentively at the table, watched all this, not daring to intervene. Suddenly, In interfered, running up to the giant and attacking him first, preventing him from touching the old man. Annoyed, In does not understand where this giant who tried to interfere with him came from. In's actions surprised many of the establishment's patrons, and Ryujin felt ashamed for him. After that, In remarked that he had warned that he would be the first to teach this old man a lesson. He turned to the table where the old man was sitting and was about to ask him to pay when he saw that no one was there anymore. Meanwhile, the old man was heading for the exit, thinking that it would be a long journey. Seeing him, In tried to stop the old man. Hearing the shouts directed at him, the elderly man thought that he was tired of these children bothering him. Approaching him, In insults him with words and remarks that he can actually hear everything. At that moment, In jumps towards the old man, who remains calm and composed. During the jump, the man grabs In by the neck with one hand without turning to him. Everyone in the establishment was very surprised by the elderly man's agility, as no young man could overcome him. Ryujin was annoyed by what had happened because he did not want to get involved in a possible fight. Meanwhile, the elderly man turned to Ina, continuing to hold him by the neck. Looking at him with a smile on his face, the man remarked that he liked young enthusiasts like Ina, but he was not going to give in to him, let alone allow him to harm himself, because he still wanted to live. Watching the old man and In, Ami suggested that Ryujin try to help In. But Ryujin, without turning around, remarked that In had gotten himself into this mess and suggested that Ami watch to see what would happen next. He pointed to the giant and said that although In had managed to neutralize him with a single blow, the old man was not inferior to him in strength. Finally, Ryujin added that Ina was currently being held by the throat and there was nothing he could do about it. He was now helpless. All the visitors who continued to eat watched closely what was happening, and some even glanced at Ryujin and Ami. Continuing to eat, Ryujin noted that this was an unusual old man, and that anyone who dared to attack him was out of their mind and beyond help. And he didn't care about Ina. He noted that he would not bat an eye if Ina were sent to the other world. At this time, being in such a position, Ina tries to understand where the old man's strength comes from. Still smiling, the old man said that he liked In, but noted that because of such reckless actions, he could quickly end up in the next world. These words angered Ina, and even when he was being held by the neck, he decided to try to attack, demonstrating his strength. He grabbed the man by the arm, which disappointed him. The old man noted that young people today do not have the same manners as in the past. Without hesitation, the elderly man made In quickly remove his hands from him. They remained standing opposite each other, but the old man held Ina by the neck, and Ina, with his arms spread wide, could do nothing. Each of the old man's actions surprised In, as they were unpredictable and even more unexpected for him. And now the elderly man decided to demonstrate something more so that In would not resist, and letting go of his throat, struck him in the stomach with his hand. The blow was so strong that Ina even started bleeding from his mouth. Those around him still do not understand how the old man manages to deliver such blows. After all, the last blow sent In flying into one of the walls, leaving a dent in it. For a moment, he seemed to lose consciousness from his injuries, but no one rushed to help In, and no one touches the old man. And he, spreading his arms, continues to talk about young people and their shortcomings, comparing young people to fighting cocks. Scratching the back of his head, the old man added that young people never listen to their elders. He started to head for the exit, but suddenly, even in his condition, In was able to ask the old man to wait and not leave. Hearing In, the man froze. Everyone around was impressed that even after such an incident, In behaved confidently and was about to get up. This made the elderly man even more certain that he liked In, because he was so confident and wanted to see the matter through to the end. Indeed, In was about to get up and continued to speak disparagingly about this man and threaten him. But suddenly, after his threats, he was very surprised by what happened next, because it was not part of his plan. Calm Ryujin and Ami continue to eat but do not understand why. After everything is said, he is still sitting by the wall. Button realized that no matter what, he couldn't move, let alone get up and continue fighting the old man. The people in this place are waiting to see how it will all end and who will win. As he leaves, the old man notes that his blow was not strong because he liked In, and the fact that he can lift himself up a little is a miracle, because everything could have been worse. Finally, the old man, already at the exit of the establishment, turned to In and said with a smile that they would see each other again. But In did not want to back down, and being in such a position without being able to move normally, he tried once again to stop his opponent. But this time, laughing and admiring In's persistence, the elderly man calmly walked away without looking back. After all this, Ryujin continues to sit at his table enjoying his food. Ami decides to approach In, who is still sitting almost motionless by the wall. She decided to help Ina, and the first thing she did was to examine the place where the man had struck him. When she lifted Ina's shirt, she was very surprised and couldn't believe her eyes because she saw a strange mark. Ami's reaction surprised Ina because he thought it was just a bruise, and in his opinion, bruises don't need to be treated. But when he looked at it, he was also surprised. This caught Ryujin's attention. He became curious about what they had seen there, so he looked in their direction. He ran up to Ina and Ami when he saw that the old man had left a mark in the shape of either a crescent moon or an unfinished circle with rays. He began to examine it, not understanding how the old man could have left this mark on Ina's body. Without wasting any time, Ryujin ran to the exit after Ina's opponent. Ina and Ami could only watch him, not understanding what was happening. On the street, Ryujin stopped right at the exit of the establishment. He held a weapon in his hands, hoping to catch the old man. He began to turn around, looking at everything with hope and anger in his eyes. But there were many different people around, going about their business, and all you could hear throughout the street were different voices and other sounds. Because Ryujin did not see the old man who was fighting with In, he fell into despair and was overcome with emotion. At that moment, Ami and In, whom Ami was helping to walk, came out onto the street. They saw that Ryujin had failed to catch the old man. Ryujin's reaction seemed strange to In, and he decided to ask why he was so upset about this incident. Ryujin paused for a moment, then turned to In and Ami, who were waiting for his explanation. Then Ryujin began to unbutton his shirt. He then bared his shoulder as if to show something on it. It turned out that he had the same mark on his shoulder. What Ryujin showed surprised In, who assumed that he had already met this old man. But In was annoyed because Ryujin didn't say anything. Then Ryujin began to justify himself. He said that it wasn't really him who had met the old man. This seemed like a lie to In because the scar was on him. Looking away, Ryujin began to talk about the evening that had affected him so much. It turned out that there had been a battle and there were many wounded and dead people around. Under the full moon, among the many lifeless bodies, Ryujin saw a silhouette with a weapon in his hands. Ryujin rushed to attack him, thinking he was his opponent. But Ryujin did not scare his opponent for a moment. In the darkness, it seemed that he had only one eye, which was clearly visible. When Ryujin approached his opponent, he drew his sword and stabbed Ryujin in the shoulder. Ryujin cried out in pain. That's how Ryujin ended his story, because that's all he remembers from that evening. The story made Ina wonder who the old man could be. He decided to make sure once again that Ryujin really didn't remember anything else. And Ryujin confirmed that he really didn't remember anything else. When he came to after being wounded, everything around him was like a fog. Ryujin added that all he had left was his name, his sword, and touching his shoulder, he recalled the scar. Now there was much more for them all to think about because nothing was clear at all. But suddenly Ryujin pointed out that the place where he got the scar was the village where he was born and raised, and that the person had killed all the people there. After Ryujin's story, In understood why he ran away as if stung when he saw the mark on his body. Ryujin noted that it was not the first time he had seen those who left marks, but he had seen that person for the first and last time, and now he wanted to find his grandfather to make sure of everything. Ami interrupted their conversation, interrupting Ryujin and asking him not to worry about it. She smiled, but In and Ryujin did not think she had a cure for constipation. Ami noted that it seems like this old man is not eating for free for the first time, and thinks that they should ask people about him, as he may be well known among the locals. When the sun began to set, they split up and went to ask people about the old man. In went in one direction, asking people about the old man and describing him. Ryujin went in the other direction and also began asking people about the old man who was skilled at fighting. Ami went in a third direction, where she also tried to find out useful information about the old man. When the sun set and night fell, the three of them met in one place. Satisfied, Ami began to ask everyone to tell her what they had learned. Ryujin was the first to speak, telling them what he had been told about a gray-haired old man with a bamboo sword who seemed drunk and was always sleeping. In looked at Ryujin in surprise because, unlike him, he had not even managed to find that out. He praised Ryujin and even called him a true scout. Ryujin liked these compliments, but Ami was not impressed with the information Ryujin had obtained. She believed it was just ordinary gossip spreading around the city and would not help them in any way. This made Ryujin feel ashamed, and he pulled his hat down over his eyes so as not to look anyone in the face. She also scolded Ina, who had been wandering around town the whole time without learning anything about the old man, and still considered the gossip to be useful information. Ami was annoyed by Ina's statement because he did not think he had been entertaining himself the whole time. But Ami decided to put an end to it and tell them what she had learned. She began her story by saying that the old man was a mysterious person because none of the locals knew who he was or where he came from. But this story did not provide any clarification and left Ina and Ryujin with many more questions. But in order to clarify the situation at least a little, Ami suggested that they go together to Mount Kulun. This name confused the men. They seemed to have never heard of it before because they even asked her to repeat the name. They did not know what was on that mountain or how it would help. Ami was surprised that they knew nothing about this world. She made her way through the crowd, explaining that the coolest people, the most dangerous robbers and hunters, gather on that mountain. She noted that it would take a long time to get there. And an old man in the middle of the forest, late at night, climbs somewhere along a small, narrow path. He is thoughtful and calm. He is not worried about anything, even though he is completely alone in the middle of a dark forest. Suddenly, he heard a rustling behind a tree. There was a person dressed in black, hiding and watching the man. Hearing the rustling, the old man stops and, without turning around, says that those hiding among the trees are his old acquaintances. Another man came out in front of him, surprised because, judging by the old man's reaction, they seemed to have met before. A voice from the tree could be heard asking about their previous meeting. There was a girl sitting on one side with the others among the trees. Grabbing his neck, the old man chuckled and said that it seemed as if they had met before. So now he was not alone in this forest. He was surrounded on all sides by young people who wanted something from him. Still, he noted that their last meeting had not been very friendly or peaceful. One of the boys approached him from behind, asking if the old man was sure about what he was saying. The elderly man assured him that he was right and noted that they should believe the words of an older person. He asked if they really thought his eyes were deceiving him. This made one of them think before saying anything in response. Then the old man answered himself, noting that his eyes were never wrong. When the sun rose high in the sky, the travelers had already entered the forest, heading through it toward their destination. All this time, In complained that the forest seemed like a jungle to him. Walking ahead, he stepped into a puddle, which also upset him. He turned and looked at Amy, expressing his doubts about this road, hoping that there was another way. But Ami was tired of In's whining, because he wasn't the only one who was uncomfortable, and they all wanted to get to a normal road. But In, wiping his jacket, continued to complain that he didn't like any moisture and hated water. But despite everything, the three of them continued to head into the thicket of this forest. After wandering among the trees for some time, Ami, In, and Ryujin came to a huge waterfall where the road ended. They began to look for different ways and means of getting around the waterfall. And having found one of the ways, Ryujin suggested it to the others. Looking down, Ryujin added that not all of them might make it to the other side if someone had problems with their vestibular system. Turning back, Ryujin and Ami saw Ina trembling and not even approaching the edge. When Ami turned around and saw Ina in such a state, she did not immediately understand what was going on. With a trembling hand, he pointed to the waterfall and, with a trembling voice, managed to say only one word: water. Then Ami realized that the whole thing was not that In hated water, but rather that he was afraid of it. With the same trembling voice and in a state of panic, In remarked that he both hated and feared it, so he would not step there or go to the edge. Ami was tired of all of In's fears and worries, of which he had many, and did not have the strength to fight them. She began to ask In to look at himself from the outside. Ami reminded him that he had already been seriously injured twice during their journey. Looking at Ami, In doesn't understand where she is going with this, and why she is bringing up his failures. Smiling and filled with enthusiasm, Ami pointed out that he needs to train. Ami's remark caused Ina and Ryujin some concern, as they did not understand her train of thought. She happily announced to In and Ryujin that she had brought them here specifically because this place was the best for training, with clean air and no one to disturb them. Skeptical of this proposal, In began to cover himself with sarcasm, asking if he really had to train with his shadow here. But Ami was not offended at all and noted that In had more to learn. Just as skeptical, In looked at Ami and asked who he was supposed to learn from here. Ami pointed to Ryujin, which came as an unpleasant surprise to him. Ryujin was very surprised by Ami's suggestion. He had no desire to train In. But at that moment, In started shouting that he would never learn anything from Ryujin. He didn't like that none of them had asked his opinion. Ami began to calm him down. She gave In an example that he could end up with a crowd of old people without Ryujin, and asked if he could handle them on his own. They fell silent, and Ryujin thought about Ami's words about helping each other. Turning to him, Ami smiled and said that it was good that In was with them, because he could be a source of wisdom. Then she turned to In again and asked how long he would remain unscathed if he continued to swing his fists around like that. At that moment, In agreed with Amy that future opponents would be stronger and the place would be more dangerous. He understands that it is very easy to die there. But even though he agreed with this, In did not understand why he had to study under Ryujin. After hesitating a little with her answer, Ami pointed out that it was because Ryujin was stronger than him. This stunned In because he did not think so, and Ryujin agreed with Ami's words. To prove that these were not empty words, Ami suggested that In and Ryujin test it. After this suggestion, Ryujin and In looked at Ami in surprise, not quite understanding what they were supposed to do. She pointed to Ryujin and asked him to go first. Again, he didn't like that very much. But Ryujin understands that he cannot do it alone, and only Ami knows the way there, so now he has no choice but to comply with her request. He saw a large rock nearby and, pointing to it, asked In to hit it with the same force he usually uses when fighting someone. Turning away from Ryujin, In stands and looks at him with contempt. Ryujin wants to know if In can break it. Since In does nothing, Ryujin tells Ami that he will not be able to do it under any circumstances. This provokes In and motivates him to act. Finding an even bigger rock, In says that this is the one that suits him. He runs up and hits the rock so hard that it cracks. In's strength impressed Ami, who was standing nearby watching everything. The stone began to crumble and pieces of it fell to the ground. In stood there, satisfied, waiting for praise. However, despite what In had accomplished, Ryujin was not particularly impressed and stood silently for a moment. analyzing the situation. But then he began to speak, and the first thing Ryujin said was that In had done a poor job. But In, his expression changing, believed that he had managed to split the stone very well and quickly. Ryujin decided to undermine In's confidence by pointing out that he had only chipped off a few pieces of the stone and had not broken it completely. This criticism seems unfair to In. Ryujin then asks In to clench his fist as usual. Although In does not understand why he is doing this, he clenches his fist. Seeing this, Ryujin noticed that In didn't even know the basics, namely how to clench his fist correctly. For Ami and In, it seems very simple, but Ryujin understands that it requires the necessary knowledge. And then Ryujin began to demonstrate to In the peculiarities of clenching a fist, demonstrating everything on himself. He asked In to clench his fist with all his might. At first, In thought it was silly, but he decided to listen to Ryujin and do what he asked. While clenching his fist, Ina listened to Ryujin's instructions that the thumb should press all the other fingers in the middle. He demonstrated how to clench a fist and pointed out that the thumb allows you to clench your fist as tightly as possible. Closing his fist as Ryujin instructed, In really felt the strength in his fist, which surprised him because it seemed like a simple thing. He clenched both fists and realized that he was not straining more than usual, but still felt more strength in his fist than ever before. But Ryujin did not understand how In had been fighting before without knowing the basics. But their training did not end there. He noticed that there were also many flaws in In's movements when he fought with his fists, especially in his footwork. Ryujin then asks In to remember that when he punches forward, one foot stays in place and the other turns slightly. Ryujin also added that when striking, not only the shoulders and waist should move, but the whole body, and at the same time as throwing the fist, it is necessary to turn the leg. He noted that In does not use his legs at all during fights, so the strength of his entire body is not transferred to his fists. Yin listens carefully to all the information and tries not to argue, but rather to remember and reflect on it. Now Ryujin understands that In did not know this, so he believes that he was taught by someone who was not very experienced, which annoyed In. After everything Ryujin told In, he asked him to try again to break the stone, pointing to another one next to them. Gradually approaching the stone, In does not understand why this four-eyed hatter should be his teacher. He stopped near the stone and began to clench his fist, remembering what Ryujin had told him, pressing his thumb parallel to his fingers. Clenching his fist, In began to quickly gather as much momentum as possible for the upcoming blow. Ryujin looks at him and thinks that even without this knowledge, he manages to fight quite skillfully. He instinctively understands where and how to strike. And then, after striking the stone, everyone saw how its particles scattered in different directions. Satisfied, In turned around and said that everything had worked out, and now they could continue on to their destination. Looking down accidentally, he began to tremble again and insisted on taking another road that would bypass the water. Suddenly, In looked at his hands, which had strange marks on them. He was surprised and did not understand what they were. As In examined his hands and wondered about them, Ami became curious about what he had seen there that was so amazing. He said that strange marks had appeared on his hands, which were already beginning to fade. After looking, Ami noted that it was just blood. In was disappointed that it was nothing more. But he decided not to linger here any longer and insisted that they leave because the training was over. As he was leaving and heard them mocking him for not being able to take more than a few hits. To refute this, In turned around and said that he could train for a very long time. But Ami found this hard to believe. And now she decided to offer In a battle with Ryujin to the first strike. But Ryujin did not want to fight and wanted to refuse Ami's idea. Hearing this, In immediately rushed to attack Ryujin without waiting for his approval of the fight. But Ryujin is not ready for In's attack because he did not expect it at all and hoped to teach him something else. But he has nowhere to go, so he begins to dodge In's blows. And even with the first, albeit unexpected blow, In fails to hit him. But Ryujin also skillfully dodged In's next kick by jumping back. The fact that Ryujin dodges so well and does not allow Ina to even scratch him irritates Ina. Ami stands aside and watches their entire battle. Although she does not fight with them, she understands some of their shortcomings. During the fight, she noticed that although In has great strength, he does not know how to direct it in the right direction. Missing again and again, he becomes increasingly irritated because he wants to teach Ryujin a lesson. At one point, they stop, standing back to back. Ryujin already wants to leave, and In suddenly thought that Ryujin had been giving in to him the whole time during the fight. Just then, Ami again rebuked In for his excessive self-confidence. She emphasized that this should not be the case. But In began to justify himself by saying that Ryujin was very good at dodging, comparing his movements to those of an eel. He asks Ami what they should do next. Ami smiles and says that everything is the same as they agreed before the first strike. But Ryujin wants to try to stop her. He doesn't understand why he has to fight In, because there are other ways of learning that are more effective than such battles. This surprises Ami because there are 3 of them in the forest, so she decides to listen to Ryujin's idea. Then he points out that catching insects, which are abundant in the forest, is a wonderful exercise. In openly dislikes this idea because not everyone wants to catch insects in a damp forest. But before they started doing anything in the forest, Ryujin pointed out that they needed to rest and have a snack. Of course, everyone liked this idea, although they were surprised to hear such a proposal from Ryujin. During the break, Ryujin decided to learn more about the marks on In's body that appear when he does bad things and disappear when he does good things. He realized that In was planning to teach the guys with tattoos a lesson and use this to get rid of these strange marks on his body. Confirming Ryujin's guesses, In turned his attention to Ami, who suggested leaving the marks alone and not paying attention to them. But In began to explain that when he did nothing, new marks did not appear, so he tried once to leave them alone and ignore them. He recalled that after accepting them, everything was fine with him for a whole week, and he was not worried about anything. A week later, during another break, something strange started happening to him. His cheeks swelled up and his teeth started to hurt badly, causing him to tremble, not knowing what to do. Sitting in the middle of the forest, In recalls that day as if he is reliving those emotions, because even remembering it is painful for him. His story made R, Y, and A feel that In was too sensitive, which was not apparent from his appearance. But In began to explain that toothache is one of the most terrible things that can happen, and only those who have experienced such pain can understand it. He earnestly assures Ami and Ryujin that it is impossible to endure this pain. Summing up, Ami noted that each of them has their own goal to move forward, but unlike that, they have no plan to stick to. In is confident that when they arrive in Kowloon, he and Ryujin will neutralize the tattooed people. Ami will then have to get the rare precious herbs she collects. This is In's plan, and he thinks it's great. But then Ami wondered if fighting those people would be considered a bad thing rather than a good thing. In himself does not know how things will turn out, but so far after the battles with the tattooed men, he has not acquired any new marks. He also suggests that they may be so insignificant that they cannot be measured by either good or evil. The conversations tired In, so he no longer wants to talk and instead suggests eating because he is very hungry. Ryujin also wants to eat, so he is going to go catch someone, but he immediately notices that Ami will be doing the cooking. When Ryujin called Ina stupid, Ina pointed out that he is the same because they are all together in one place now. Suddenly, In stops arguing and tries to find out what he should do now that everyone is busy with food. Getting up from his seat, Ryujin tells In to practice because he doesn't have time for anything else, but In doesn't like that. It was already evening, the sun had almost set behind the horizon, and Ami could hear birds singing and other sounds in the forest. While building a fire to cook the fish that Ryujin caught, Ami and Ryujin hear various sounds from the forest, from which they understand that In is still there. Tired, In chases a butterfly through the forest, trying to catch it to train his agility and accuracy. He sits down to rest for a while, thinking about how he can't catch these butterflies for some reason. Before going to get food that day, Ryujin told In to practice and catch the butterfly. But In didn't want to do it at the time, thinking Ryujin's task was strange and pointless. Ryujin realized that In thought it was a fairly easy task that he could quickly accomplish. In confirmed this, saying that he could catch many butterflies, but Ryujin needed him to take action, so In had to come eat after hunting. Laughing, In ran into the forest to look for butterflies. But unlike him, Ryujin understands that this is quite a difficult task. While waiting for In to return for dinner, Ami tries to find out from Ryujin why he sent In to look for and catch butterflies. Putting fish on an improvised skewer, Ryujin explains that In is talented, but without knowledge, he wastes his strength and speed. Continuing to put the fish on the skewer, Ryujin notes that In does not know how to apply his strength correctly. He makes many unnecessary movements, and he does not anticipate his opponent's actions. Passing the fish to Ami, who is skeptical, Ryujin points out that In only waves his limbs, although focusing only on movements does not produce results. And butterfly movements are difficult to predict, especially for someone like In, who only jumps from side to side. It's a great place to run and train. Putting the fish on the fire, Ami continues to doubt its preparation. Looking into the thicket of the forest, Ryujin admits that it is really difficult for In to complete this task, so if he catches even one butterfly, that will be good enough. Then Ami decides to call out to In and tell him that he can catch just one butterfly. But this does not make Inu feel any better because he cannot catch even one. Suddenly, he looked at the path and saw a gray butterfly, which he mistook for an ordinary one. A few minutes later, Ryujin and Ami saw Ina coming out of the forest. He returned proud of himself, calling himself great and unique. But Ryujin decided to stop this, saying that In was so happy as if he were carrying a bag of butterflies, even though he had barely caught one. He asked In to show him the butterfly. But Ryujin did not spoil In's mood, and he confidently began to say that they would be very surprised now. He proudly and with a smile carefully took out the butterfly and showed it to Ryujin and Ami. But they looked at Ina without any particular emotion and said that it was just an ordinary gray butterfly. But In continued to boast about his achievement, waiting for Ryujin and Ami to start praising him. After all, in his opinion, he had done it quickly and easily. But instead of praise, Ami and Ryujin exchanged glances and realized that In had not heard what they had just said to him. Hearing Ami and Ryujin's murmurs instead of praise, In's expression changed, and he became more serious and a little irritated. But Ami decided not to upset In and praised him for such a wonderful workout and invited him to sit down and eat. But suddenly In started shouting because he had to eat fish and he didn't like seafood. And after such a difficult training session, he really wanted to eat. But Ami was no longer going to be nice to In, so she forced him to be quiet and sit down to eat. She also looked up at In and told him that he had not caught a butterfly but a gray moth, which is not even considered a butterfly. He didn't believe Ami at first, but after thinking it over, he realized that she was right, and that his catch was not a butterfly. He sits silently and blushes for his actions and for the fact that he still failed to catch the butterfly. Meanwhile, the gray butterfly was still fluttering in his hands, even though Ina was holding it by its wing. Seeing In red as a crab, Ami and Ryujin realized that he definitely hadn't heard what they had told him about the butterfly when he showed it to them. Night falls and the moon shines brightly in the sky, unobscured even by the clouds. At this time, In is awake, sitting by one of the rocks. He watches Ami and Ryujin, who have gone to sleep under the open sky. In is surprised that they are sleeping so peacefully. When she took a blanket out of her medicine bag, everyone was surprised at how she had managed to fit it in there. Smiling, she explains to In and Ryujin that the bag is like a fifth dimension. After resting for a while, In gets up and decides to go and try again to complete the butterfly task. Heading into the forest, In is confident that butterflies fly not only during the day but also at night. At this time, Ryujin is still awake and sees In going to the forest again. Ryujin is pleased that In has not given up. Waking up in the morning, Ryujin puts on his hat first thing. Then he looks around to check the situation. He is surprised when he notices In. He had returned from the forest and, as if nothing had happened, lay down to sleep next to Ami. He stretched out his arms, one of which fell on Ami's face. Then Ryujin tried to wake Ina and find out if he had given up so easily. Ami slowly began to wake up, feeling someone's hand on her face. Realizing that it was Ina's hand, Ami became frightened and began to scream in irritation. She quickly removed In's hand and screamed even louder, thinking that he was touching her. These screams woke In up abruptly and he jumped up. He was still very sleepy and didn't understand why Ami was screaming so loudly. She quickly began to pack her blanket into a bag, accusing Ina that it was because of him that she had a nightmare, and she was even more upset that Ina was reaching out to her. Ami's reaction surprised Ina because he had no bad intentions and was just relaxing in his sleep. Ryujin approached him, curious to know if In had given up without catching a single butterfly. Getting up, In suggested that they follow him because he wanted to show Ami and Ryujin something. He headed for the forest, but Ami and Ryujin froze for a moment, not understanding why In was leading them there. Unable to bear the mystery any longer, Ami began to urge In to hurry up. At that moment, In saw a butterfly and asked Ami and Ryujin to be quiet so as not to scare it away. As the butterfly fluttered between the trees, In pointed out that they were about to see something unusual. So In stood still near the butterfly, which began to land on him, and at that moment, In began to feel nervous. In a few seconds, the butterfly fluttered its wings many times, allowing it to move quickly. In stands still and watches, afraid to scare the insect away. As soon as the butterfly stopped, I began to raise my hand intently, without making any unnecessary movements. Suddenly, he managed to quickly grab the butterfly with one hand without moving any other part of his body. Ami and Ryujin stand nearby, calmly and intently watching. And now In opens his palm and proudly shows Ami and Ryujin the butterfly lying in it. Without any excitement and silently, they stand and look at the butterfly in Ina's palm. They turn away, unimpressed, and Ami even remarks that she can do the same thing. This irritates Ina, and he asks Ami to demonstrate. Without hesitation, Ami approaches the bush where the butterfly is sitting, and slowly lowers herself in front of it so that the butterfly is at eye level. Freezing, she slowly raised her hand and carefully picked up the butterfly by its wings with 2 fingers. Seeing how skillfully and quickly she did it, In was extremely surprised, not wanting to believe his eyes. She showed the butterfly to In without even turning to him. Ami pointed out that it is worth catching someone whose actions are unpredictable when they are motionless. But In, not believing what he saw, began to accuse Ami of cheating, and Ami was not surprised by this. While In and Ami argue with each other, Ryujin, satisfied that In was able to catch the butterfly, moves on. He understands that a butterfly is actually a small, almost weightless creature. And if you wave your arms around like I did at first, air currents appear around your arms that push the butterfly away when the movements are too strong. Although In did not immediately understand what to do, his shoulders were able to relax on their own, which put In's body in a state of lightness. And Ryujin noted that at the last moment, focusing all his strength in one movement, In was able to catch the butterfly. He noted that it was the same as with his fists. In knew nothing but did it anyway. While Ryujin was thinking, In and Ami continued to argue. Leaving the forest, they found themselves in a place with houses and lots of people around. This settlement seemed extremely strange to In, which he said very loudly. Everything around him was made of stone. When Ami asked him not to shout so loudly and turned around and saw only Ami behind him, while Ryujin had disappeared somewhere. It turned out that he was standing near one of the tents where a young man was selling various headwear, hats, and caps. Seeing Ryujin there, In and Ami became curious about what he was doing there. Ryujin chose a new hat and decided to buy it. He surprised Ami and In by choosing new things for himself in this situation. The 3 of them sat down to rest, and In asked Ryujin why he bought another hat that was similar to the one he was currently wearing. But Ryujin assured In and Ami that this hat was completely different and not similar to the one he already had. He couldn't pass up the hats. When Ryujin called the hats cute and disagreed with him because he didn't understand how headwear could be cute. While In and Ryujin were arguing about the hats, the food they had ordered was brought to their table. At that moment, Ryujin asked the waiter if they had wet towels at their establishment. In interrupted their conversation and suggested that Ryujin eat with the chopsticks that had also been brought to them. He also pointed to Ami, who had started eating with her dirty hands. Hearing this, Ami angrily turned to In. Ryujin noted that he found it disgusting to eat with dirty hands. In looked at Ryujin with disgust, considering him too fastidious. Suddenly, there was talk among the crowd that the Yaso brothers were standing nearby. Seeing them, fear began to appear in people's eyes. When Inami and Ryujin heard these conversations, they also turned to where the crowd was pointing to see who was there. They saw two men. One was short with blonde hair and the other was tall and burly, unlike the first. They stood back to back and began to look around. Naoin was curious about who they were, but Ryujin had never heard of these brothers either. But suddenly, Ami began to say that they were also called Wolf and Bear. She was surprised that In and Ryujin had not heard of them. In turned to Ami, wanting to hear more about them, because it turned out that she did know something about them. She said that the short man was the older brother Wolf. He picks on everyone and is considered cool, though not very smart. He usually hangs out with bounty hunters, and his movements are very smooth and fast. He is considered cunning and unpredictable like a fox. If he doesn't get paid for his work, he starts a big fight or finds the person who promised the reward and makes fun of them. After Ami's story, In looked at his older brother Wolf and thought that this was exactly how losers behaved. He is very experienced, so in Ami's opinion, he is well known among all the other hunters. Ami continued the story and pointed to the giant, saying that he was Bear's younger brother. She doesn't know if he is always so silent, but judging by his size, he is definitely not a weak man. After Ami's story, In continued eating and said that he didn't care about either the older or younger brother. In particularly noted that he didn't care about them if they had no connection to the tattooed people, and now he didn't care about the bounties on their heads. Suddenly, someone touched his shoulder and asked him to move. At that moment, their younger brother, nicknamed Bear, pushed them off the bench, while their older brother Wolf stood behind them. This was unexpected for Ami, who looked at the man in surprise. But Ina was very annoyed and began to shout and argue. But the burly man nicknamed Bear calmly pushed them aside. The older brother Wolf considered himself polite and tactful as he moved to sit in the now vacant seat. Because Bear pushed Ami, she knocked over Ryujin's plate of food and all his food spilled onto the table. He looked at the floor and saw his new hat lying there, also covered in food. At this moment, Wolf sat down contentedly in Ami's seat, thanking her for giving it up, and was about to eat their food. Inu didn't like such insolence, but before attacking him, Inu asked if he wanted to go to the other world. As soon as I asked this, Ryujin, sitting on a bench and without raising his head, put his sword to Wolf's older brother's neck. Ryujin's behavior shocked Wolf. He did not expect anyone to want to interfere with him. Without turning to Wolf, Ryujin said that he might as well not even ask for mercy. Ryujin's statement made Wolf laugh and he did not hide it, laughing demonstratively. It was not for nothing that people considered him very fast and skilled at moving smoothly, because in a moment he was no longer with Ryujin's sword at his neck. By the time Ryujin turned his head to look at Wolf, he had disappeared from the bench and was behind him. Impressed, In and Ami sat nearby, watching Wolf move quickly. At this moment, standing behind Ryujin, Wolf hints to him that he has attacked the wrong person and can now go to the other world. Suddenly, they saw In rush into the fight, swinging his arms and saying that pushing is not nice. He attacks the bear who pushed In and Ami, but even following the rules taught to him by Ryujin, In is unable to harm his enemy. Putting all his strength into his fist, the bear was able to stop him with just one palm. After that, the bear did not even get angry. He stood there without showing any emotion. Laughing, Wolf said that they could only shout and scare, but in reality, they could do nothing. He called them small fry, who were easy to defeat. At that moment, In did not understand how this happened, and the wolf ordered the bear to deal with In, whom he considered small fry. While the bear was dealing with In, the wolf was going to finish his conversation with Ryujin, but when he turned around, he did not see him on the bench. At that moment, Ryujin stood up and began to clean his new hat of the food that had been spilled on it. Seeing that Ryujin had gotten up and was going about his business, Wolf decided that he had decided to run away. But Ryujin has no intention of running away. He puts down his hat and reminds Wolf not to ask him for mercy. In watches them closely, once again impressed by Ryujin's self-confidence and his desire to avenge his hat. But not far from them stands Amy. In and Ryujin raise many questions for her. After all, she believes that they have a much more important matter to attend to. Hearing Ryujin's words, Wolf laughs in his face, considering him very perceptive because, in Wolf's opinion, it is Ryujin who will ask for mercy. Without waiting another second, Ryujin rushed at Wolf with his weapon, intending to punish him for ruining his hat. Realizing that Ryujin would attack no matter what, Wolf was a little scared and surprised because he had expected something else. But Ryujin attacks Wolf confidently, noting that now they will see who will ask for mercy. Without hesitation, Ryujin strikes the first blow, which Wolf luckily dodges by stepping back from a standing position. Now the Wolf is no longer joking because he is serious and intends to teach Ryujin a lesson. Ryujin stands over Wolf and realizes that his opponent has dodged, so he changes his position on the ground to attack Ryujin in return. Now, Wolf is going to attack Ryujin using leg techniques. Although he is impressed by Ryujin's skill and courage, he still cannot believe that Ryujin attacked him. While Wolf is almost lying down, Ryujin is about to attack him again, and strikes with his sword from top to bottom, but hits the ground. Wolf managed to use his speed to jump back and dodge Ryujin's attack. After that, he looks Ryujin in the eyes, thinking that this is all he is capable of. Although Ryujin understands that his opponent is very skilled and has a lot of experience, he is not going to give up. Meanwhile, not far from Ryujin and Wolf, In and Bear stand facing each other. An angry In looks at Bear and does not understand if they are going to fight at all, because Bear is just standing there and blocking In's blows. He can't take it anymore and yells at Bear, asking if he plans to fight or just stare. In also sees that although Ryujin pretends to have everything under control, he is too excited. So In suggests that Bear move aside if he's not going to fight, because he wants to help Ryujin. And now In simply and calmly told the giant to get out of his way. After saying this, In decides to try to push his opponent's arm away and simply walk past him to help Ryujin. But Bear continued to stand silently, not letting In pass. In got angry and was overcome with emotion, and he began to demand that Bear fight him. In also decided that if he wouldn't let him pass, he would push him aside himself and try to attack his enemy with his foot. But the bear was able to block this blow and easily pushed In's leg away. Following the kick, In began to strike with his fists, but this also had no effect as the giant continued to block them, delivering blow after blow. In did not understand why nothing was working. He followed his movements as he did in training and tried not to waste energy. Delivering another punch, In realized that he had blocked it extremely well. This made In angry because even though he was following all the rules, nothing was working. Ami watches all of In's attempts to defeat the giant. She sees every mistake he makes. She is not very happy with what she sees because the training has not produced the desired result. After watching In's battle, Ami looks over to where Ryujin is fighting Wolf. At that moment, Wolf tries to attack Ryujin with a jump in the air. Ami also sees how quickly Ryujin swings his sword, trying to strike Wolf. She is unpleasantly surprised by how eager the men are to fight. During Wolf's next attack on Ryujin, he heard Ami calling his name. This was surprising to him because Ami was distracting him from the battle, which could cause him to get hurt. Despite this, he still looked in her direction. She is holding the hat that Ryujin recently bought and points out that while they are climbing the mountain, he will be able to buy 1,000 such hats. Looking over Baron's shoulder, he notes that since Ami touched Ryujin's hat, he might get even angrier. In also decides that this could make him even angrier. Suddenly, he hears Ami's voice calling him. She asks In why he is racking his brains during the fight because that's not his style. With a hint of irritation, she urges In to use everything he has learned in training. Ami's words annoyed In, but she continued, pointing out that he just needed to be more natural. After that, In thought about what she meant, and Ami pointed out that he shouldn't think, but just move because his body should remember everything. Still, Ami suggested that it was probably impossible to fight without thinking, but that was how sudden strikes came about. If you analyze every move, there will be no time for a fight. In addition, she asked Ina to turn on his instincts and intuition. Standing opposite Bear, In looked him up and down, and he confidently noted that now it would be difficult for the bear to just block. But Bear didn't respond and didn't even understand what In meant. Suddenly, In began to attack his opponent with his feet, saying that now he was ready to demonstrate his kung fu skills. But his opponent was also confident and believed that he could block any of In's blows. But Yin, with a smile and confidence mixed with irritation, continued to attack Bear. And after Ami's instructions, In began to fight completely differently, delivering blow after blow that the bear could barely block. But the bear tries to block every blow from In without giving in to his emotion. In, on the other hand, is very pleased with his actions and shows it in every way, especially through the broad smile that appeared on his face. This is not surprising, as it finally manages to break through the bear's blocks little by little. But even after such small victories, Ina Bear continues to stand almost motionless. Suddenly, with eyes full of confidence, In clenches his fist and swings it. This blow was the most successful one during the fight with the bear, as Inu managed to break through his blocks and deliver a powerful blow. In is satisfied with this blow, although he tries to restrain his display of happiness. The blow causes Bear to sway from side to side, which is seen by his brother Wolf. At this moment, Ryujin watches Wolf's actions, hoping to use them against him. And when Wolf was distracted and watching Bear's fight, Ryujin was able to put a weapon to his neck. But this did not pose a danger to the wolf, as he is able to move quickly, so using this skill, the wolf seemed to teleport away from there. At that very moment, he appeared behind Ryujin and attacked him with a kick. He decided to provoke Ryujin and called him pathetic, adding that he would now warn him of every blow. As he kicked, Wolf said that he would now subdue Ryujin. But just as he was about to touch Ryujin with his foot, Ryujin began to move quickly, changing his position. This ability of Ryujin surprised the wolf because until that moment, he had not demonstrated it. And Ryujin managed to skillfully move behind Wolf's back. This surprised Wolf even more. Standing behind the wolf, Ryujin said that the wolf was good at deceiving, but that was all he was capable of. Ryujin compared him to a dog that only barks. And then the first blood was shed. Ryujin wounded the wolf in the side with his sword. To stop the bleeding and ease the pain, the wolf held his wound. He tries to control his emotions, but without choosing his words carefully, insults Ryujin. Ryujin further provoked Wolf by saying that he considered him weak, but if he could dodge the blow, Ryujin's opinion of him would change. These words awaken a strong rage in Wolf that he can no longer contain. He quickly moves behind Ryujin, who manages to notice him. Behind Ryujin, Wolf tried to kick him but missed, and Ryujin grabbed his leg. Pulling Wolf by the leg, he turned him around and pushed his face to the ground. But as Wolf fell, Ryujin tried to strike him with his weapon. However, Wolf managed to dodge the blow. Suddenly, Wolf begins to enter tornado mode in front of Ryujin. Jumping up, Wolf tries to attack Ryujin again. He was very angry and wanted to show Ryujin his strength so that he would stop boasting about his abilities. But Ryujin remains alert and, using his knowledge, changes his position and manages to push Wolf further away from him. The Wolf did not expect this, as he did not doubt himself for a moment, but such overconfidence almost cost him defeat. But Ryujin not only managed to push Wolf away, but also struck him with his weapon in the shoulder. Bleeding profusely, Wolf flew away from Ryujin and fell to the ground. In witnessed Ryujin's blow and also noticed that Wolf had fallen to the ground. He believes that Bear can go and take Wolf away. But Bear did not react to this with any strong emotions. He remained emotionless. Suddenly, the Wolf's eyes glowed red and something began to happen to him. Then, as if nothing had happened, he got up and rushed to attack Ryujin again. Seeing that the Wolf had begun to attack and was visibly changing, Ryujin was surprised, not understanding what was happening. While Ryujin was in shock, Wolf quickly approached him. Ryujin did not have time to dodge, and the Wolf wounded his face with his newly appeared claws. In noticed the Wolf's transformation and was so surprised that he even began to stutter. In became curious about what was happening to the Wolf's eyes. Just then he heard someone's voice saying that it was enough, and when he turned his head he saw the bear in front of him, who had started to move. At that moment, In was frightened by the fact that his opponent had unexpectedly started to move. Suddenly, the bear slammed his fist into the ground, demonstrating his strength, which turned out to be very great, as dust flew around. This blow from the bear caused the entire stone city to shake as if during an earthquake. Pillars of dust rose around In, obscuring his view, but he managed to see a hole where the bear had struck and that he had disappeared from there. Meanwhile, the Wolf tried to attack Ryujin again, who took advantage of his opponent's proximity and struck him in the side with his sword. Pain began to pierce the Wolf's body, causing him to growl and scream loudly. At that moment, his eyes turned red and filled with rage. Although Ryujin tries to control himself and restrain his emotions, it becomes clear that for a moment he was frightened. He saw the enraged Wolf in front of him, who seemed to be transforming into someone else. In addition to red eyes, he had sharp teeth and even fangs, and sharp claws appeared on his hands. He began to growl loudly in a voice that was not human. Standing nearby, In watched in amazement as Ryujin's opponent transformed. Ryujin himself is no less impressed than In and does not understand what is happening at all. Ami is also surprised by what she sees, but she realizes that her assumption that these are the Yasa brothers may now be confirmed. The Wolf turned into a half-beast. He began to hiss loudly and breathe just as loudly. The people nearby couldn't help but notice what was happening, and when they saw the Wolf's transformation, they were terrified. Meanwhile, the Wolf looked sideways at Ryujin with his red eyes filled with rage. Ryujin stood motionless in front of him, slightly afraid of what would happen next. Then the Wolf, whose ears and nose had become sharp and whose hair had become long like fur, began to attack Ryujin. Pulling himself together, Ryujin focused and prepared to repel the Wolf's attack. Suddenly, someone tugged at him from behind, which surprised the Wolf. Behind the Wolf appeared the bear, who grabbed him in mid-air and lightly hit him from behind. Calmly and deliberately, the bear pointed out that the Wolf had fought enough as it had gotten out of control. But the Wolf cannot calm down and continues to hiss and try to rush at Ryujin. Despite this, the bear does not let him do so, and with some aggression, swings his arm and strikes the ground. The blow sent up pillars of dust through which nothing could be seen, and bear and wolf disappeared. The sun has already begun to set behind the horizon, leaving bright, colorful traces in the sky. At this time, In tries to learn more about the Asu clan. He sits opposite Ami and realizes that she knows more about them, so he asks her to tell him who they are. After thinking for a moment, Ami calmly answered In's question, saying that what he saw was called Yasu. In is annoyed by this answer because Ami has not clarified anything, but only repeated what was already clear. Sitting next to In is Ryujin, who joins the conversation, saying that he has heard that the Yasu disappeared long ago. He did not know where they came from or why they had such power, but Ryujin knew for sure that they could change their appearance. He heard that each of the Yasu can turn into a beast, and his opponent turned into something between a wolf and a dog. Ryujin thinks they are gone now. From Ryujin's story, In guessed that they might be Suinjonas. He became curious as to why the Yasu had disappeared. Ryujin noted that they disappeared because they were too strong. They appeared even before the catastrophe that brought the Suinjon into existence. Ryujin also explained that Suinjon are beast-like from birth, while Yasu, unlike them, can transform from human to beast and vice versa. They turned out to be stronger than the Suinjon. In the struggle for power that unfolded after the catastrophe, they always had the upper hand. But later they were terrorized. People united and began hunting Yasu, after which rumors spread that they had all been sent to the other world. Ryujin listened attentively to the whole story and never interrupted him, but now Ryujin understood why his opponent had moved that way. Ami stood nearby and added to Ryujin's story that it was the first time she had ever seen a person who could move after such injuries. She also noted that there were rumors that someone had captured several Yasu, but no one knew why. After Ryujin and Ami-in's story, he thought about the Yasu clan for a moment. Suddenly, he said that he didn't care about the Yasu, whoever they were, because they had escaped. This surprised Ryujin because he had told the story because of In's curiosity. The next day, In was satisfied that he had slept well and eaten well, so now he was ready to move on. Suddenly, In, Ami, and Ryujin heard someone screaming, and of course they decided to find out what was going on. Looking around, they saw a woman sitting on the ground and screaming to the whole street that she had been robbed. She pointed to a man who was quickly running through the crowd and asked for help to stop him. Looking closely, Ryujin noticed the tattoo they needed on the thief's arm. Ami and In also saw it. Behind them, at a distance, a man was sitting at a table who, seeing the thief, threw something at him through the crowd. Meanwhile, the thief continues to run away with his loot so that no one can catch him. However, he is struck in the back with some object and falls. Turning around, In, Ami, and Ryujin noticed a man sitting calmly at the table. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man who was calmly finishing his meal as if nothing had happened. Without looking up at the travelers, the man sits and smiles because he managed to neutralize the thief without even leaving his seat. Annoyed, In looked at him, not understanding who he was and saying that he was the first to notice the thief. But Ryujin tries to calm him down because he got what he deserved. Ami also pointed out that Vinu had had enough fun here and that it was time for them to move on. She also doesn't think that this man knows anything, and they risk getting involved with another gangster. Moving on, In noticed that the man was quite lucky and could be useful to them on their journey. Suddenly, they heard someone snort at In's words and turned to look at the person sitting there. Continuing to eat and without turning to them, the man who neutralized the thief notes that, unlike some people, he does have luck. Looking at him, Ami did not understand what the man meant, and at that moment he turned to her. The man smiled as if he was showing off his deed. After all, it was he who had injured the thief, and now the woman he had robbed could take revenge on him, which she was doing right now. But In took the man's words personally, thinking that he was hinting at him, which made him angry. But Ryujin and Ami didn't let him finish and pushed him aside, smiling and thanking the man for helping to catch the thief. But In started yelling at them because he didn't understand why they were doing this, to which Ami turned to him and reminded him that it was better not to get involved in conflicts. She is waiting for an answer from him that will satisfy her, and through gritted teeth, In promises not to make a scene. At this time, the man left his food and turned completely to the travelers. Smiling, he asked permission to go with them. But none of them could immediately answer this man because such a request from a stranger seemed strange to them. Smiling, he noted that he had seen how they reacted when they saw the tattoo and assumed that they were interested in the Singugami bandits. Hearing about these bandits and realized that this man might know something about them. Waving his hand, he said that he didn't know much about them, but he did have a business with them. But he added that he was afraid to go to them himself. And then he remembered that rumors said that they had defeated the Yasu brothers yesterday. Ami and In looked intently at this man, and he said that he had seen their fight with his own eyes, so he would be happy to go with them. Turning up his nose, In haughtily remarked that this man was well versed in fighting. Suddenly, someone refuses to let the man join them on their journey. This refusal raises many questions for In. It was Ryujin who decided to refuse the man on his own, believing that they did not need any more companion. The man was disappointed by the refusal because then they could have exchanged some information. He quickly got up from the table and walked away, wishing them well without looking back. Leaving the village and heading through the stone mountains, In follows Ami and Ryujin, dissatisfied with their refusal to help the man. Although In believes that he could have been useful to them, Ryujin thinks that they do not know what he is capable of. He does not look weak, but he is afraid to go alone. But In points out that not everything in the world is obvious because he may look weak on the outside but be very strong on the inside. Ami agrees with In's opinion, looking at Ryujin in hopes that everything he said earlier was projected onto him by Ami, but she added that they cannot be 100% sure that they need a companion with such power. Ami notes that they cannot know how this will affect their meeting with Singugami. She also suggests that things could get even worse. Still, Ami thinks that there is some truth in Ryujin's words, and that he does not seem like someone who knows something. Ta-In suggests taking him with them because, unlike him, they have information, but Ami considers this idea even more ridiculous. Suddenly, Ryujin starts jumping because an arrow hits the ground nearby. Seeing it, Ryujin orders everyone to lie down. At that moment, Ami and In begin to dodge the arrows, while Ryujin tries to deflect several of them. Spears are also flying at them. In notices 3 people on one of the mountains. One of them is a giant. The second looks like a child, and the third is an ordinary person. 2 of them have arrows for fighting, and the giant has spears. Their appearance was very unexpected for In, Ami, and Ryujin. In does not know who they are or why they are here. Without waiting, they shoot arrows at the 3. Everyone starts running in different directions to avoid being hit by the arrows. Angrily, In looked at the robbers again and realized that they probably just wanted help to go to the other world. Then In saw Ryujin rush towards the robbers at the top of the mountain. At that moment, one of the robbers began to draw his bow, aiming it at Ryujin. Ryujin saw every arrow flying towards him but continued to run towards his target. He intently watches the trajectory of the arrows and skillfully dodges them. The archer did not think that anyone could dodge his arrows so skillfully. Reaching the cliff, Ryujin was able to jump off the ground and head for the top of the cliff. But at that moment, the archer also began to move so as not to engage in close combat with Ryujin. Ryujin managed to jump high enough to land on the very top of the rock where the enemies were. On the rock, the men were very surprised that someone had managed to get close to them and could think of nothing better than to run away. The giant who was holding the smallest of them threw him onto a nearby rock. The one who shot Ryujin with a bow also jumped onto a nearby rock, laughing at Ryujin. When Ryujin found himself on the rock, there was no one else there, but arrows began to fly at him again from the side. So Ryujin had to dodge and fend off the arrows flying at him again. But Ryujin found himself surrounded on 3 sides because the robbers had fled to other rocks nearby. In noticed this and was annoyed that they had climbed higher and were showing off, and when he approached them, they ran away. They cover each other and there is nowhere to hide in this area. All this makes him think that these robbers are acting like cowards. Now, Ryujin understands that these enemies are another problem on their way to their goal. One of the bandits noted that Ryujin is very fast, but he wants to see how long he can keep up this pace. Realizing that he cannot handle 3 bandits on top of the cliff alone, Ryujin jumps down without hesitation. He approaches in and notes that without the right attacks, nothing will work, because they are at the mercy of these bandits and everything they do is visible to them. Unable to bear it, In began to shout at the robbers and try to find out why they had attacked them for no reason. Then one of the robbers said that there were various rumors about them, namely that they were involved in fights, so he was sure that they had money with them. While the man is talking about how this is their territory and they simply couldn't help but attack, and now they are waiting for them to give them their money, Ami hides behind a small rock. Looking around, Ryujin notes that they still need to walk between the rocks on the plain for a while, where they will be clearly visible. He understands that in order for the road ahead to be safe, they must get rid of these robbers who are at the top. In believes that they will deal with all this gradually. He starts to run quickly, but the bandit with the bow does not miss the opportunity and starts shooting arrows at In. As he continues to run, In realizes that it is difficult for him to dodge so many arrows and he becomes frightened. The archer sees that In does not stop and is surprised at how determined he is. Just then, Ryujin notices that the arrows are flying at In from the other side, and it is difficult for him to protect In from them. In also sees these arrows next to him, but it is difficult for him to do anything about them. Suddenly, something starts hitting the arrows and they begin to fall, forcing In to take cover. It turns out that the man from the village is standing nearby holding stones in his hands, which he used to hit the arrows flying at Ina. When In saw him, he was very surprised to see this man here, but he didn't care anymore. He started yelling at the archer and threatening to send him to the other world, but the archer was no less surprised than In by the appearance of another person. However, he believes that the rock on which he is now standing is still a safe place for him. Enraged, In heads for the rock where the robber is, confident in his strength and intent on revenge. Although In understands that the archer will not come down on his own, he decides to break the rock, which will cause the robber to fall to the ground. From In's first blow, the archer realizes that he is too strong and that it is difficult for him to dodge such force. The rock began to shake and it became difficult for the archer to maintain his balance. And at the moment of his fall, In delivered a powerful blow that he could not dodge. The biggest bandit watched this with surprise and fear in his eyes. While he was focused on the fight, Ryujin appeared on the rock behind him. The giant did not expect Ryujin to appear next to him. He did not understand how Ryujin managed to get there unnoticed. He was about to run away. But as he jumped, the giant was struck in the leg by a stone thrown by the man who had come to Ryujin's aid. After that, Ryujin delivered the decisive blow. Of the 3 robbers, only one remained. He saw how strong In and Ryujin were and how much damage they could cause. He began to move by jumping from the tops of the rocks. A man from the village watches his escape, holding another stone in his hand. The fugitive looked back and thought that they were lucky to have found this oasis because next time everything would be different for them. But at that moment, he saw the 4th man who had come to help start aiming at him. He believes that the man will not hit him because he is already far away and moving quickly, but the man takes a swing and throws the stone at the last fugitive. When the stone began to catch up with its target, the fugitive was very frightened, but it was too late because he was hit anyway. After they managed to get rid of all 3 robbers, In began to complain that the man had interfered because they could have done everything themselves. But smiling, the man from the village began to talk about how they had failed to get along last time, so he wanted to bring up the past again. Ami immediately guessed that he wanted to discuss the possibility of him joining their group. The man confirmed Ami's assumption. He stood in front of the trio and smiled, waiting for their answer. At that moment, Ami and In turned and looked intently at Ryujin, who had been able to refuse him last time. They waited for his decision. But before answering, Ryujin decided to ask the man who he was. With his hands in his jacket pockets, the man with blonde hair and a scar on his face introduced himself as Sol Tayon. He also immediately informed the travelers that he had previously been one of the Sengugos. At that moment, everyone became alert and Ryujin even reached for his sword, not waiting for something bad to happen. But Sol Tayon saw how tense they were and immediately began to emphasize that this was in the past and that he was no longer one of them. However, Inami and Ryujin couldn't believe it and asked for confirmation. Sol Tayon reiterated that he was no longer with that gang. He went on to say that there was a person in the Sengugov gang whom Sol Tayon wanted to rescue. Ami listened attentively to his story because he said that this was his only business with the Sengugov gang. Sol Tayon also reminded them that he didn't think it was a good idea to go to them alone, so he was asking for help. Ryujin became curious about what he could offer them in return for their help. Sol Taeyeon reminded him of his ability to throw stones. Smiling, he also noted that he had accurate information about the Singugs. After looking closely at Sol Taeyeon, Ryujin was ready to decide whether he would join them. Sol Taeyeon stood opposite him and smiled, hoping that Ryujin would make the right decision. After listening to Sol Taeyeon's story, Ryujin moved on, but noted that they were accepting him. Walking down the paved road in Sol Taeyeon, they asked him who he was looking for. It turned out that he was looking for a mentor named Baek Wool. Ina's curiosity was piqued, and he became interested in why Sol Taeyeon did not leave the Singugs with Baek Wool. Sol Taeyeon refuted Ina's assumption that it was difficult to leave the Singugs because it was more difficult to get into them. After that, Ryujin suggested that this was the reason why there were so many fake Singugs. But when Ami heard that it was easy to leave the gang, she found it strange that Baek Wool was still there and assumed that he might already be dead. But Sol Taeyeon smiled and assured her that her assumption was incorrect because, in his opinion, it was impossible. Sol Taeyeon's confidence that Baek Wool was alive surprised everyone, but without hesitation Sol Taeyeon told his listeners that Baek Wool had superhuman strength. He also added that Baek Wool had his reasons for staying in the gang. Sol Taeyeon promised to tell them about it someday. Since Sol Taeyeon was walking behind them, Ami In and Ryujin turned to him to hear his thoughts on Baek Wool. Then the travelers reached their destination. There were many buildings and tall trees around. There are also many different people here. Once in the crowd, In asked if this is really Kulin. Now everyone is waiting for instructions from Tan Yeon on where to go. He explained that he himself did not know exactly where the Singug base was, but assured them that there was a person in Kulin who knew their exact location. He also notes that his mentor is not here and that they came here to find out where he and Singugi are. Looking around, everyone became curious about what kind of place this was. Ami briefly explained that this was a place where good people gathered in times of chaos and lawlessness. Turning to Ina, she noted that everyone here tries to keep their opinions to themselves and live peacefully, so she asked them not to argue for no reason. After listening to everything, Ryujin asked where they should go now. At that moment, In, with a smile on his face and satisfaction in his voice, said that he needed to eat meat first. This suggestion surprised Tanyeon, but did not surprise Ami and Ryujin. They were already used to Ina's constant desire to eat. But suddenly Ami said she needed to leave for a while and suggested that everyone split up for a bit and then meet up again in one place. In her opinion, Tan Yona's information about the gang was valuable, but they did not know exactly what had happened after he left the gang. Soen suggested finding out something valuable over a meal, and no one else objected. When In left, Ami reminded him not to argue with anyone or get into fights. On the streets of this city, there are many people standing under the open sky, various merchants and townspeople walking around. In the middle of this crowd, Ami Ryujin and Sol Tan Yeon gathered, glancing at their watches. They were waiting for In, who had not yet arrived. Suddenly, loud cries were heard not far from where they were standing. Ami immediately realized that the commotion was related to In. Sure enough, In is standing nearby, arguing with two boys, one of whom is tall with long blonde hair, and the other is small and childlike. The smaller boy has black-rimmed eyes, red hair, a butterfly necklace, and a pom-pom hat on his head. The tall boy with light hair also had slightly lined eyes and several earrings in his ear. In accused them of taking his food. Ami, Ryujin, and Sol Tan Yog approached them to ask what had happened between them. The smaller boy began to tease Ina for not being able to handle them on his own and bringing his friends. His words annoy Ina because he believes that someone as small as him has no right to speak. Ami approached Ina and, nudging him in the shoulder, reminded him of her request not to get involved in the fight. The tall boy, who was also involved in the argument with Ina, looked closely at Ami and seemed surprised by something. Seeing his reaction, the smaller boy was upset and surprised at the same time because he did not support him in any way. Approaching In, Ryujin noted that he had now found a worthy opponent, pointing to the smaller boy. In did not like Ryujin's words. The older boy stood silently, not reacting to his opponent or even his friend. His behavior greatly surprised the younger boy, who did not understand what was going on. Meanwhile, In tells everyone that these two boys were sitting at the same table with him, and while he was eating, they gradually moved closer to him. In addition, they ate In's meat. He did nothing to them, and then they stole more meat from In. So now In considers himself a victim. But the younger boy doesn't understand why In is so surprised, assuming that it's his first time in Kowloon. Because of this, In thinks that he is laughing at him, but the younger boy does not understand why In thinks so. Suddenly, the blonde-haired boy crouched down to the younger one and, calling him Little One, insisted that they should leave. This suggestion surprised the little one even more than what had happened to them earlier. Suddenly, the taller boy grabbed the little one and started running away with him in his arms, saying that he had no time for explanations. This action was unexpected for In. And the smaller boy, whom the other was carrying in his arms, was also surprised by the unexpected escape. But even as they ran away and continued to shout and demand that they return the money for the meat they had eaten. As he ran away, the blonde boy glanced sideways at In after his demands. They surprised all four travelers. In thought that they were not quite right in the head, because at first they were ready to fight, and then they just ran away. Suddenly, In heard someone addressing him, accusing him of shouting loudly and telling him again that he was not a local. Behind him, In saw a large, burly man who pointed out that in their establishment, people only eat and under no circumstances shout. He approached In from behind and asked if he understood what he was saying. But In was already so irritated by the two men that he didn't even bother to talk to the man and simply pushed him so hard that he flew into the wall. Ami immediately ran up to In and tried to calm him down. Not only was In irritated, but he also wanted to eat. The guys In had been arguing with had already reached one of the alleys where there were no people and were catching their breath after running. The boy turned to the blonde-haired boy and tried to find out what was going on and why he was running away from them. In response to his question, the guy began to talk intently and seriously about Ami, whom he saw when she started beating Ina for breaking his promise. The boy began to blush when he remembered Ami. He asked the little boy if he had seen her too. And the boy continued to talk about how Ami had a very pretty face, a wonderful figure, and a fiery personality. He spoke about her dreamily and, placing his hands on his heart, said that Ami was his type. The boy's face showed that this was not the first time he had experienced such love. The boy boldly raised his head and said that the blonde boy was more handsome than Ami. Hearing the boy's praise, the guy remembered Ina Ryujin and Tanyona, but the boy looks at his friend and doesn't understand why he mentioned those guys. And the blonde-haired boy raised his nose proudly and said that he was much more handsome than them. The travelers are already sitting in one of the establishments and trying to find out from each other who has learned what. But almost none of them learned anything new about the Sengugi gang. Suddenly, Ian began to laugh loudly at the others because he believed that they could only talk but could not do anything else without him. Then Ryujin decided to ask In if he had learned something really important, unlike the others. And In happily said that he had indeed learned something and believed that he knew even more than Tanyon. He began to tell them that when he went to eat meat, he decided to ask an old man at the next table about that sign. It turned out that the old man had seen such a sign, but he was sure that there were almost no people left who used it. As he began to explain what the sign was, Ina's food was brought to him. While In was talking, everyone at the table listened attentively, hoping to find out what the sign meant, but In froze and fell silent, remembering what the man had said. Suddenly, he told everyone at the table that he had simply forgotten what the man had said next. Everyone was disappointed in. Ryujin immediately pointed out that this information was the most important and crucial for them. But In justified himself by saying that his food was ready at that moment. Ami, who believed that they should have taken notes, began to argue with In and tried to ask him if he knew where the old man had gone. Suddenly, one of the walls of the establishment shattered into pieces, and stones and dust flew into the room. Everyone got up from the table and looked at what had happened. None of them understood what was going on. In the hole, they saw a crowd of men, one of whom had a bandaged head and a cast on his arm. This man pointed at Ina and, as if complaining, shouted to the others that he was the one they were looking for. Another man standing in the center of the crowd turns to In and asks if he is to blame for what happened to the man with the bandaged head. At that moment, Ryujin realized that the victim was the butcher whom In had pushed straight into the wall. In looks closely at the injured man he is accused of hurting. The man also looks closely at In, annoyed that he is sitting there calmly eating as if nothing had happened. Looking at this man, In did not remember him and even asked who he was. In's statement irritated the man even more. He began to shout angrily that In had crippled him and immediately forgotten about him. But these shouts did not explain anything to In. He stands and looks at him with incomprehension and indifference on his face. Ryujin began to run behind In and asked him to move because they didn't have time to fight these people. The beaten man was surprised by the reaction of In and Ryujin. He did not expect to fight not only with In, and Ryujin is heading straight for him, but the man who seems to be their leader starts to cover for the beaten man. The man is confident that he can defeat Ryujin, who is also confident in himself. Ryujin sees that this man has come out to fight him completely unarmed, and that his weapon does not scare the man. After striking him once with his saber, the man felt no pain, and assured Ryujin that his right side was very strong, and he would not be able to break through it. Such self-confidence surprised Ryujin, and he decided to try to teach him a lesson. But suddenly someone grabbed Ryujin by the arm and tried to stop him. It was In. He was sure that this was his job, and fighting 2 against 1 without weapons was unfair in his opinion. After talking to Ryujin, In stepped forward and told his opponents to start attacking. The man who was their leader laughed because he thought In was a very arrogant brat. Ryujin was not very happy about this, and he understood that they could not leave without In, because he had to tell them what he had heard from the old man. Ami, who was a little scared, began to support In, asking him to deal with this problem in the form of angry men as soon as possible. In confidently told the men that he was busy with his friends and couldn't mess around with them. But he did not scare the man, who was just as confident. He tells Ina that he decided to fight without weapons in vain because he is very strong. While he was talking, In decided to act and rushed to attack the man without waiting for him to do it first. He turned out to be very fast and agile because the man did not immediately see how In began to attack. Hiding his weapon, Ryujin is pleased that In is attacking and not saying anything, but Tanyon thinks they should intervene and help In. So In's first blow landed on the man's head, specifically on his forehead, which he managed to put out. Since In struck with his fist, the bones of his fingers began to crack at the moment of impact. Several of his fingers were broken. Of course, In felt the pain from the blow, but he tried to restrain his emotions so as not to show his vulnerability. But the man understood everything and reminded Ina that he had warned him about this and said that his bare-handed blows felt like a mosquito bite. But In wasted no time in delivering another blow to this overconfident man. The man stood up with all his weight and seemed to dig his feet into the ground. But In managed to overcome him, and with his blow, In was able to knock his opponent to the ground. Such a blow surprised Tanyog, but Ryujin thought that In was behaving as usual and was too pompous. This blow surprised the wounded man. He did not expect In to be capable of such a thing. Seeing the surprise of everyone around him, In repeated that he was not made of finger. He turned to Tanyo and Ryujin and announced that he had dealt with everything and was ready to move on. They continued to stare at In silently, not even thinking of moving from their places. In found the men's reaction strange and did not even think that they would react this way. But when I turned around, he saw the man he had just fought behind him. The man was standing there, practically unscathed. He looked Inu in the eyes and said seriously that he was not as simple as Inu thought. The man reminded Ina that he had warned him that his punches were no threat to him. He began to tell In to admit defeat, because he probably had no strength left and his arms were tired. And indeed, In's fists were already broken and sore. Behind Ina, Ryujin offered his help and suggested they attack the man together. But Ina stopped him again. He became angry because he did not understand who they all thought he was, so he promised to show his true strength now. The man looked at Ina with a smile. He considered him very resilient because even after such a beating, he decided to fight one-on-one. But this time, and also smiled because he was amused by the man's self-confidence. He quickly rushed to attack him, warning that he could defeat him with just one blow. He strikes with all his might directly at the wall behind his opponent, which crumbles after the blow. The man realized that In was one of those guys who, despite their strength, hardly use their brains. He began to talk about how difficult it must be for In to live with such a head that thinks nothing. But In himself understands that this blow was ill-considered because he did not harm his opponent, but injured himself even more. But In continued to fight him, believing that he couldn't be made entirely of stone because he had to have a weak spot somewhere. Then, without thinking twice, In decides to kick him between the legs, the most vulnerable spot for all men. This causes the man to close his eyes. He feels pain in this spot after all. Hoping that this was indeed his weak spot, In smiled and asked the man if it tickled. He opened his eyes and looked at In. He said loudly that In was hitting like a girl. But this gave In even more incentive to continue fighting, and he delivered the next blow. Each of In's blows hurt not his opponent, but In himself. He felt pain everywhere he hit him. The man noticed that Ina couldn't even scratch him, but he didn't mind that he kept trying. His opponent blocks Inu's next blow with his exhausted, bloody fists. And so he blocks blow after blow. In cannot break through his armor. Once again, Ryujin began to shout at In and ask him to stop, because this man's body is as strong as a diamond. If he keeps hitting him like this, In will only hurt himself. But In has no intention of stopping and thinks that if his body is so strong, he needs to hit even harder, and then he will break him. The man blocked In's next blow with his fist. Their fists collided. After In's blows, the man doesn't even have a scratch, which is more than can be said for In, who is already tired. It seems very strange that In's attacks hit their target, but In takes the entire blow himself. At this rate, he will not achieve anything, so it is worth changing tactics. Otherwise, everything In has done so far will be in vain. In cannot understand why this man is so impenetrable and why he has no scratches or wounds. Now the man sees that In has finally understood everything. But In assured him that he would attack again and again until he caused damage and rushed to attack again. The man raised his head and looked at In, considering him a brat. And Tanyong noticed that if In continued to behave so childishly, he would not be able to defeat this impenetrable man. And so they clashed forehead to forehead. In looked intently into the man's eyes, showing his seriousness. Suddenly, from this blow, everything in the man's eyes seemed to sway and float. Ryujin and Tanyong looked closely at what had happened. They assumed that In had managed to break through his opponent's armor. The man felt pain and became frightened, but In noted that he was the kind of person who didn't think about anything. Blocking his hands, In continued to say that when he meets someone he doesn't like, he won't calm down until he teaches them a lesson. He does not consider the fact that this man's body is as hard as a diamond to be a problem. Pulling his head away from him and looking angrily into his opponent's eyes, In notes that the sword is also hard, but that doesn't bother anyone. Without waiting for anything, In rushed to attack his opponent again. Delivering another blow, Yin notes that even when fighting against a sword, no one gives up despite its strength. He also adds that he has enough strength and desire to win at any cost. During their conversation, In continues to strike. Suddenly, it managed to land another blow, causing the man to fall to the ground. After this blow, the man standing behind him, who had been crippled by In, became frightened. In's actions seemed to Ryujin like ordinary posturing in front of the audience. But In was satisfied with his actions and smiled as he said that he had warned his opponent about the possible consequences. A bloodied In stands over the man and says with satisfaction that he managed to scratch him after all. But as he continued to speak, wiping the blood from his face, he looked at the man's assistants. They began to run through a hole in the wall, heading towards In. Ryujin and Tanyon saw this, but they couldn't do anything right away. A crowd of men rushed at In, kicking up dust, and In became completely invisible. Seeing this, Tanyon, Ryujin, and Ami were frightened for Ina. They began to call out to him. The crowd of angry men knocked Ina to the ground. They were all against him. The butcher, whom In had beaten earlier, was pleased that they were attacking In. He believed that such a crowd would be able to defeat him alone. But things did not turn out as he had expected. In was able to get up and scatter the whole crowd in different directions with a single blow. He stood up angry that they hoped to defeat him, even after defeating a man with a body like a diamond. Now Yin stands by the hole in the wall with no more opponents in his way. They were all in different parts of the room. The bloodied In was also not thrilled with the others whining and shouting his name as if they thought he couldn't handle it. He started to move forward but suddenly tripped over one of the stones and, lacking strength, almost fell. But Ryujin managed to catch him and hold In by the shoulder, preventing him from falling. He called In rude because of the way he had expressed his feelings about their experiences. He realized that their so-called whining was because of him. But these words did not affect Ina. He just looked at Ryujin and asked what he needed. Ami approached them and asked Ryujin if Ina was seriously injured. But in Ryujin's opinion, the injuries were not serious. He saw that marks similar to those that appeared when they were at the waterfall had appeared on Ina's hands. Then Ami suggested that they move on to find the old man Ina had been talking to, because this place would soon fall apart completely. Suddenly, someone ran past Ami and Tanyona so fast that they could barely stay on their feet. Ryujin and In also noticed this person. Holding on to Ryujin, In watched the person closely. The person stood with their back to everyone so they could only see their light hair, which was slightly below their shoulders. But no one knows who it is. The stranger realized that he was late. The crippled butcher who was buried under a pile of stones called him the chieftain. It turned out to be a man who introduced himself as Shadowblade, the leader of this gang. He is disappointed that his men lost to In. He looked at Tanyon and said that he had warned his men. It turned out that he had promised his men to send them all to the other world next time. In Ryujin and Tanyon are watching Shadowblade's actions, but they don't understand what he is doing. He approaches the butcher lying nearby and crouches down next to him. He asks him not to move because what he plans to do will be over quickly. He began to hold the butcher's head, and the butcher began to ask him to wait and not do what he had in mind. But the Shadowblade uttered the word absorption at that moment and seemed to remember something. He saw that something strange, almost magical, was happening around them. At this moment, the Shadowblade held the butcher's head, not letting go for a moment. Surprised, Ryujin watched this scene and did not understand how he could do such a thing to his subordinate. And then In noticed that he remembered something. He said that he remembered what the old man had told him in the establishment where he had eaten meat. While Shadowblade stands up, In says that he takes away all of a person's strength. In also adds that he appropriates these powers completely for himself. This is called the absorption technique. Everyone stands spellbound, watching the Shadowblade and what will happen next. They consider the Shadowblade to be the first key to the mystery. Meanwhile, he has already taken out his iron weapon. Tanyon approaches him and begins the conversation by saying that he has only just appeared and has already begun to absorb everything around him. He reminds him that he is also a Singug. Not all members of the Singug organization use weapons with their mark. This time, Tanyon promises Shadowblade to demonstrate everything he is truly capable of. But Shadowblade said he did not remember Tanyon as part of the Singugs. Tanyon noted that he had many questions for him. Shadowblade is surprised by Tanyon's statement, but he says he will gladly answer them. But on the condition that Tanyon is able to ask them at all, because it may become impossible for him. Suddenly and very quickly, Shadowblade appeared behind Tanyon. Defending himself, Tanyon realized that Shadowblade was too fast for him. The Shadowblade dodged almost every blow from Tanyon, who considered it a circus performance rather than a fight. Tanyon ends up behind him, where he turns his dagger around and tries to attack his opponent again. But it turns out that Shadowblade injured him during the fight, cutting his hand. He moves quickly and does not give Tanyon the opportunity to catch him. In addition, he says that they all behave as if they will never die. He says that people act without even thinking about the possibility of dying. Tanyao is tired of these conversations because Shadowblade won't shut up. And Shadowblade, moving again, tells Tanyon that he doesn't even know when he might die. But Tanyon also notes that the Shadowblade could die at this very moment, and he is not afraid of that either. The moment their weapons collided, they found themselves at a distance from each other. For a moment, they stopped, and the Shadowblade remembered that Tanyon had a question for him. He looked at Tanyon and suggested that he ask anything he wanted to know before he went to the other world. But instead of asking anything, Tanyon rushed to attack Shadowblade, who considers Tanyon foolish. Shadowblade once again ran alongside Tanyon at incredible speed. At that moment, he wounded Tanyon again, but he showed no emotion that he had been wounded. Blood began to flow from Shadowblade's face, and he began to say that the time had not yet come. Raising his weapon, he said that the Shadowblade, Pektagon, is as fast as lightning and named after the one who destroys souls. He demonstrated his scythe and noted that his spirit was sharpened in it. Tanyon added that this was all that remained of him. Ryujin watches and listens to them intently. Tagon asks Tanyon if he has anything to say before he passes away. Ami also watches them and notices that Tanyon is bleeding heavily and should end the fight. Although In also watches Tagan and Tanyon, he does not understand what they are talking about. He has many questions, but Pyujin and Ami ask In to restrain himself and just stand quietly. Tanyon holds his weapon in front of him for self-defense and a possible attack. Tagan noted that in his last moment, he saw the blade that killed him. The last thing he saw before his death was a flash of a shadow scythe. At that moment, Tagan strikes Tanyon again while he is focused on his story. He decided to ask Tanyon if he had changed his mind and still believed he would survive. When Tagan appeared behind Tanyon, he dodged his blow. and Tanyan decided to find out if Tagan knew what was most important to all people. While he was talking, Tagan did not miss the opportunity and tried to attack from behind. But Tanyan, without even turning around, repelled Tagan's attack with his weapon. Now, Tagan is surprised by what happened. He didn't think Tanyan would be able to repel his attack. Meanwhile, Tanyan continues to talk about what is important for people who keep their distance during a fight. But while trying to strike a blow, Tagan assured him that he was not interested in what Tanyan was saying. Despite Tagan's reluctance, Tanyan decided to finish his story and said that eyes are important. Tanyang's statement amused Tagan, and he continues to attack without stopping. He decided to get to Tanyang one more time, and he continues to talk. He notes that there are many ways to predict an opponent's actions in the world. In his opinion, this is why people need eyes. Tagan moves very quickly around the room, and those watching him are amazed at his speed. At times, he seems to disappear. Once again, Tagan tries to attack Tanyan from behind, bringing his scythe to his temple, but Tanyan blocks his blow again. Tagan gradually retreats, and Tanyan, without even turning around, notes that he is actually a good fighter. Tanyan also notes that it took him some time to predict Tagan's movements. Tanyan believes that he should now be more careful than he was before because he could be harmed. Now, Tagan understands that Tanyan is not so simple and that he can actually see much more. He decides to try to catch Tanyan and jumps in his direction. Running around Tanyan, Tagan notices that it is good that Tanyan manages to follow his opponent and predict his movements. But if at any moment Tanyan loses sight of his opponent, he could be finished. And suddenly, at that moment, Tagan jumps to the side of the hole in the wall. He found himself against the light, which, according to Ryujin, began to complicate things for In. He began to attack Tanyan from that side. He swung his scythe. Tanyan, meanwhile, stands with his back to the attacker, but despite this, he realizes that he is being attacked. So, in order to dodge, he began to move just as quickly, changing his position. When Tagan approached Tanyan, Tanyan was no longer standing with his back to him, but sideways with a weapon in his hands. He wounded Tagan, and at that moment, his weapon fell from his hands to the ground. Tagan was unable to hide such intense pain and began to scream loudly. Tanyan realized that there was no point in straining his eyes anymore. While the building is collapsing, Ami tries to revive Tagan, who is sitting tied to a stone. They all have a few questions for him. But Tagan noted that if these questions concern the Singugs, they should not waste their time. This answer surprised Ami, Ryujin, In, and Tanyan, who are standing in front of Tagan. They are waiting for him to explain. Tagan begins to explain that the Singug organization has nothing to do with him. After hearing this, Tanyan decided to ask him more about the technique he used when he came to this establishment. He understood that Tanyan was referring to the absorption technique, but he points out that they saw everything with their own eyes. But Tanyan wants to know how he knows about this technique if he is not part of the Singugs. Taehun simply turned away from them without saying anything else. Then Ryujin suggested that he was not going to answer their questions. Suddenly, Ami noticed Tagan's gray hair and swollen eyelids. She also noticed that he had no ears and his nose resembled an eagle's. Only then did I notice that Tagan resembled an old man he had met before. This caused surprise and many questions for In, who had unexpectedly made such a statement. Tanyona had the most questions. He was also genuinely surprised. Tagan suggested that they had already met his father before. Hearing Tagan's words about her father, Ami was very surprised. She realized that the old man was Singug. It becomes clear that their conversation will be long, so Tagan suggests that they move to another more convenient place, promising not to try to escape. But Tanyeon assumes that he wants to change locations in order to escape. But Tagan pointed out that he is a fighter and is not going to run away. But if he does run away, Tanyeon will immediately catch him thanks to his eyesight. Everyone agrees to go because there are too many of them for this place, and they need to examine their injuries. It turns out that the Singuki are people from the Muyon clan who survived the big explosion, and the former head of the clan is now the leader of the Singuki. Tagan confirmed all this and noted that his father was one of them, and later became one of the 3 leaders. After listening to him, Ina became most interested in the part about the 3 leaders. Tagan explained that he left the organization early and didn't know much. He added that there were rumors about the founder of the organization, whom no one had ever seen. Ami then suggested that after the 3 leaders come 3 noble sons like him. But Tagan said that this was not the case because there was still a Sokachu between them, and then 3 Conchsa. They also decided to ask him if there was a person with long hair who always carried a sword. Ryujin mentioned this person because he saw her before receiving the mark on his body. Tagan thought about this question but still could not remember such a person among them. After all the answers, Tagan decided to ask Tanyeon if he was really among the Singugs. He confirmed this but noted that he had left them about 20 years ago, so he might not have heard about him. Tagan was surprised that Tanyeon had left the organization so long ago, but he believed that rumors of his talents must have spread. Ami intervened in the conversation, noting that Tanyeon had said that thanks to his abilities, he had become a master among the Singugs. Tagan immediately realized that Tanyeon could be one of the 4 Sokangju. He just wanted to ask who he was under the leadership of when Tanyeon said that he was led by Baek Wool. This greatly surprised Tagan. He looked closely at Tanyeon and asked if he was under his father's leadership. Everyone at the table exchanged glances. They sat there surprised and had many new questions. And then Tagan asked again if Tanyeon was really his father's student. He was surprised that Tanyeon had managed to achieve the title of Conchja at the age of 10. Looking at his interlocutor sitting and smiling, Tagan decided to ask if he was Sol Tanyan. Now he understands that shortly before joining the Singuks, his father lost one person. At that time, the position of Concha was vacant, and he had to work hard to get it. He assumed that Tan Yan was the previous Concha. Now In also understands that Baekwol is the old man he is looking for, and having found him, In is not going to leave him alone. The person sitting next to him became curious about how one can become a master in Singuk, but it turns out to be a very long story that takes a lot of time to tell. When Tagan found out that they wanted to find the Singuk base, he noted that once they got there, they could end up in the next world, but In assures him that he doesn't care about those who will be there. In's statement made Tagan laugh. He tries to find out if In knows anything about absorption. Then In looked suspiciously at Tagan. It became clear that he knew nothing about it. And then Tagan pointed out that this technique could also be used during battle. Ryujin listens attentively to the boy's story about the absorption technique without taking his eyes off him. In decided to clarify whether this technique could really be used at any time. He remembered his battle with Tan Yan. But Tagan pointed out that among the Singuks, he had only learned the absorption technique, but all the other members of the organization were stronger than him. And then he changed the subject, asking if they had seen his father and if they had been able to move even a finger at that time. A little further away from everyone sits Ryujin, who listens attentively and examines his weapon. Tagan continues to talk about how his father can absorb energy in an instant. He doesn't understand why his father didn't use the absorption technique to its full potential. He also added that when a person is absorbed, the traces of them disappear quickly. He decided not to dissuade them from going to Singuk. After the conversation, Togan relaxed because his head started to hurt after everything. But Ami, drinking a hot drink, wants to know what the Singuk's goal is. A man with a diamond-like body lies unconscious on the bed next to him. Tagan tells Ami that he does not know the answer to her question. He tells them how to get to his father, who knows the exact location of the Singuk base. But he asks them to beware of rainy days because he is called the Lord of the Rains. After hearing this, Ami notes that they have asked him all the questions they were interested in, and then starts waving his hand as if to chase him away. But Tagan did not move in and told him to go home. Tagan looked at the people around him in surprise. He couldn't believe they were letting him go. But Yin pointed out that they would not let him stay there overnight because they needed to talk among themselves. Tagan exhaled and calmly and deliberately said that he was now ready to go. In the middle of the night, Tagan and the man with a body like a diamond walk between buildings. Suddenly, they hear something behind one of the corners of the building. They begin to ask who is hiding there. Then they heard someone's voice, surprised by the men's immediate reaction. A person with light hair and a hood came out from behind the corner as if hiding from someone. A light shines in one of the buildings. Ryujin and Ami and Tanyan are sitting there, discussing how they will continue their journey. During this conversation, someone asked about In's curse and whether many of the marks had disappeared from his body. He lifted his shirt and showed his torso. In noted that some of the marks had disappeared, but there were still quite a few left. He looked and realized that he still had about a dozen such marks left, but there was almost no hope of getting rid of them completely. Ryujin noticed something else on In's chest and asked if it had also appeared after the curse. Looking where Ryujin was pointing, In showed him a mark with a skull. According to In, it also appeared at that time, but he was not sure about that. In his opinion, it cannot be removed by simply doing good deeds. They continued their conversation about absorption. Meanwhile, in the alley, Togan and a man with a body like a diamond are standing in front of some person. When the person came up to them, Togan immediately warned that he did not like being followed, and that he could teach whoever was doing it a lesson. He made it clear that even though he had fought during the day, he would do it again right now. Suddenly, someone appeared behind the man with a body like a diamond. Behind him was a large man. It turned out to be Bear from the Yasu clan. Bear reached out his hand to him. The hooded man, who turned out to be Wolf, had red eyes and rushed to Tagan, asking where In and Ryujin had gone. Tagan was surprised by what he saw and did not have time to guess who they were. When the sun rose in the city, a crowd of people gathered near one of the alleys, looking at something intently. They assumed that they have found Pek Tagan. Pek Tagan was indeed sitting by the wall, covered in blood, but people did not believe that anyone had the strength to do such a thing to him. He sits exhausted, thinking only that he was able to travel the whole world with just a sickle, and now he is in this state. Looking around, he sees a man with a diamond-like body named Quan Wu. He is lying on the ground unconscious. Just then, a crowd of people began to push around a guy with blonde hair who considers himself handsome. He began to ask Pektagon how he was feeling and who had beaten him so badly. Pektagon immediately recognized this guy. He was surprised to see him in this place. The guy sat down next to Tagan, who thinks he likes seeing him in this state. Suddenly, the guy grabbed Tagan by the head with his hand. The crowd was illuminated by a light that people began to shield themselves from. It turned out that the guy had healed Tagan, and he realized that it was because of Ryujin, whom he considered more handsome than himself and could not forgive. But the guy thinks this is stupid and asks him to tell him where they went, because that's why he healed him, otherwise he will harm him himself. After that, Tagan didn't even think of resisting because his words didn't sound like a joke. Without hesitation, Tagan said that they had gone to where his father, Pek Wol, lived. Then the handsome guy got up and called his friend Soso to set off on their journey. Tagan thinks that even when this guy heard his father's name, he wasn't afraid for a moment. Before leaving, Tagan wanted to ask Quan Wu for help, but Soso was already with him. As soon as Soso did something, Quan Wu immediately opened his eyes and came to his senses. With a slight smile, Pektagon called Soso another monster. Meanwhile, the travelers continue on to their destination. As always, they are commanded by In, who is walking somewhere. In turn, In is already beginning to get stressed out by this journey, which is filled with rules and instructions. While In was wandering around, he bought himself a new jacket that made him feel even cooler. But none of his team appreciated In's new look. They believe that In has not changed since they first met. They started arguing with Ami because she also changed her clothes, and In changed his image because they told him that his old jacket was worn out. Tan-yeon intervened in their argument. He noted that they might encounter real Senguki in the future. He became curious about how In and Ami would deal with them. Then In said that he wasn't afraid of anything in his life and, on the contrary, satisfied his curiosity. After talking with Tan-yeon, In happily moved ahead of everyone else in search of real Sengukis. Exhaling, Ryujin headed down the road when he heard someone's voice. Turning around, he saw Ami standing motionless behind him, calling out to him. She was holding a small object in her hands. Ryujin recognized this object. It was the very thing that Ami had taken from him when they first met. She had kept her promise. She had said earlier that as soon as they reached Kowloon, she would return this thing to him. Now Ryujin could focus solely on finding the man with long hair and a sword. Blushing, he pulled his hat over his eyes and thanked Ami for returning the item to him. A few days later, walking through the city, In is surprised by what he sees. He voices his thoughts so loudly that at one point, Ami feels embarrassed and asks him to be quieter. He is so surprised because they have come to a place where all the plants are white instead of green. Unhappy with his new image, In is indignant that one of the participants refuses to give up. But Ami notes that this is normal because it is arm wrestling, in which you have to fight. She considers herself naive for falling for In's praise. Hours earlier, Ami gave money to Tan-yeon and Ryujin and asked them to find a room for them. She will be happy if they manage to find out something about the Senguks. In stands next to her, picking his nose, asking what he should do. Ami didn't want to leave him alone because she was afraid he would get into another fight, so she told In to go with her. So they ended up at an arm wrestling competition where In was participating, threatening one of the participants. But his opponent is not going to give up and mocks In, who considers himself a master in this field. In's opponent was several times bigger than him, but despite this, they became a pair, and In was confident that he would defeat him. Ami was also confident in In and cheered him on, hoping that they would win the prize. In realized that his opponent was not going to give up easily and would continue to compete with him. After these words, the man tensed up because he did not know what to expect from Ina next. Ami, standing nearby, had almost begun to pray for In to win. But suddenly, instead of defeating his opponent in the arm wrestling match, In punched him in the face, causing him to fall. At that moment, Ami became angry and realized that she had counted on In for nothing. But In began to justify himself, saying that he did not know that it was not allowed to hit, because he thought that you had to win by any means necessary. Suddenly, a tall, burly man appeared in front of him, whom In began to insult, calling him a monkey. To avoid a fight, Ami began to apologize on In's behalf. Unexpectedly for both of them, the man asked if he was In. But neither Ami nor In were in a hurry to answer this question. They seemed to freeze in place and think. This man's name is Po-Doc, and next to him is a shorter man named Yeon-il. They obey Pek-Vol and came to In because of his fight with Pek-Tugon. He turned out to be the third of the three Konchja of the Pek-Gi clan. Hearing this, Ami and In tensed up. Their appearance surprised Ami. She became curious as to why they had appeared here. Po-Doc also hopes that they will not pretend that they know nothing. The head of their clan sent them here to watch In. Rolling up his sleeves, Po-Doc does not think that someone like In will harm him in any way. Because of the situation with Tugan, he cannot just leave. So Po-Doc is going to attack In. He warned him about it and asked him to defend himself. Ami is upset and doesn't understand why they showed up now when neither Ryujin nor Tan-yeon, who could help, are around. She looks at Tugan and thinks that he is not so dangerous. So she decides to leave them to win and tries to escape. As soon as Ami starts running, she unexpectedly bumps into someone. Standing in front of her is Yeon-il, who has no intention of letting her go. Seeing this, Po-Doc realized that they would not let Ami go. He thinks that Ami considers Tugan elusive because he appeared in her path so quickly. So now Po-Doc is going to show her how truly elusive he is. Ami quickly runs up to In and grabs his arm. She starts begging him to do something because she thinks the situation is very bad. But he seems frozen in place and can't even move. He looks closely at the men and listens to them. Po-Doc noticed In's fear and began to mock him, but he assures them that today he will not test them to their full strength. He also advised Ina and Ami not to try to escape because Yeon was also one of the Konchja Senguks. Ami also noticed how In was frozen in place. She began to try to shake him up. Po-Doc stands in front of them without moving and mocks In. Suddenly, In began to speak, and the first thing he said after his silence was to ask Po-Doc if he was a monkey who could talk. This angered Po-Doc. He turned red with rage and began to yell at In, saying nasty words to him. But In was not intimidated by his anger and rushed to attack Po-Doc. But during his attack, as always, he began to talk and brag. Po-Doc was surprised at how devotedly Ina decided to attack one of the Senguks. He believes that Ina had previously encountered imposters, not Senguks. While Ina attacks him, Po-Doc dodges, noting that before real training in Senguk, one must undergo a lot of training. Before In's next attack, Po-Doc noted that among thousands of students, only the 3 of them were able to take conscious place. He also notes that someone like In will never be able to master a power like theirs after listening to Podok's speech and continues to attack him, noting that now he will definitely defeat him. In's self-confidence impresses Podok, but he thinks that all young people believe that they are invincible. Watching them, Ami thinks that everything is going well, and that In has every chance of winning, especially since these men do not seem so strong to her. In tries to deliver all his blows as quickly as possible, but from time to time, his opponent disappears from view. As soon as In starts attacking again, Podok disappears from his sight extremely quickly. He quickly found himself behind In and delivered a single blow that sent In flying in the other direction. The man was satisfied with his blow because he didn't even have to use much force, but In quickly turned around to attack Podok again. He does not consider his attacks to be strong, and thinks that by acting this way, he will soon die. So, still confident, In attacks Podok without losing hope of hitting him. This time, In missed again. Podok noted that In was actually a good fighter, but slow and unable to hit his target. Standing in the middle of the street, In only manages to see Podok pausing briefly in some places. Ami watches them, seeing only residual images of Podok. She sees him where he is no longer there. During his movements, Podok notes that In should stop counting crows, but In pretends not to understand him, calling him a gorilla. He remembered Tan Yon's ability. He decided that if he knew the direction and from which side the attack would come, he wouldn't have to strain his eyes. That's what I tried to do. But he misjudged Podok's movements and waited for his attack from the other side. As a result, he received an unexpected blow right to his face. Watching this, Ami doesn't understand what to do next. Her thoughts are simply confused by such intense events. Podok's companion Yahello watches their fight. He considers such a blow dangerous. A mark from the blow remained on In's cheek, but he was not upset for a moment. On the contrary, it stimulated him to continue. While Podok's foot was still close to In, he decided to try to grab it. But In was unable to grab Podok because he moved quickly. Turning around, Podok realized what In was trying to do. He decided to attack him again, hoping to hit him again. He struck the ground, causing columns of dust to rise in the street. Nothing was visible around him, including In. Jumping away from this place, Podok is confident that this will end his battle with In. Through the dust, he could see In's face, who was still alive. Seeing Ina, Podok did not stop and gathered speed for another attack. Suddenly, something seemed to ring, and at that moment, Podok blushed and clenched his teeth in pain. Ami saw this, but she did not understand what had happened to him because nothing unusual had happened. Then she sees Podok jumping on the ground and shouting something about his leg. He himself does not understand what happened, let alone how it could have happened to him. A satisfied In stands nearby and says that Podok shouldn't even think about touching his head, let alone hitting him on it. During the last attack, Podok hit In with his heel right in the forehead, and that's why he broke his heel. With his arms folded across his chest, In mocks Podok. Now he can't fight, and he can't even stand up straight. At that moment, Podok thought that by absorbing In, they would finally end this battle. Behind him, Podok heard footsteps. Yahello approached him. He began to step forward to continue the battle with In. Although Podok tried to stop him, he did not listen. He stood in front of In and said that it was time to stop putting on a circus show. When Yahello stepped forward, Podok no longer tried to stop him. Swallowing hard, he seemed to be waiting for something serious. Seeing Yahello approaching In was surprised, considering him a weak old man, and asked why he was going to him, hinting that it was dangerous. But even though Yahello was gloomy, he stood confidently next to In and remained silent. This began to irritate In. Without thinking twice, In rushed to attack him. But Yahello just looked intently at In, who began to consider him incapable of anything. So In jumped towards Yahello to make his blow stronger. He warned Yahello not to expect to remain unharmed. In was able to easily punch Yahello in the face because he didn't even defend himself or block the blows. Yahello's behavior raises many questions in In's mind, questions to which he does not yet know the answers. But In does not stop and kicks Yahello in the side. Yahello does not defend himself from this blow either. Then In attacks Yahello by locking his arms, and he hits him with his elbow in the chest. Using a lot of force, In was able to push Yahello back. Thanks to this move, Yahello flies back some distance. At this moment, Ami begins to rejoice because she believes that In has coped with all the tests they have prepared for him. But In has a strange feeling in his hands at this moment. He is not as happy as Ami. Further away from In, Yahello is still standing, even though he has received so many blows. Looking at Ina, Yahello notices that his strength is not small, but his movements are like leaves falling in autumn. Then Yahello realized that strength is not everything you need in battle. And after that, and remembered his training with the butterfly, he is sure that it will help him now. But as soon as In attacks Yahello grabs his face. He did not even have time to understand how he managed to grab him. He is no less surprised by why Yahello's hand is on his face. Then Hyun slapped In's face with his palm. The blow sent In flying to the side. A large red mark from Yahello's palm remained on his face. Seeing what Yahello had done, Ami was very surprised because she assumed that he had used the Jeju Ki technique of oversaturation. She remembered that these people could take away another person's kai, so it was not difficult for them to transfer a person's body with their kai. This was confirmed by Podok. This may not cause any damage, but a person's body is not made of rubber, and if you put a lot of kai into it, you can't expect anything good to happen. Observing In, Podok notes that In is now in big trouble due to a sudden surge of energy. Moreover, the stronger the body like In's, the more pain a person feels. Podok believes that such people are easy to break. In addition, Yahello not only fills him with Kai, but also gathers Thoki around himself, which makes his blows stronger. So, Podok believes that In has no chance because he will simply be torn apart by energy. Although Ami understands that Ina's opponent is strong, she hopes that Ina will be able to release his energy again as he did before. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, In starts shouting loudly in the middle of the street. Looking at him, Ami is surprised because she believes that In is really able to cope with the key inside him. Now In is even angrier, and he looks seriously at Yahello. Suddenly, he asked Yahello not to hit him because it hurt him very much. At that moment, he began to swing his arms to attack him again. He is focused on all of Yahello's movements, but Yahello is very fast, so he unexpectedly appeared behind In again and struck him another blow. In's desire to hurt him began to annoy Yahello. Yahello considers In to be a mere brat. At this moment, Ami began to worry about Ina because he was badly injured. Ina has a hole in his shoulder, a broken head, and blood is pouring out non-stop. He could barely stand and began to cough. It turns out that Soso and his handsome friend have been watching their battle from the bushes all this time. They began to worry that In was okay. They both closely follow the movements of In and Yahello. So far, no one has been able to see them in the bushes. Watching the fight, Soso asks Handsome if he is worried about entrusting his ideal to someone like In. But the handsome guy is sure that In doesn't deserve it. Meanwhile, Yahello is still impressed by In, but he is disgusted by his confidence. He became curious whether In would continue to fight without thinking about his actions and wasting his strength. In stands silently tense in front of him. Yahello suggests ending it all and just listening to what he has to say. He begins to say that this is the last warning for In and his companions. Suddenly, In also began to speak. He agreed to settle everything through conversation. Hearing what I said, Ami was skeptical and couldn't believe his words. Yahello began to praise In for being smarter than he seemed. But In did not let him finish and punched Yahello in the face. He noted that he speaks with his fists, by hitting Yahello in hopes that he will hear him well. He considers himself charming and therefore wants to take revenge on Yahello for his words about the disgusting In, not wanting to leave it at that. Like everyone else, Yahello considers In to be a show-off who doesn't understand what's going on here. But In began to feel anger, and it was as if an explosion had occurred inside him. He noted once again that they had talked enough. In's self-confidence greatly surprises Ami. She becomes curious about what will happen next and how their fight will end. Soso and the handsome guy, who are still hiding in the bushes nearby, watch In and Yahello with the same attention and intense curiosity. Something strange began to appear around In, as if something was enveloping him. When Yahello saw what was happening to In, he was surprised because he had expected something completely different. In began to move toward Yahello, realizing that he needed to ask the Almighty to leave him with at least something. He struck with great force. Everything around him was covered in dust, and the buildings on the street seemed to shake. Satisfied with his blow, In did not hide his emotions. He was confident that this time he had definitely managed to hit Yahello with his fist. And indeed, In managed to hit his target. After the blow, blood appeared on Yahello's face. But if Yahello were in In's place, he would not be so happy, because he had only slightly touched him. But Yahello understands that In is so happy because he is still very young. Suddenly, In's happy smile changed to one of surprise. In sensed that Yahello was attacking him. Attacking In, Yahello immediately suggested that he say goodbye to his life because he was determined. But then, during the attack, Yahello simply fell down next to In. This was unexpected and strange for In. He looked at the back of Yahello's head and saw 2 needles in it. At that moment, Yahello simply fell to the ground. At that moment, I heard a rustling sound from the side. He turned around to see who had neutralized Yahello. Turning around and saw a satisfied Ami. She looked seriously at In and asked him why he was acting so carefree. In addition to Yahello lying on the ground, In also saw Podok lying motionless nearby. And next to him stood Ami as if nothing had happened. In also noticed that Ami was wearing her jacket on both shoulders instead of just one as usual. He asked, almost stuttering, where the real Ami had gone. Taking the jacket off her shoulder, she remarked that Ami was here and that as a doctor she had anesthetics with her, and besides, she had to defend herself somehow when traveling alone. While they were talking, Podok began to come to his senses. Ami and In realized that he would soon regain consciousness, so they had to run away. But before leaving, In noticed that Ami was not ordinary and had hidden abilities. She apologizes to In and asks him not to tell anyone else about this secret yet, as she has her reasons for not wanting to talk about it. But Ami is sure that others will soon find out about her secret too. While Ami was asking him not to reveal her secret and hears something behind him and turns around cautiously. He sees a crowd of people, among them Yahello and Podok, who have regained consciousness and are being helped to stand. When In saw them, he was angry that they had regained consciousness so quickly that he hadn't noticed, and that reinforcements had arrived. But Yahello noticed that he had assessed In's abilities, and still planned to stick to the plan today and just watch. Unlike Podok, Yahello looks quite lively. As he walks away, he hopes to meet them again soon. Now, all In could do was shout insults after them. Meanwhile, Ryu, Jin, and Tanyan wander the streets of the city, going from one establishment to another. Tanyan knows that Ryu Jin is trying to find a man who wields a sword, and notes that they have not found anything related to him yet. Ryujin has no response to these words, so he simply remains silent. Moving on, Tanyeon suggests that Ryujin go into an establishment to get something to eat. He points to one of the establishments, insisting that they visit it. Without arguing, Ryujin follows Tanyeon to the chosen establishment. After meeting with Tanyeon and Ryujin, Ami and In told them about their adventure, hoping that Tanyeon knew something about them. It turned out that Podok was not Conchja, but Yeonil did hold that position. Tanyeon asked if anyone else was with him. Ami said that later, people who looked like servants appeared, healed them, and took them away. Ami did not see anyone else besides them. From her story, Tanyeon assumes that his teacher is getting closer, since even such people have come to them. Now Inu became curious as to why Paekwol could not leave Singuk. Tanyeon believes that it was because of a promise he made to one person. He began to spread rumors that his teacher was the founder of the clan, and a friend and rival. A battle ensued between them, after which the loser had to fulfill a wish. The teacher lost and Kukju asked him to create the Singuks, so now he cannot leave. This time Tanyeon wants to try to talk to his teacher again. He tries to meet with his teacher with the help of his acquaintances, the Singuks, although there are many difficulties. Suddenly, In interrupts Tanyeon and says that as soon as he sees Baekwol, he will immediately strike him. At the same time, In asks Tanyeon not to interfere. Ami adds that Baekwol is approaching them himself. In addition, In has even fewer spots. Ryujin remains silent all this time and listens attentively to everyone, not allowing himself to interrupt anyone. Then Tanyeon asked if In would really feel bad if he said something unpleasant. Ami confirmed that this would indeed happen, although she herself could never have imagined that such a thing was possible. Now everything is forbidden. Hearing what they were talking about, In got angry. He believes that he is and will always be who he really is. But Ami tried to calm In down, pointing out that one more mistake and he could die. But In doesn't take it seriously and demonstratively picks his nose. It seems that their gathering is ill-timed as their informants have disappeared. Skeptical Ryujin does not believe that they have a reason to celebrate because they have not learned anything yet and have lost those who might know something. But In doesn't like Ryujin's thoughts. He looks at him angrily, waiting for an explanation. In Ryujin's opinion, everyone except him is not serious. Ta-In notes that they cannot change anything now, and even if they catch all the informants, the information will not flow freely. But Ryujin doesn't think that's a reason to celebrate and put everything off until later. Ta-In continues to get more and more angry at Ryujin, not understanding his mood. Turning away, Ryujin noted that none of them could understand a person who had lost something truly important. He also added that he wanted this day to end as soon as possible, and take all his worries and anxieties with him. Ryujin calmly got up and silently headed for the door leading out of the room. Finally, he noted that men like them could not understand his nature. He slammed the door, leaving the others in the room to recover from the shock. In believes that Ryujin has taken on too many problems. When Ryujin went outside and added that, in his opinion, such a state of mind could no longer be cured. Throwing his hands behind his head, In leaned back in his chair. Then Tanyeon asked him to try to understand Ryujin. After all, they have made good progress in this case, but they are stuck when it comes to Ryujin. Tanyeon believes that Ryujin is rushing things. Tanyeon also believes that even if this day brought nothing new, it brought them together. Despite everything, In believes that Ryujin is unsuited to this life. The bright moon is already shining in the sky. The door to their room suddenly creaked, and Tanyeon began to walk out onto the street toward Ryujin. He is holding 2 mugs with drinks, one of which he offers to Ryujin. He accepted the mug. Tanyeon approached the railing with his mug and began to gaze into the distance. As soon as Ryujin began to drink, Tanyeon started a conversation. He asked Ryujin not to be so offended. He noted that it was enough to let off steam and leave, and that staying in this place would lead to burnout and loneliness. Tanyeon assumes that Ryujin has felt something similar before, so he understands In's character better. According to Tanyeon, In is trying hard. Without interrupting, Ryujin listens attentively and intently to Tanyeon. He immediately considers his words. Then he himself said that tears would not help the situation. Tanyeon liked this answer and even smiled a little. It turns out that his attempts to calm Ryujin down were not in vain. For a while, they stand and silently look at the city they are in. Then Ryujin notes that they had a good conversation with Tanyeon. He turns around and heads for the door leading to the room where Ami and In are still waiting. When Ryujin opened the door to the room, In turned around at the sound and saw Ryujin there. Ryujin was the first to speak, apologizing for his behavior. With his arms crossed over his chest, In listens to Ryujin with a serious expression. Ryujin says that he went a little too far. In response, he heard that In thought it was good that Ryujin shared his feelings with everyone. This response surprised Ryujin and he even froze in place. In noted that it was not possible to keep everything to oneself. Smiling, Ryujin adjusted his glasses. He is pleased with In's unexpected but pleasant response. Sitting down in his seat, Tanyeon noted that they still knew nothing about In and Ami's past. Ryujin agreed with him, saying that he didn't understand where In came from and whether he really didn't care about anything. Then In said that he had no memories of his family. He only remembered living with his teacher. But Ami decided to find out more about In's parents. She asked about them, almost stuttering. Lowering his eyes, In began to remember what his mother was like when he was 3 years old. At that moment, Ami sighed sadly and apologized for bringing up such a topic. But suddenly, In raised his head, scratched his nose, and said seriously that she was 33 years old at the time. He laughed, which made everyone tense up. Everyone at the table now understood that it was just In's artistic performance. He said that, in fact, he really didn't remember anyone else except his teacher. So Tan Yong decided to find out more about In's teacher, what he was like and where he lived. And In said that he lived in the forest on a cliff and that there were no other people there besides him. Now they understand why In doesn't remember anyone else besides his teacher. Ami asked with interest what happened when he climbed down from the cliff and trained. Clenching his fists, and noted that he was beaten more than he was taught, so he learned to defend himself. After the teacher cursed him, In lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he was in the Red Forest. That was where he used to live. Throwing his hands behind his head, and said that he had decided to continue living there. And then Ryu Jin decided to find out if In was interested in his past at all. Suddenly, everyone jumped up from the table because they heard loud, strange sounds. They started looking behind In. Only In remained seated, gradually turning around to see what had surprised the others so much. So, turning around, he saw 3 people with red eyes and pale skin peering into the open window. Getting up from the table, everyone turned to the window. None of those present in the room knew who these people were who had appeared before them. Meanwhile, the people began to climb into the room through the window, hissing strangely. One of them sniffed the area and realized that it smelled the same as those who had caused the explosion. They had already entered the room, but no one present tried to stop them. Another of the uninvited guests noticed that during the day there had been the same smell from other people who had already left. He insists that the waves also leave. This man's words surprised Ami. She was especially surprised that they had smelled the same thing during the day, and assumed that they were referring to the Singuks. She began to justify herself and say that they had nothing to do with those people. After sniffing them again, the man assured her that they smelled dangerous and was therefore sure that another explosion could happen because of them. Ryu Jin intervened in the conversation. He tried to clarify who they were and what they wanted. They introduced themselves as an ancient people and assured him that they did not want another explosion to happen. Ryu Jin did not immediately understand what explosion they were talking about, but then assumed that they meant the 6th Great Catastrophe. But In began to shout at them, not understanding what the big explosion had to do with anything, since it happened a long time ago. They said that their settlement had become what it was because of the explosion, and even though they did not have the characteristic features of albinism, they were still persecuted in the outside world. The plants changed their chloroplasts and turned white. After the next explosion, they don't want to deal with anything, and suggested that another explosion might happen. A man with a pale face and curly hair wonders if anyone still believes that the explosion was caused by industry. Their thoughts were incomprehensible to Tanyon. He assumes that these people blame the Singuks for the explosion. But the men got tired of talking and insisted that Ami and Ryujin and Tanyon leave. Listening to them, Ami is sure that they have not communicated with the outside world for a long time, because the Singuk appeared after the big explosion. But Tanyon assured her that they would not leave so easily, and that fighting here would be difficult and dangerous for Ami. So he suggested changing the location and figuring everything out on the street. Ami liked Tanyon's idea. The pale men agreed to his idea and decided to go outside first. They began to jump skillfully out of the open window of the room, one after another. One of them remained in the room and confidently emphasized that he would surely be his opponent. Just as In was about to jump out of the window like everyone else, he saw a large wolf with red eyes in front of him. Seeing it, In was surprised and frightened. Going to fight his opponent, In did not expect to see such an animal. And then he received his first blow, but In managed to block it. Now he realized that, unlike the others, he had 2 opponents. Meanwhile, the last of the uninvited guests jumped out of the window and mounted the wolf. At this time, Ryujin was walking down the street, climbing higher and higher. He doesn't know what to expect from his opponent because he doesn't know what he is capable of. But the opponent catches up with Ryujin and tries to attack him. Ryujin manages to dodge the man's attack. Ryujin began to try to escape, increasing the distance between himself and his opponent. But the man warns Ryujin that he may end up dead if he continues to run. Sniffing around, the man realized that Ryujin was also a swordmaster. Attacking Ryujin, the man believes that his sword is as weak as its owner. But Ryujin is not going to give up and takes up his sword, hoping it will help him. Ryujin was able to dodge the man's attack and jump back. He attacks Ryujin, threatening to send him to the other world. But Ryujin is not taken in by these words and simply defends himself in silence. At this time, Tanyon is in the middle of the street. His opponent draws Tanyon's attention to the fact that it is dark around them, and there are no streetlights. But Tanyon remains silent and does not respond to his opponent. As his opponent approaches Tanyon, he remarks that vision is unnecessary in the darkness. Suddenly, from behind he attacks Tanyon, who, although he couldn't see anything, sensed the attack and was able to dodge it. Tanyon's opponent believes that Tanyon's eyesight is very good, and that he is one of those who tries to keep his distance. But the man notices that this place is still bad for Tanyon because there is no light anywhere. Hiding behind a tree, he believes that his opponents have lost. There is silence all around, and only the leaves of the trees rustle in the wind. Tanyon notices that his opponent is in the same position as him. Suddenly, his opponent wounds Tanyon. Tanyon immediately turns toward him, hoping to see him. His opponent notes that he benefits from the change in lighting and can see everything in complete darkness. Suddenly, Tanyon starts running somewhere. His opponent assumes that Tanyon wants to find him by his voice. Once he was further away from the trees, the opponent fell silent, and the street was enveloped in silence. Tanyon tries to look around. He realizes that since he can't see anything, it's hard for him to predict his opponent's movements. Even straining his eyes as much as possible, Tan Yong still cannot see anything. Meanwhile, Tan Yong's opponent is behind him, hiding behind the trunk of one of the trees. He watches Tan Yong closely. Taking out his small weapon, the man believes that now is the moment to strike Tan Yong, which could kill him. But then his weapon ends up in his own shoulder. The man does not understand how this could have happened. Tan Yong explains that the flash of their life energy allows them to see even in the dark. At that moment, Tan Yong looks directly at his opponent, who is trying to hide. It became clear that Tan Yong's opponent did not understand what energy he was talking about, and Tan Yong began to explain that when they entered the room, he realized that they could emit ki. But he also realized that they were unable to feel or control it. So Tan Yong pointed out that even if it was dark, there was no point in his opponent hiding. But Tan Yong's opponent thought this was a lie and tried to hide from him again. Laughing, Tan Yong tried to use his vision and turned to one side. Watching him from the tree, his opponent saw that Tan Yong had turned the wrong way and decided that he was definitely lying. But Tan Yong skillfully aimed his weapon directly at his opponent without even turning to face him. After that, his opponent fell from the tree to the ground, and then Tan Yong once again noted that it was his ki that had betrayed his opponent. At that moment, not far from the room where they were to spend the night, In continued to fight his opponent. He still doesn't understand why they are so adept at dodging attacks even in the dark. In's opponent decided to explain to him that they could see well in the dark. Suddenly, he stopped talking and looked closely at In. At that moment, I tried to kick him, but his opponent ran away. From a safe distance from In, his opponent continues to speak. He notes that he and the wolf have the best eyesight. But Ina couldn't help but point out that his opponent was a coward who ran away from attacks. This really annoyed Ina. At that moment, the opponent riding his wolf began to attack Ina. In was unable to dodge their blow, so his opponent laughed and said that he always hits his target. In another part of the city, Ryu Jin stands opposite his opponent, whose sword is several times larger than his. Ryu Jin's opponent draws his attention to the fact that his sword cannot be stopped by force alone. But Ryu Jin is not the kind of person who uses brute force alone, unlike Ina. He hides his sword because his opponent assumes that Ryu Jin recognizes the difference in their strength and is giving up. After that, he began to attack Ryu Jin, saying that he would send him to the other world right now. While the attacker is focused only on himself, Ryu Jin takes out his sword. Dodging the enemy's attack, Ryu Jin strikes back. This blow was unexpected for Ryu Jin's opponent, and he does not understand why he hid his sword before. Ryu Jin proudly points out that strength is not necessary in fencing. With his sword, Ryu Jin strikes directly at his opponent who is trying to attack him. At this time, In tries to hide from his opponent in order to attack him unexpectedly. Suddenly, he hears sounds indicating that his opponent is approaching, and when he was right next to him, In jumped out of the alley to attack him. But the enemy noticed In. He noted that it was impossible to hide from him. Since In's opponent was able to jump off his wolf, In was unable to attack him. In landed on the ground and his opponent was not far from him. Before that, the opponent said that he would catch Ina anyway. In looked at his opponent with contempt and noted that all he was capable of was talking and staring. He began to take off his jacket because he wanted to show his opponent what usually happens to those who stare. At that moment, having taken off his jacket completely, In throws it on his enemy's head. The enemy realizes that In is trying to be cunning so that he cannot be seen. But while he is removing the jacket from his head, In has already come close to him, hoping to hit his target. In's rapid approach surprises his opponent, who thought he would hide rather than attack. At that moment, In strikes his opponent with a punch right between the eyes. The blow staggers his opponent, and he calls out to his wolf, named Kan. He quickly mounted Kan. In found these actions incomprehensible. Then his opponent pointed out that although he had lost his sight for a while, Kan had a good sense of smell. He commanded Kan to attack Ina so that he would be sent to the other world. But In was not confused by this, and on the contrary began to call him to himself. As soon as Kan headed towards In struck him in the nose without hesitation, so that he could not use his sense of smell. After this blow, In became even more confident because he was right. He did not consider his opponent or Kan to be any different from everyone else. But when In tried to attack them again, Kan began to growl loudly. He was angry after being hit. Suddenly, something very small, like tiny needles, began to fall on Kan and the rider. Behind them, Ami appeared unexpectedly like a ghost and threw the needles at In's opponents. After Ami's actions, the horseman closed his eyes, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. Kana also fell unconscious next to him. Ami stood over them, and In sat nearby exhausted. Exhausted, In did not expect his opponents to be so resilient. He became curious about what Ami had done because they immediately lost consciousness. Ami shyly noted that she had studied medicine, which taught her how to use the vital points of the human body. In exhaled and fell to the ground to relax. He did not understand why Ami had not helped him earlier, because at one point he thought he was going to die. The next day, people walk and live their lives on the streets where the fight took place the night before, unaware of anything. In still feels unwell. Ami is surprised because he usually heals quickly, but for some reason, these scratches are not. As they are talking, someone addresses them. They all turn toward the voice. So-So and the handsome guy who tried to steal In's meat appear before them. They walk by and wave to the others with a smile. Seeing them, everyone was a little surprised and asked them irritably what they wanted. Ryu Jin in turn suggested that the two were just spying on them. But Hyun angrily refuted Ryu Jin's assumption. He immediately turned to In. He noted that if In left everything as it was, he would definitely not escape trouble. So, Aeon believes that he came to help them. In listened to him carefully. Hyun said that he had watched his fight yesterday. He added that In's death was only a matter of time. While Hyun was talking, Ami hid behind the men, embarrassed. She wondered where he could have been watching from and whether he had seen everything that happened then. Hyun's words irritate In, but Hyun interrupts In's indignation and asks if he knows anything about Ki. In looks at Aeyong with contempt. He is not going to hide his emotions or choose polite words. In thinks Hyun is talking nonsense. He assumes that Ki refers to the absorption technique used by Senguki. But Hyun explained that absorption is just a way of using Ki, and only Senguki use it. He added that there are other types of Kai control: transmission, coverage, and accumulation. Anyone can learn these types of control. But Sosu suggested that In not only cannot control it, but also cannot feel it. In doesn't know or understand anything these two are talking about, and Sosu decided to clarify how In fought those who use Kai. Hyun also noted that In was lucky to remain alive after taking their attacks without any protection. But all luck comes to an end, and if In continues to act recklessly, he will not be able to escape even from ordinary attacks. In proudly noted that they know nothing about his extremely strong body. Laughing, Hyun pointed out In's wounds from yesterday, which are still visible. Hearing this, Ami decided to ask Hyun if it was related to Ki. After Ami's question, Aeyong suddenly blushed and confirmed her guess. He explained that if you simply accept Antiki's unprotected Ki attack on your body, the wounds will hardly heal and may be deeper than they appear. Now Inu became curious about what Ki was. He admitted that he had never heard of it. Tanyeon joined the conversation, reaching out to Inu and saying that Hyun meant this. Ami and In stared intently at Tanyeon's empty palm. They thought they should see something there. But Tanyeon realized that he couldn't show them Ki because they didn't even know how to feel it. Taekyung realized that, unlike Ami and In, Tanyeon and Ryujin were skilled at using Ki. Tanyeon concentrated it in his eyes. But when he looked at Ryujin, he even hesitated before saying anything. Still, he gathered his strength and admitted that he considered Ryujin to be strong. In began to deny it, saying that he did not have it. And in In's opinion, he had been doing well without these tricks. Ryujin interrupted him, pointing out that everyone has Kai and the problem is how well they can use it. Taking out his weapon, Ryujin added that before that, those who did not work with it had fought him. This raised many questions for In. He looked at Ryujin in surprise, waiting for more information. At that moment, Ryujin effortlessly ran his sword along the wall, leaving a deep mark. In this way, he directed Kai into his sword and demonstrated to Ina how those who control Ki would attack. At that moment, a piece of the wall fell off as if it had been cut off. He noted that In could die if he did not learn to control Ki. When Hyun saw how Ryujin managed to cut through the stone wall, he realized that he was much stronger. Putting away his sword, Ryujin said that he was going to tell him gradually, but after Hyun appeared, he had to tell him everything at once. He was curious about the reason for Hyun's appearance. This question surprised Hyun. He realized that Ryujin and Tanyeon had not witnessed their fight yesterday. In Hyun's opinion, In did not seem like someone who did not know how to control his Ki. Just then, Soso interrupted the conversation. He noted that Hyun liked Ami and he wasn't sure they could take care of her. Only... In returned to Ami to tease her, but she immediately understood this and asked him to be quiet. Ryujin asked Hyun not to worry about Ami and thanked him for his advice. He hopes that this is all that was bothering Hyun, so Ryujin wishes them well. But Hyun and Soso didn't leave, so Ryujin stood there waiting for something else from them. Then Hyun plucked up his courage and said that he had something he wanted to say to Ami before leaving. Ami looks at Hyun intently and cautiously waiting for him to speak. He approaches her and repeats that he watched their battle yesterday. He happily handed her a whistle and asked her to blow it in case of danger. He blushed again and shyly placed the whistle in Ami's palm. At that moment, they quickly ran back, promising to come to her aid at the first whistle, even from the other end of the world. But In doesn't think he can help because he constantly sees them running away. Ami, on the other hand, thinks about testing the whistle by blowing it right now. And then In turned to Ryujin, trying to find out why he was so tense when Soso said that Aeon was in love with Ami. Adjusting his glasses, Ryujin said awkwardly that he just felt sorry for the time they had wasted on them. But In starts making fun of Ryujin, noting that he usually behaves differently. But Ryujin thinks In is talking nonsense. A few days later, they arrive at another village. Here, In is happy because he is finally eating meat. As always, he does not hide his joy. In is only with Tanyeon because sometime before, they split up to learn more and find a place to spend the night. Unlike In, Tanyeon sits and quietly enjoys his food. Just then, someone approaches them and remarks that In is still smacking his lips loudly while eating. Turning around, they saw a man in a hat, but when he lifted it, In recognized his mentor. He started yelling at him and asking why he had come here. Looking first at the old man and then at In, Tanyeon asked In if this man was indeed In's teacher. After greeting them, the old man asked how In was doing. He immediately noted that, as usual, In was being too loud. In became angry, but his mentor continued talking. He also noted that In had made no progress on the outside and had still not adapted to Ki. Taking their food, the old man also became interested in how his task was progressing, namely whether the marks were disappearing. But In still did not understand why he had appeared and was pretending to be a beggar. In addition, he noted that the old man had not told him anything about Kai. The mentor contradicted Ina and said that he had told him about it. Ina could not remember such stories. The mentor reminded him that when he hit him in the face, he always used Kai. He also reminds him that he beat him often, and despite this, he endured all the blows. After these memories, In began to tremble, and the old man assumed that he was getting angry. Tan Yon, who understood why In was able to withstand all the blows, interrupted their conversation. At that moment, the old man noticed Tan Yong. He realized that he was In's friend. For a moment, Tan Yong hesitated to answer because he didn't know what to say. The old man continued talking, assuming that Tan Yong was Singguk. When In heard about the Singguks from his mentor, he was very surprised that he knew about them. The mentor admitted that he did know something about the Singguks and noticed that Tan Yon had some connection to them. But he noted that if you looked closely, you could see that Tan Yon was no longer a Singguk, because if he were, he would have already died. He surprised not only Ina but also Tan Yon, who became curious about how the old man knew that he was a Singguk. He noted that if you look closely at Kai's movements, you can tell where a person studied. Laughing and raising his nose, he said that only a master like him could see everything. He explained that he could sense that it was not Singguk's style, so he left his training halfway through. So the old man assumed that Tan Yan was no longer with Singguk. But Inu was tired of talking to him and got down to business, trying to find out why he had come here. The old man continued to eat In's meat without asking his permission, and without intending to explain himself to In. Despite the fact that he was not going to explain himself, the old man noted that after coming down from the mountains for such a long period, he had heard many interesting rumors. He heard that the cause of the sixth great catastrophe was not related to the development of civilization. Interrupting him and noted that he had also recently heard the same rumors among people. The old man had no doubt about this because that was all anyone was talking about. Yin began to listen to him attentively. The old man said that it was all because of an explosion. Before continuing, he decided to ask In and Tanyona what they thought was the cause of this explosion. This story intrigued Tanyona, who was waiting for the continuation of the story and an explanation of what he was talking about. But the old man said again that the explosion had nothing to do with the development of civilization. He believed that the experiment could be called the result of human development. Of course, Ina became curious about what kind of experiment had caused such an explosion. The old man pointed out that he had already talked about it. He repeated that it was the creation of a new type of superhuman. This made Inu even angrier. After all, he did not remember his mentor telling him about it. But the mentor remained calm. The old man noted that while in the mountains, he had definitely told Inu about the explosion and the superhumans. But In could not remember these stories. Now they both began to get angry. Unable to withstand In's arguments, the old man punched him in the head. From this blow, Ina falls from his chair and seems to stick to the ground. While In asks for help from other people who are looking at him in fear, Tanyong wants to know more about superhumans. The teacher suggested that their ancestors wanted to create a being that would surpass humans. Then he said somewhat excitedly that something had gone wrong, and there was an explosion. While Tanyong helps In get up, In decides to find out why his teacher is talking about this now. Suddenly, unexpectedly for In, the old man began to talk about the pain of a parent's heart when sending a child into adult life. He also advised In to be careful, but In does not understand why the teacher cursed him. The old man reminded him that he had asked how many marks he had managed to get rid of. Ina willingly said that he had gotten rid of many marks and that a few still remained, but he was not sure that it was possible to get rid of them all. The old man became curious whether In understood how exactly these marks disappear, and In became interested in the method by which these marks could be removed. The old man was still curious about how many marks In had left. In knew of 10 on his chest and 4 more strange ones, but the mentor didn't like this answer because the real marks hadn't disappeared. Upon hearing about the real marks, Yin was surprised. He is waiting for more explanations about them from his mentor. Laughing, the teacher noted that for Ina, everything is just beginning. And then the old man revealed the peculiarities of the disappearance of the marks. He noted that they disappear if Singguk is caught. The old man hoped that In knew about this. When In stared at his mentor with a surprised look, he realized that In did not know why the marks disappeared. Laughing again, the old man realized that he had not warned Ina about this. But Ina was not amused, unlike his teacher. And then he pointed out that in order for all the marks to disappear, it was necessary to catch the real Singguk and defeat him. After his teacher's story and explanations, Ian thought about how to proceed. Tanyong also became interested in how to find the real Singguk, or a bigger fish than him. Putting on his headdress, the old man reminded him that Tanyong was with the Singguks and must know a lot about their organization. As he walked away, he asked Tanyong to help In. Tanyong and In remained seated at the table. But In did not remain silent. He shouted after his mentor and tried to understand why he had told him all this. Without turning around, the old man asked In to fulfill his cherished dream. Suddenly, he stopped because he had something else to say to In. In became interested. The old man asked him to get rid of the marks quickly and come back to him to prepare food. Laughing, he left. When they all met, In told Ami and Yarujin everything. He was indignant that he had met his mentor here, who had made everything even more confusing. Thinking about it, Ami became curious whether, when talking about more serious opponents, he meant someone higher than Conch. In calmly explained that there were only so many marks left, so Ami might be right. But Ryujin became curious about what happened between In's mentor and Singguk that he even put a curse on In. But In himself did not know. He now understood that his yoga mentor was simply using him. Tanyan noted that In's goal now matches that of Tanyan and Ryujin, but they also can't stop thinking about the conversation about the explosion that happened because of the experiment. Unlike the others, In considers this nonsense because he thinks that the teacher knows nothing in reality since he rarely comes down from the mountain. In also noted that after the surprise among the people, he realized that his mentor had been telling many lies. In his opinion, this is just another fabrication. But Ryujin cannot simply dismiss these thoughts from his mind. Suddenly, Tanyan remembered that the old man said he taught In-ki. But In does not consider this to be teaching. In his opinion, he simply beat him under the pretext of training. Tanyan believes that thanks to this, In learned to concentrate his ki in the place that receives the blow. He also believes that this is why In was able to withstand Ki's attacks, but In does not think that he should thank his mentor for all this. And Ryujin noticed that during the attacks, In concentrated his ki in his hands or feet. Because of this, he believed that In knew how to control his ki. According to Ryujin, even though In did this without understanding it, it was still experience. He believes that In will quickly understand everything. Turning up his nose at Ryujin's praise, In believes that it is all thanks to his excellent physique. Ignoring In's arrogance, Ryujin is interested in Tanyan's opinion on what training would be most suitable for him to control ki. All this time, they're sitting in a gazebo in the middle of one of the parks. According to Tanyan, In has good reflexes. After a while, Tanyan begins to train Ina. He shows Ina how to position his hands. Ryujin also takes up training Ina. Everyone watches Ina's training with interest. In also trains on his own. He practices concentrating ki in his hands. In some of his training sessions, he uses fire. After many grueling training sessions, In became even more confident in himself and his body. A few days later, In assures everyone that he has mastered everything he has been taught. They stand in front of the forest. Pointing to it, Ryujin notes that beyond it is a bamboo grove where Pekwol lives. Ryujin informs everyone in advance that it is unknown what will happen there, so he asks everyone to take care of themselves. Throwing his hands behind his head as always, proud and confident, In leads the way, telling Ryujin to take care of himself. Before following In, Ami and Ryujin exchanged glances. Pulling his hat down over his eyes, Ryujin just nodded to her, but Ami didn't get it. Following In, Pyujin asked Ami and Tanyan to be careful. Tanyan followed him, smiling at Ami, and she smiled back at him. Hiding behind rocks, they all watch the fight in front of them, but none of them understand what is happening. They see a large number of beast people in front of them, but they don't know why there are so many of them here. At one point, it seemed to them that the beast people had gathered in this place for a reason. They surrounded someone. This was suggested and voiced by Tanyan, to whom everyone else immediately turned their attention, waiting for an explanation. With his megavision, he saw that the beastmen had surrounded the brothers Yasu, Wolf, and Bear. Upon hearing about them, I was surprised. He considered them losers and did not understand why they were here. Suddenly, Ryujin saw something off to the side of himself and his group. He saw the beast people quickly descending toward them, so he quickly began to reach for his weapon. In was surprised that the beast people were hiding not far from them. They managed to hide so that they did not see them. At that moment, Wolf began to threaten the beastmen if they did not leave on their own. Suddenly, he saw something that surprised him even more than the crowd that surrounded them. A little further away, he saw In and Ryujin, whom they had already encountered once before. In realized that because they were surrounded by beastmen, Wolf had noticed them. He began to blame the wolf and his brother for the fact that he and those around him were surrounded because of them. A little earlier in this very place, Wolf had planned to finish off In and everyone else, and then he was going to head to Pekvolya. His brother followed him. Finding a good place, they decided to hide there for a while. But as soon as they got there, the wolf heard and noticed something strange. He saw several humanoids hiding in this place. Looking around, he noticed that there were many such creatures hiding in the rocks. So now the wolf shouted back at Ina, explaining that they were hiding there to attack Ina and the others. It turned out that the man-eaters had hidden there first. He also noted that it was impossible to negotiate with them and began to blame Ina and Pyujin. Inu finds them annoying but does not understand why the wolf is now boasting about the ambush. Hearing their conversation, Ryujin assumes that In has done something to them, which is why they were waiting for them here. But now they are all in the same situation, surrounded by cannibals with whom it is impossible to negotiate. After Ryujin's question, In assumes that it may be his fault that Yasa was waiting for them here. Suddenly, one of the man-beasts came out onto the rock and ordered the sharp-headed man and the man with glasses to come out. Ryujin and In tensed up. There are many different man-eaters on the rocks, not just man-eaters. They saw a hyena humanoid in a business suit come out onto the top of the rock. In and Ryujin also realized that man-eaters were very stubborn. They were surprised that the man-eaters were following them from the cave that Ryujin had blown up. The fact that the man-eaters and man-beasts had grouped together seemed strange and very complicated to Tanyan. Ryujin also assumes that the lizards would not have been smart enough to set up such an ambush, so he believes that the beast people helped them. One of the lizards overhears Ryujin's conversation, becomes angry, and remarks that they were asked to help capture them. Unable to bear it, and asks the lizard to confirm that it was they who had asked the beastmen for help. The hyena did not give the lizard a chance to answer in and asked to speak herself. He said that after hearing the lizard's story, they themselves offered to help, and this place is good for dealing with all of them. Hiding behind the rocks, Ami realizes that the hyena and the mantis are ready to do anything for money. Since they cannot escape, In suggests that Ryujin fight, but Ryujin does not think this is a good idea. because there are more enemies and they have a better position for attack. In hears Wolf shouting that they are almost the same as beast people and the lizards are attacking them. He insists that the beastmen should know that they are of the same blood. Everyone stops to listen to Wolf's speech about family ties with the beastmen, but Wolf continues to pressure them, asking if they will still go against him and his brother. Hearing this speech, Ryujin pondered his words about ancestors and shared blood. The hyena also became interested and pondered his words about the wild race. Sniffing at the Yasu brothers, the hyena became convinced that they were also from a wild clan. But he noted that it was not worth touching on what had long been forgotten, and insisted that he would go to the other world like everyone else. And at that moment, man-eaters and man-beasts began to jump off the top of the cliff. Frightened and focused, Wolf watched their every move closely. Before they even landed, each of them had several knives in them. These knives were thrown at the enemies by Tanyan, and was very surprised that he had helped the Yasu brothers. Without letting him finish, he suggested joining forces with the Yaso brothers so as not to waste time. Only Chiron wanted to object to this proposal when his brother Un interrupted him. He said he agreed with Tanyang's proposal to join forces. They had done nothing wrong to each other, and each of them had more important things to do than fight man-eaters and man-eating beasts. Chiron reluctantly agreed to their proposal. He noted that none of them should interfere with him. In was not particularly eager to join them, but he also wanted them to leave him alone. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion among the rocks below, which was unexpected for the man-beasts. All the monsters on the cliff were surprised and tensed up. They began to look around. At that moment, Ryujin appeared on the rock in front of the hyena, jumping out of the dust. He raised his sword at the enemy, hoping to harm him, but the mantis, who had been standing next to him, came to the hyena's defense. He repelled Ryujin's attack. The mantis looked intently and angrily at Ryujin, making it clear that they would not retreat so easily. The monsters below between the rocks are confused and disoriented because they can't see anyone except the dust around them. At this moment, taking advantage of the situation, one of the people quietly approaches the monsters. It is Un, one of Yasu's brothers, who uses his strength to attack the enemies. One of the humanoid monsters, who looks like a burly man, jumps out at him wearing a cap. At that moment, Un, without hesitation, began to attack him first. But his first attack was unsuccessful because the man-eating lizard was able to dodge it. At that moment, the lizard struck Bear. The blow wounded Bear. He tried to hide the pain he felt, but still, Un closed his eyes. Ami was hiding near one of the walls. She was worried because the walls were starting to crumble from the blows. Suddenly, one of these blows landed right next to her. Another cloud of dust rose nearby. In the cloud of dust, Ami saw Ina, who had caught one of the enemies. Waving to Ami, Ina pointed out that there was a lot of dust around, so she could stop pretending and show everything she was capable of. Ami liked this idea. Through the pillars of dust, she could see one of the lizards standing calmly, smoking a cigarette, out of nowhere, and attacked him from behind through the dust where nothing could be seen. But suddenly, during the attack, In's enemy jumped up and In missed. In remained standing on the ground and watched as the enemy moved through the air. He was very surprised by the lizard's ability. In addition, his movements are very fast and light. He even called it Chongginchu. This is the name of a technique from Chinese martial arts based on energy control. The same lizard quickly landed on the ground and struck it so that In was thrown to the side and dust rose around him again. In Ina's opinion, it was similar to the ability to control one's Kai. This surprised him because he did not think that even lizards could learn this. The lizard stood still and calmly continued smoking cigarettes. At this time, Chiron was fighting enemies nearby, but his attention was somewhat distracted. He noticed a man-beast in a suit rushing towards him. A hyena stopped near Chiron, eager to attack him. Chiron looks at his enemy with disgust and notes that beast people are so unsuccessful that it is not surprising that they know nothing about their ancestors. This angers the hyena. He does not think that Chiron created them. After all, they are what they are because of the blood of his ancestors. But Chiron points out that if it weren't for the great catastrophe, there would be no beastmen. He assures that if you have become a victim of an experiment, there is no point in boasting about your origins. And at that moment, Hygiene attacks Chiron. He hits his target and wounds her. Putting on his hood, Chiron notes that now he will respond to his enemy, whom he considers a mistake of nature. Chiron's eyes begin to redden and he himself begins to glow, promising to show his opponent what the original of the clan looks like. At this time, Un continues to fight the crowd of lizards attacking him from all sides. Suddenly, he sees that someone is throwing stones at them, distracting his attention. Turning around, Un sees Tanyan, who asks him not to be distracted by trifles and to continue fighting for real. He is surprised that Tanyan has decided to help him. Meanwhile, a giant lizard appears behind him again. As soon as Un turned around, he saw that his opponent had already attacked him. But he managed to dodge, and the lizard missed and punched right into the wall. Following this blow, the lizard immediately launched another attack. Yun dodged that one too. However, blocking the next blow did not help Bear 100%. He flew backwards. The lizard was still standing in a fighting stance, aimed at his opponent. From the last blow, Un was injured in the arm he used to block. He assumed that his opponent was using the White Lotus technique. Without wasting any time, the enemy strikes Un with another blow without using a weapon. This blow was also successful. The lizard aimed his fist directly at Un's chin, which even threw him up a little. At that moment, Un opened his eyes. They were dark, almost black, and seemed to radiate something. Chiron is still standing opposite the hyena, with whom they cannot start a fight, because no one dares to start it first. Chiron's red eyes were filled with anger. He had just started talking about the smug beastman when he suddenly fell silent. He felt something happening behind him, as if a huge column of dust had risen into the air. Chiron also felt the ground begin to shake. After that, Chiron assumed that Un had turned into a beast. He did not remain silent and pointed out that everyone who was near Un was very unlucky because they would not be able to maintain their form. But the hyena began to growl, saying that he was not afraid of Chiron's threats because he himself had been a beast his whole life. But Chiron did not believe that all power lay in the form of a beast. Transforming into something between a wolf and a dog, Chiron rushed at the enemy, wanting to show his true power. Chiron's transformation surprised the hyena. He even froze in place because he did not think such a thing was possible. He quickly regained his composure and pointed his weapon at Chiron, threatening to kill him. When he saw that his weapon had almost touched Chiron, he rejoiced, hoping that his opponent would now go to the other world. But at that moment, his weapon shattered into several pieces and scattered across the ground. Chiron's eyes reddened even more and filled with greater anger. He wounded the man-beast, and while it was recoiling in pain, Chiron noticed that the same blood was flowing from both of them, even though the man-beast was his defective copy. The humanoid beast is kneeling near one of the walls and cannot get up. Opposite him stands Chiron, who believes that it is thanks to the blood of the humanoid beast and the Vidi. He stands over his opponent and tells him that those who have their blood have strong bodies. But despite this, Chiron managed to inflict wounds on his opponent's body. Now Chiron notes that, unfortunately, this is where the man-beast will meet his end. Before Chiron can do anything, Un stops him. He appears behind Chiron without his outer clothing, wanting to ask the man-beast something. Chiron had many questions for Un. One of them was whether Un had torn his clothes again during the transformation. In order for Chiron to let him talk to the beast, Un pointed out that they were using the power of the leopard. Un's words shocked Chiron. He stared intently at Un, not taking his eyes off him. Meanwhile, Ryujin is still at the top of the mountain where he met the mantis. He saw that his opponent had changed his ancient techniques and was fighting with two short swords. Looking into his opponent's eyes, Ryujin notes that he would never have thought that the mantis was capable of such a thing. He is curious where the beast people learned such techniques and how to fight in general. The mantis decided to answer Ryujin's question. He noted that there is a community that teaches beast people. In this community, masters train weak beastmen and take care of them. It turns out that the mantis did not study with them, but he knows that their students appear in different places and spread the knowledge they have acquired. The story was informative, and Ryujin wanted to know who was behind it all. Without hesitation, the mantis said that the chief leopard was one of the Senguksuki Kachzu. While Ryujin is gathering information, and tries to escape from his opponent. Jumping from above onto the ground, he makes large holes in it and raises a lot of dust around him. Running to the other wall, In watches his opponent and thinks he looks more like a jumping frog. He decides not to hold back and asks his opponent if he considers himself a frog rather than a lizard. At that moment, his opponent jumps right at In. His jump causes a pile of stones to rise up, and In is thrown even further away. Even in this situation, he continues to joke that the lizard did not like his idea about the frog. Pulling himself together and decided not to run because he was tired of it. But he doesn't understand why the lizard is jumping like that. But he knows for sure that their meeting is a kind of luck for him. While the lizard jumps towards him, In notices that he cannot get what he wants and cannot be who he wants to be. In also noted that even if his opponent didn't try so hard, he still wouldn't succeed. As the lizard lands, In raises his arms and grabs his opponent by the paws. The lizard did not immediately understand what had happened and why he had not landed completely on the ground. But he was not afraid of what had happened. In, on the other hand, had to strain hard to hold the lizard. Without holding him above himself for long, In gathered strength to throw his opponent to the ground. He succeeded. The force of the blow left a hole in the ground, and stones and sand began to scatter in all directions. So, Ryujin and the mantis still haven't started fighting each other. They continue to talk. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook, which Ryujin and the mantis felt very well even though they were on top of the mountain. After the ground shook, Ryujin looked down from the top of the mountain to understand what had happened. Seeing what had happened, Ryujin told the mantis that his client had gone to the other world. After that, the mantis began to hide his weapons because he now had no reason to fight, since no one would pay him now. A moment later, Ryujin returned to the conversation. He wanted to know if the mantis knew anything else about the leopard, but the mantis noted that since they were looking for Pekvol, they could ask him about it, because he knew more about him. But finally, he added sarcastically that they would be able to do so if they survived their encounter with Pekvolume. No longer wishing to talk or stay in this place, the mantis jumped and disappeared from Ryujin's sight. After the battle, the four of them gathered together again. They were curious about where the Yasu brothers had gone, as they could have either died or simply left. Hearing about them, Ami remarked dissatisfiedly that it was because of the Yasu brothers that they had wasted so much time in this place. But the important thing was that they were all safe and sound. They assumed that tomorrow they would reach the bamboo forest, and for now they would rest in the village behind Amgaka. In addition, Tanyon offered to repair Ryujin's clothes there. Meanwhile, Un and Chiron are making their way through the forest. They are glad that the four met them on the way because without their help, it would have been difficult. But Chiron is sure that if they turned into beast people, they could deal with everyone in an instant. But Un assures him that the beast people are very stubborn because they continue to pursue them. As they continue on their way, they believe that everything will be fine for now because they were able to fight them off. Un becomes curious about whether the leopard that the beast people talked about really exists. Chiron also does not know if he really exists, so he suggests meeting with Pek Vol first and then dealing with everything else. Un agreed, but suggested that they first treat their wounds. The four of them arrived at the village as planned. They went in to eat and discuss everything they had learned earlier. Over dinner, they discussed the open community and its leader, Leopard, who is one of the Singuk Kanshsu. Ami also began to think about this community. She believes that they should be told about it in the ancient forest. She has questions for the Yasu brothers. Ami notes that they have a lot in common with the beast people. Their race has become the subject of an experiment, which suggests that it is somehow related to the disaster. And then remembered his mentor's words about how someone succeeded in the experiment, and then there was an explosion, but he didn't think anyone believed it. But Ami also remembered that in the village of Albinos, they talked about how the Singuki were somehow connected to the disaster. But In doesn't think so because the Singuki created their organization after the disaster. The strongest united because the world had become that way. Ryujin joined the conversation. He was worried that the albinos had mentioned that the Singuki had some kind of mission. He recalled that Togar had talked about how they caught and devoured the stronger ones. He doesn't think this is unrelated to the experiment. Ami also remembered that during the battle with the Yasu brothers, there was talk of a wild race. She decided to find out if Ryujin remembered what she had said then. She recalled rumors that several people had been captured and taken away. She had a feeling that several of these wild ones had been captured alive. Ryujin remembered this. He wants to know if Ami thinks this also has something to do with the Singuk. According to Ina, it looks like the Singuk created some kind of cunning plan. Ami still can't calm down because she remembers the albinos saying something about a mission. Suddenly, she asked if anyone had heard about the disappearances. She remembered that people often disappeared when she was little, but it hadn't happened in several years. Then Ryujin suggested that the Singukis might have changed their goal, but the four of them don't know what they are trying to achieve. Tan Yong, who had begun to look suspiciously at In, thought about this. Unable to restrain himself, he turned to Tan Zong. In began shouting that he was a Singuk and must know something, but Tan Yong insists that he can't know anything because he left them about 20 years ago. He began to recall that when he was with the Singuks, they captured a strong guy who looked like an albino and then took him somewhere. Then Tan Yong remembers that nothing remained of him except his skin. Everyone at the table is shocked by what they hear. It's terrifying to hear such a thing. Tan Yong recalls that he joined the organization because he was impressed by his teacher's fighting skills. He left because he couldn't stand what was happening there. He asked his teacher to leave with him, but the teacher was bound by a promise to Kukju and therefore remained there. At that moment, Ami felt ashamed that, while busy digging under Singuk, they had not asked about the reason Tan Yong was with them. But this did not upset Tan Yong. Besides, he did not want to dwell on the past, even though there were many good things there and he often missed those times. Therefore, Tan Yong noted that they could ask nothing about those times. After the conversation, In summed up. He noted that among the Singuks there was an experimenter, and strong people gathered together and created a community. Tan Yong looks at In surprise as he suddenly stops talking and stops listing everything. But suddenly, In wondered why the wild tribe didn't care that experiments were being performed on their fellow tribesmen. After discussing everything they had learned, the four of them sat at the table, very tense. In is particularly pensive, unable to understand how such strong people as the Beastmen managed to become test subjects. And Ami was curious how anyone could have managed to unite the wild tribe with anyone else. It was difficult to get along with them, at least because of their character. Ami even suggested that the Singuki existed before the Big Bang, and that the catastrophe was their fault. And the destruction of the wild tribe was also their doing. She also began to think that the Singuki's goal could really have been to create superhumans, for which they needed strong people, and the savages with their strength were the best for them, because they were not suitable for anything else. Now In pondered that this was precisely why the Yasa brothers were so afraid of turning into beasts during the fight. He remembered how Un restrained Shirin so that he would not transform, noting that there were too many witnesses here for that. According to Ryujin, every day there are more and more questions for Baekwol, and Tan Yong hopes that they will be able to find out from Pek Volya who wounded Ryujin in the shoulder, leaving a mark. But Ryujin has already forgotten about it because they have too many other questions now. Ami changed the subject, hoping that Tan Yong would tell them what might await them tomorrow when they continue on to Baekwol. Tan Yong began to explain that Konya and Sokya could prevent them from passing through the forest and meeting his mentor. He said that Pek Ga is the youngest among the Kachu, and that there are not many rivals besides them. But Tan Yong notes that the trio of Kongja and Sokachu is not as easy as they might think. In particular, he asks them to pay attention to Podok and Yeon Il, whom they have already met. They will also be joined by Tai Hoon, whom they should be wary of. Everyone looked intently at Tan Yong, waiting for him to say that Tahoon is more to be feared than the others. Then Tan Yong remarks that he is a very serious opponent. It turns out that he is the one who left the scar on Tan Yong's face. The story of their meeting is very complicated, but if they meet him, Tanyong asks them to leave him to him. He added that Taehoon was his best friend among all the Singuks. Now everything became even more confusing for the others. Tanyong began to explain that they were both orphans who quickly became friends. His respect for his teacher strengthened their friendship. He was very disappointed in Tanyong when he left the Singuk organization. It turns out that after that, he and Tanyong never saw each other again. And Tanyong is confident that all this time, Taehoon's power has been growing. So Tanyong asks to be given the opportunity to fight him. He believes that Taehoon still hates him to this day. To support Tanyong, In did not object to his request and only asked him not to lose to him under any circumstances. After hearing this story, Ami decided to find out if there was anything else they needed to know. She reminded them that Baek Togon had asked them not to go into the forest if it rained, so Ami suggests postponing the trip in that case. Their conversation was overheard by the waiter who brought the food. He asked if they were really going to the bamboo forest, and as he placed the plate on the table, he noted that Ami was right and that one should not go to the bamboo forest on a rainy day. But if you go there in the rain, an old man will appear from the thicket as a silent shadow and offer you a bowl of alcohol. After that, the person dies. After telling this story, the waiter left. He noted that they might not believe it, but people from their village do not go there on rainy days. Tanyong remembered that his mentor had told him something similar. Therefore, he agreed that it was not worth going there when it was raining. The next day, the four of them stand in front of the forest entrance early in the morning. In notes that he never believed in any kind of energy before, but he has a feeling. He notices that the further they go into the forest, the worse their mood becomes, and it feels as if life is leaving their bodies. Suddenly, he breaks away from the group in a good mood, thinking it's all nonsense. Suddenly, Ami hears screams coming from the forest that surprise and frighten her at the same time. They all started to follow In. Ami began to shout, asking what had happened. It turned out that In was screaming because he had found water in the bamboo forest, which he was afraid of and which should not have been there. He did not know how to cross the water. In's cries frightened Ami, and when she realized that In was crying because of the water, she began to get annoyed that he was acting like a child. She turned around when she heard a noise and saw that they were surrounded by a crowd of men. Po-Dok and Yeon-il came out of the crowd and noticed that they had not seen In and Ami for a long time. Tan Yeon recognized them. He was pleased to see their faces, which he had not seen for so long. Suddenly, Tanyeon began waving and asking if they had kidnapped people recently and were behaving as usual. Yong-il pointed out that it had been 10 years since Senguki had done this last, and Tanyeon decided to ask them if they knew what had been happening around them lately. But Yeon-il pointed out that this did not concern Tanyeon. He began to mock him, as if he had decided to return to Senguki after so many years. But Tanyeon pointed out that this could only happen in their dreams, but not in reality. And Po-Dok noted that even though he had returned, there were no vacancies in Konchja. After that, Tanyeon began to mock Po-Dok, saying that he had grown up and become connected to the Kachsu, even though he had previously been second-rate. This angered Po-Dok. He began to assure Tanyeon that he had changed, and that the guy he used to be was no longer there. Confident in himself, Tanyeon suggested that Po-Dok check what had changed in him since then. Po-Dok did not expect to hear such a proposal. He hesitated and seemed to freeze in place. Tanyeon continued talking, hoping to find out why there were only 2 Konchjas in front of him. Yeon-il was the first, and Po-Dok was the second. He was curious where the third one had gone. But at that moment, Yeon-il realized that he was actually the second Konchja. This surprised Tanyeon. He asked awkwardly if he had become the first Konchja. Yeon-il realized that Tanyeon was referring to Taehoon, and pointed out that he had become the Sakchul. This surprised Tanyeon even more, and he began to wonder who could be the first Konchja. Suddenly, someone jumped on him from behind. Ryu-jin reacted quickly and drew his sword to defend himself. A dark-haired guy with a big smile appeared in front of them and immediately greeted them. The boy turned out to be the first Konchja. He was impressed by Ryu-jin's abilities and quick reactions. Ryu-jin looked angrily at the first Konchja who had appeared before them so unexpectedly. He holds a sword in his hands and assures them that no one will lead them to the clan leader just like that. He began to threaten the four with revenge. With anger and confusion in his eyes, In looks at this so-called first Konchja. He is already getting ready to fight him, but Ryu-jin stops In, and In does not understand why he is doing this because he was going to deal with the enemy, and Ryu-jin is interfering. Coldly and emotionlessly, Ryu-jin says that he will deal with this Konchja himself. In was already about to argue with Ryu-jin. Suddenly, he reminded In why they had come here. Confidently and insistently, Ryu-jin asks the others to leave him and go to Pekvolya, and he will catch up with them in a moment. They accept Ryu-jin's decision, and before leaving, In asks Ryu-jin to survive. Ryu-jin asks them the same thing, and the three began to flee from this place. But suddenly, Po-Dok and Yeon-il stood in the way of Ami-in and Tanyeon. They want to clarify where they are going. Ryu-jin ran between the bamboo like lightning, distracting Po-Dok and Yeon-il. And Ryu-jin began to attack them. During his attack, Ryu-jin cut down many bamboo stalks. While Po-Dok's attention is focused on Ryu-jin running alongside him, he cannot deal with the others. But looking back, Po-Dok noticed that the other three were already running away through the bamboo stalk. Yeon-il considers Ryu-jin's actions to be reckless, After all, he is left alone against all of them. First, Konya also noted that staying with them alone is either very brave or Ryujin is simply not smart. But without being distracted by the fugitives, he decided to attack Ryujin in order to finish him off as quickly as possible. He began to move very quickly between the bamboo stalks, leaving only residual images behind him. Ryujin watched his movements closely the whole time, not wanting to miss a thing. After the first attack by the first conch, Ryujin was impressed by his skills. Immediately after the first attack, he began to deliver subsequent blows aimed at Ryujin. But Ryujin also began to use all his skills to move quickly, which helped him dodge successfully. He does not forget to watch his opponent intently. In addition, Ryujin has several such opponents. At that moment, Podok began to attack Ryujin from the other side. While Podok distracts Ryujin on one side, Yeon-il attacks him from behind. Sensing danger behind him, Ryujin manages to block Yeon-il's blow without turning around. Meanwhile, Inami and Tanyong continue to make their way deeper into the bamboo forest through the bamboo stalks. Suddenly, In stops. He sees something ahead that surprises him greatly. In the bamboo thicket, In saw what looked like a cluster of dark energy. He himself does not understand what he sees before him. Unlike In, Tanyeon understands what it is. He notes that he has not seen the person in front of him for a long time. Ami and In, who were standing in front of him, immediately turn to Tanyeon, waiting for him to explain. Now a man can be seen in the dark mass, the only blade of lonely souls to Hong. Seeing him, Ami assumes that this is the man Tanyeon told them about. He is his former best friend. Hong greeted them emotionlessly, and now each of them understands that life is not an easy thing. He holds a weapon in his hands and insists that everyone stay where they are. Then In began to speak, confidently asking Tahoon to stop them. But Tahoon said he had no business with In and Ami. This surprised them. He is confident that in any case, Ami and In will also die by his hand, or the hand of his mentor, so these moments of their lives are worthless. He also indifferently ordered Ami and In to move on, because he only had to deal with Tanyong, who was considered a traitor. Tanyong simply remained silent, as he did not expect to hear anything more pleasant. Laughing, In notes that he had already promised Tanyong to let him win this fight. They ran on, leaving Tanyong and Tahoon alone. But In noted that Tahoon might regret this. Before running after In, Ami wished Tanyong to take care of himself. She began to approach Tahoon and, not missing the opportunity, looked him straight in the face. Running past Tahoon, Ami heard them start talking about how long it had been since they last saw each other. Ami and In were almost hidden in the bamboo thicket. Tahong stands opposite Tanyun and looks at him emotionlessly. For a moment, the men stood facing each other and remained silent. Tan Yeon was the first to speak, asking how Tahoon was doing and if he was still angry with him. But Tahoon pointed out that Tan Yeon didn't understand something, namely that he had always been indifferent. He said he had only been ordered to stop Tan Yeon and that their meeting had nothing more to do with it. After so many years, such a meeting seemed very cold to Tan Yeon. And then Tan Yeon took out his knife and asked Tahoon if he didn't remind him of anything, namely what happened 20 years ago. Taking up his weapon, Tahoon notes that Tan Yeon will regret getting rid of In and Ami. Tan Yeon boldly declares that he is glad to meet his friend Tahoon, taking up his weapon at this moment. And so, after wandering through the forest for a long time, Ami and In stop in one place. Ami asks In if he is really sure about his actions. But In is more confident than ever because he really wants to repay his debt to the old man. They stand in front of the only house in this bamboo forest where Pek Wol probably lives. Summoning his courage and reassuring himself once more, In decides to approach the house. But suddenly he stops again and sees that the door to the house is slightly ajar. Through the open door, In sees an old man sitting in the house who has finally waited for them. He knew that from the very beginning, the four of them had been heading towards him. Pekwol knew that Tan Yeon had met Taehoon. But when he asked if the guy with glasses, Ryu Jin, would appear before him, In noticed that he was left with 3 conchju. Continuing to go about his business, Baek Wol noted that all the conchju should not be underestimated. But In assured him that Ryujin was also not easy and should not be underestimated either. At this time, Ryujin stands wounded in the middle of the forest with chopped bamboo, where many lifeless bodies of Singuks lie. He was surrounded by 3 conchjas, and Pekwol assumes that Ryujin has never heard of how strong they are. Ryujin began to remember how In fought 2 conchjas on his own. He became curious about how he managed to defeat them back then. While Ryujin is thinking, Podok attacks him from behind. At that moment, Ryujin felt that he understood everything and knew what to do next, and then someone's blood spurted out. Meanwhile, near the house, Pekwol and In continue to talk. Keeping her distance from the house, In stands and listens attentively to Pek volume. Then he sees a girl behind In and immediately realizes that it is Ami hiding there. When In realized that Pekwol knew Ami, he turned to her, waiting for an explanation. Ami was embarrassed. Then, raising her head proudly and smiling, she greets Pekwol, calling him a Joshi. Now he was completely sure that it was really Ami. Pekwol was very surprised at how she had grown. When they started talking to each other as if they were acquaintances, In asked Ami if they really knew each other. And Pekwol began to remember that it had been 10 years since she left her home. But Ami denied it and pointed out that they had seen each other in the subway. And Pekwol was surprised because he realized that Ami was there when In tried to show off in the subway by getting into a fight with him. Smiling, Pekwol noted that In was so focused on his performance at the time that he didn't notice anything around him. After that, In decided to ask Ami again if she was somehow connected to Pek Volume. But instead of answering In, she asked Pek Vol if everything was okay with their mutual acquaintance. After that, Pek Vol assumed that Ami was still offended by him. Ami didn't know how to answer Pek Vol's question. In, on the other hand, didn't understand what was going on or what they were talking about. Then Pek Vol said that he understood that he had not treated her father very well. When Pek Vol mentioned Ami's father, she got angry and asked him not to call him her father. After that, everyone fell silent, and In had even more questions than she had a few minutes ago. She started saying that she would never forgive him for using her mother and leaving her to die. But Pek Vol pointed out that despite this, Kukju was still her father. These words shocked Ina. He could no longer remain unknown. And so In began to try to find out what was going on and whether Ami was really Kukju's daughter. But Ami seemed frozen in place, unable to answer In. In began to get angry that all this time she had been pretending to be weak, when in fact she knew everything and was just putting on a show for them. But Ami began to deny it and assure Ina that she really knew nothing about the Singuks. She began to explain that she was born into the Kukju family, but she didn't think about the Singuks, and didn't even want to know about them. Suspecting that Ami is not telling the whole story, In looks straight at her, hoping for some kind of explanation. Then Ami's eyes fill with tears, and she says that her mother died because of the Singuks. After that, In decided to find out if she had learned medicine and martial arts from the Singuks. She explained that she had learned fist fighting from Kukju, but had learned medicine from books left behind by her mother. She went on to say that her mother had died almost immediately after she was born. When Ami found out how it happened, she hated Kukju and the Singuk. After her story, In turned away. Ami said that she had no intention of lying and wanted to tell everything, but a little later. Ami tried to reach out to In's shoulder, but In, angry at her, pushed her hand away. He turned away from Ami completely and said he would talk to her about it later. So she had no choice but to stand sadly next to In and wait for the upcoming conversation. Now In is going to talk to Pek Vol himself, who is walking near the house. He noticed that he had come here to repay his debt, but now he was not in the mood at all. Calmly sipping his drink, Pek Vol noted that if In gets worked up, he will become just like him. But this irritates In even more. He wants Pek Vol to shut up, so he rushes at him with his fists. Pek Vol thought that now he would see how much better In had become at fighting since their last meeting. Pek Vol blocked In's first attack. Pek Vol hoped to block the attack with just one hand, which he stretched out toward In. Meanwhile, In directed all the strength he had gathered inside himself at Pek Vol and concentrated it in his hands. Pek Vol was able to defend himself from the attack, but all the force was directed at his house and the forest, which were almost destroyed. In looked at Pek Vol boldly and confidently, noting that he should not be distracted. At this time in the thicket, Tan Yong, competing with Tae-hun, realizes that the nickname Lonely Ghostly Wandering Spirit has stuck to him for a reason. He appreciates Tae-hun's relentless attacks and incredible speed in their joint battle. But Tan Yong is not so simple, and he skillfully and quickly dodges Tae-hun's attacks. At that moment, Tae-hun realizes that Tan Yong has adopted Taegon's fighting style. Without hesitation, Tan Yong is about to attack Tae-hun in response. But Tae-hun assures him that Kanchia's attack cannot be compared to Seok-shu's attack. And at that moment, dodging Tan Yong's attack, Tae-hong finds himself behind him. They both use their weapons in the hope of striking each other. During the fight, Tan Yong decides to ask Tae-hun why he still cannot forgive him. He assumes that Tae-hun feels betrayed after Tan Yong left, but Tae-hun reminds him that he was just following orders, so he is not angry, but he still cannot forgive Tan Yong. Tan Yong is sure that Tae-hun knows why he did what he did and left the Singuks. Attacking Tae-hong, Tan Yong says that Tae-hong knows what their mission was at the time. Stopping the fight and standing face to face, Tan Yong points out that at that time, Tae-hun had more doubts about her than he did. He understands that Tae-hun could not forget about it, but assumes that he is going to pretend that nothing happened. Attacking Tae-hun, Tan Yong asks if he is ready to justify his mentor's orders and the terrible deeds of the Singuks. Tae-hun dodges Tan Yong's attack, and at this moment he does not respond to Tan Yong, who points out that his beliefs differ from his actions. Attacking again, Tan Yong notes that soon they will no longer be so different. At this moment, Tae-hun's face begins to show feelings of regret. He believes that in a world without faith, people have no faith. And now, because of everything that has happened, Tae-hun believes that he has undermined Tan Yong's faith. But he does not want to listen to what he considers to be nonsense from people like Tan Yong. And Tae-hun began to attack Tan Yong again, who continues to block and parry his opponent's blows. Then Tae-hun remembers that Tan Yong can predict his opponent's attacks. Dodging another attack from Tae-hong, Tan Yong notes that he has not lost his skills. Tan Yong also adds that Tae-hun still cannot catch him. Despite this, Tae-hun continues to move quickly around Tan Yong, who can only manage to defend himself. Many years ago, these two boys were friends as teenagers and pondered life together. They often thanked their mentor, thanks to whom they all remained alive. At that time, Tae-hun hoped to become as strong as his mentor after completing the mission. At the time, the mission's tasks seemed very strange to Tae-hong, but he dreamed that all days would be like the one when everything ended well. When no one died, no one was hurt, and best friends stayed together with a good teacher. Tae-hong dreamed of celebrating such days simply by lying down and sipping a delicious drink. In the middle of the night, Tae-hun and Tan Yong sit on a bench and watch the starry sky. They talk about how everyone around them has become gloomy, and Tae-hong suggests that it is because they do not have much time left to be happy. Suddenly, Taehong stood up and said that now is not the time to think about bad things, but rather to go wash up and go to bed. He goes inside, leaving Tan Yong sitting alone on the bench. And then, sometime later that night, Taehoon pointed his sword at Tan Yong. He was angry because he did not understand why Tan Yong had decided to just take them and leave. And Tan Yong pointed out that he had already said that he couldn't thoughtlessly do the things they were doing. That night, Taehoon manipulated Tan Yong's feelings for their teacher. When he asked Tan Yong if there was anything more important to him than his teacher, Tan Yong had no answer. Taehoon assumed that this was why Tan Yong had become gloomy last time. Holding a sword almost to Tang Yong's head, Taehoon assumes that he is the one who woke up from happiness. Finally gathering his courage, Tan Yong wanted to say something to Taehoon, but Taehoon interrupted him. He said he was not going to lower his sword and Tan Yong could leave if he sent him to the other world. Suddenly, when Taehoon turned away, he accidentally cut Tan Yong's face with his sword. Tan Yong began to walk towards the outstretched sword. He said that he could not kill Taehoon, but he could not stay with Singguk either. Then, with tears in his eyes, Taehoon asked Tan Yong for forgiveness as his friend. Meanwhile, Ryujin continues to fight the three Kongjas. They attack him one after another. Podok jumps on Ryujin. Ryujin tries to defend himself from Podok's attack with his weapon. Yong-il comes to Podok's aid. Now they are going to attack Ryujin at the same time. Concentrating his ki energy in his leg, Yong-il helps Podok, but Ryujin continues to defend himself with his sword. The first Kongja is about to join them, hoping to defeat Ryujin together. Unlike them, Ryujin concentrates his ki in his weapon. This makes his sword strong and his blows powerful. Although Ryujin is attacked by three Kongjas, he does not give up and continues to fight. Podok is impressed by Ryujin's resilience. He considers Ryujin to be a formidable opponent. The first Kongja partially agrees with Podok's opinion, but despite this, he continues to attack him. But Ryujin immediately parries this attack. Their swords clash in battle. Suddenly, the first Kongja looks Ryujin in the eyes and begins to smile broadly. Ryujin finds his reaction strange. After all, he only made a small scratch on his cheek. But then Ryujin felt that Kongja had wounded him in the hand holding the sword. Immediately after that, Kongja jumps back to keep his distance in the battle, with Podok and Yong-il a little further away. Once again, Kongja was the first to laugh. He offers to tell Ryujin why they are not invincible and what the weak point of his weapon is. He points out that Ryujin's weapon has no guard to protect his hands, and without it, he is easy to injure. Kongja is not sure that he will be able to hold the sword now. He also warns that the next time the blade slips, Ryujin will be even worse off. As always, Ryujin corrects his glasses and listens to his opponents without saying a word. They are joined by Yong-il, who considers Ryujin to be strong, but he knows that there are limits to his endurance, which they will try to push Ryujin to. Attacking in a new way, Podok notes that if he stands up to the three of them, they will respect him. At that moment, all three of them rush to attack Ryujin. Each of them focuses their ki on a specific part of their body. Ryujin watches his opponent's movements intently and angrily. As they approach Ryujin, an explosion occurs that is unexpected for the three Kongjas. None of the three understood what had happened or why it had happened at all. And now Ryujin became self-confident. He does not understand why the Kongja no longer want to speak openly. One of the Yasu brothers, Shiran, appears before them. He greets everyone as if nothing had happened. When they saw him, the Kongjas realized that he was one of the Yasus. They assume that it is Shiran. At first, the Kongja don't understand if Shiran is in front of them, then where did his older brother go? Suddenly, Podok disappears somewhere. The other Kongjas don't see this right away and are unable to help. He was grabbed and thrown aside by Un, the second of the Yasu brothers. The first Kongja and Yong-il don't understand where he came from. Shiran began to speak to them. He noted that joking with wild animals can be dangerous to one's life. He also noted that Un would fight the monkey, referring to Podok, and Un immediately approached Podok. They became curious to see if Hit would fight Yong-il, calling him Four Eyes. Hearing his name, Yong-il tensed up. At that moment, Shiran began to attack him, but Yong-il, not expecting the attack, was able to block it. Shiran enthusiastically remarks on what exactly Yong-il is taking on. Ryujin wondered why they had chosen such opponents for themselves, while he was left with the first, Kongja. Shiran immediately replied that it was time for them to answer for Amgok. After this response, Ryujin sighed, realizing that there was no time or point in changing opponents. The first Kongja turns around and says that he considers them to be insolent and arrogant beasts. After that, he turned to Ryujin and said that he would send him to the other world with his own hands. He was confident that Ryujin would not be able to defeat him. Ryujin paid no attention to these words and calmly dusted off his clothes. After that, Ryujin noted that he had managed to rest while Kongja was ranting. But Ryujin's words angered Kongja, and he rushed to attack him, hoping to send Ryujin to the afterlife. As Kongja approached Ryujin, their swords crossed again in combat. During this battle, Ryujin began to use his striking techniques with footwork. Kongja dodged Ryujin's attacks, so Ryujin was unable to injure him. When Kongja landed on the ground, their swords crossed again. This time, he wounded Ryujin again and almost knocked the sword out of his hands. Kongja thought that Ryujin would not even throw his sword. He also wondered if his hand had been severed. Ryujin agreed with his opponent and noted that this could not go on. He began to take off his hat. Kanja laughed and thought that Ryujin now understood everything and was going to give up. He began to put his hat on the ground, noting that the sooner you sit down, the sooner you will get up. Ryujin also added that he didn't want to leave his hat unattended, and was therefore going to do everything very quickly. But Kanja continued to laugh. He thinks that Ryujin considers himself better without a hat, which is why he took it off. But Ryujin pointed out that he was just afraid that his hat might get damaged by the bamboo sticks, and now their strength is equal. According to Ryujin, he, along with Un and Shiran, will be able to defeat the three Kanchas very quickly. But the first Kanja thinks that Ryujin's hat is just a lame excuse. At that moment, Ryujin quickly appeared behind the first Kancha, who did not even notice him. This was very unexpected for Ryujin's opponent. He did not understand how Ryujin managed to move so quickly. And Ryujin stated very seriously that he would never forgive the insults that his opponent had directed at his hat. At that moment, Ryujin struck his opponent. The opponent jumped back, but Kancha doesn't understand why Ryujin has become so bold in front of the first Kancha. He rushed to strike Ryujin in return, but this strike was unsuccessful because Ryujin managed to dodge it. After that, the first Kancha decided to strike from behind so that Ryujin couldn't see him, but Ryujin sensed the attack, turned around, and blocked Kancha's blow. Kancha smiles slyly at Ryujin and points out that without a guard, he will not succeed. But things did not go as Kancha expected, and Ryujin was able to prevent his sword from injuring him. This shocked Kancha, who looks at Ryujin in surprise, not understanding how he managed to do it. Ryujin, however, happily repeated what Kancha had said to him earlier. At this moment, clouds began to cover the sky. Ryujin raised his hat, noting that he could demonstrate more advantages of a sword without a guard. He starts to leave, and Kancha, who is badly wounded, tries to provoke Ryujin by saying that he thinks he is running away. But Ryujin ignores his chatter. He is curious about where the wild ones have gone and how Amy, In, and Tanyon are doing. Nearby, the wounded and exhausted Podok sits on the ground. He considers his opponent a monster, but he wonders why people like Un walk with people like Ryujin. His question is heard by Shiran, who is standing in front of the exhausted Yeon-il, and points out that they have their own business here. The wounded Yeon-il decides to ask what Un and Shiran are trying to achieve here. Then Shiran and Un, their eyes shining, say they want to catch Baekwol. Not far from them, Tanyon is still fighting with his old friend Taehoon. They attack each other in turn. The code skillfully dodges and does not give in to his opponent. Jumping away from one of Tanyong's attacks, Taehoon says that he cannot defeat him. Jumping up, he asks Tanyong to explain why he thinks so. Then he begins to tell Tanyon where he is going to strike him. At this moment, Tanyon is very surprised because he does not understand why Taehoon is doing this. But Tanyon listens to Taehoon and pays more attention to the areas he mentions, blocking his attacks there. And although Taehoon's eyes show indifference, he continues to point out where he will attack Tanyong. But Tanyong does not have time to dodge the blow from above, and Taehoon wounds him. Then Taehoon finds himself behind Tanyon and informs him of this. Tanyon begins to turn towards him. At this moment, Taehong uses his skills to quickly move around Tanyon. Once again, Tanyon is unable to block the blow and Taehoon wounds him, but this time in the back. While Tanyon turns to face Taehong, Taehong points out that they have completely different abilities. Taehoon notes that although Tanyon can predict his movements, he lacks the speed to block them. Wounding Tanyon again, Taehoon notes that having only good eyesight will not get him very far. Therefore, in Taehoon's opinion, Tanyon will not be able to defeat him now. The wounded Tanyong is under the aim of Taehoon's sword. Taehoon believes that there is no point in continuing the fight, and that this is the end that a traitor deserves. But suddenly Tanyon starts talking about what he's best at, which isn't predicting movements but sensing other people's anger. Hearing this, Taehong is surprised, and Tanyon continues to speak. He notes that his mentor probably did not tell him about this. Carefully but at the same time indifferently, Taehoon listened to Tanyon's story. He points out that in reality, his intuition is not as sharp as others think. But Taehong believes that this is just empty talk, that it is time to end. Suddenly, Taehong began to look intently and tensely in front of him. Tanyong notes that he himself is exhausting his anger and rage. Behind Tanyona, Taehong sees the giant shadow of a monster. This is what makes him tense up. Taehong's body is pierced by needles of anger, and he stands frozen as if facing a great beast. But Tanyon noted that he didn't really want to do this. However, he agreed with Taehoon that they should end this senseless fight. At that moment, Tanyon saw Shiran appear behind Taehoon, jumping out of the thicket of the bamboo forest. He had half transformed into a wolf and was about to attack Taehoon in this form. Realizing Shiran's intentions, Tanyong shouted at him not to do it, but it was too late and Shiran severed Taehoon's head. At this time, Amy and In are still near Pekvolya. They hear loud noises coming from the forest, but In does not think it is important. He is sure that it is the Senguki who are suffering. With this, In threatens Pekwol. After listening to In, Pekwol considers him arrogant. Pekwol is surprised that In had the courage to destroy his house. This remark surprises In. After all, that is the least of his concerns right now. Suddenly, In falls silent. He has a strange feeling. Ani notices this too. He pulled back the collar of his t-shirt and looked underneath it because he had a feeling that the stains had disappeared from his body. After that, In confidently stated that all the Senguki in the bamboo forest had gone to the other world. But Pek Wol decided that this was nonsense, because if Ryujin was able to defeat 3 Konjas on his own, he would not believe that Tan Yon had defeated Tahoon. Pak Wol's opinion made In and Ami think. They did not understand why Pak Wol thought that way. Meanwhile, in the bamboo forest, Shiran is pleased with what he has done to Taehoon. Unlike Shiran, Tan Yon is not so satisfied. He is annoyed because Shiran interfered in his fight even though he asked him not to. But Shiran insists that this is the first time he has ever heard such a request. This greatly angers Tan Yong, but suddenly he sees something that surprises him. As Tan Yong focused on what was behind Shiran, Shiran also decided to turn around and look in the same direction. They saw behind Shiran that Tahoon's head seemed to have grown back. This surprised and frightened Shiran at the same time. He did not understand how this could have happened. Meanwhile, Pek Wol explains to Ami and Inu that Taehun turns his opponent into a lonely spirit. That's why he got that nickname. Now he himself has become a lonely spirit. After Tan Yon left, Tahoon took part in all the missions where he destroyed many souls. But in one of these missions, Taehoon himself suffered a blow that could kill him. Sitting by the wall of one of the buildings, the wounded Tahoon thought about Tan Yon and that this could be his end. He recalls their last meeting, and he thinks about what could have happened if he hadn't dropped his sword then. He also remembers Tan Yon's words that when you are unhappy, you learn what it means to be happy. Tae Hongri remembered how he and Tang Yong watched the other students and dreamed of being born in a prosperous area. It was then that Tan Yon said that until you experience grief, you will not know what it means to be happy. And now Tahong wondered what it would be like if every day was filled with fear, because then it would be unclear whether you had found happiness or not. It was then that Tahoon thought about becoming a lonely spirit, and at that moment, he fell to the ground. Tahoon ended his story by saying that when he came to his senses, he became like that. After Taehong finished his story, Tang Yong became sad. But Tahong realized why Tang Yong had left Singuk. After that, he no longer cared where he would die. Listening to Tahong, Tang Yong did not know what to say to him because they had been friends before. Then Tahong noted that until his last moment, he had been thinking about one question. He was concerned about why Tan Yong didn't care about anything after what they had been through. He began to think that for Tan Yun, the time they spent together meant nothing. Taehoon also assumes that the friends with whom he carried out missions also meant nothing to him. Taehoon notes that Tan Yong became the first person in the whole world to whom he was able to open his soul. He is angry because he believes that this also means nothing to Tan Yun. He does not understand how Tan Yun can be happy after leaving him. At this moment, Tang Yong plucked up his courage and pointed out that although he was a coward, he had always been sincere with his friend Taehong. He sincerely apologized to Taehoon, considering him his friend. At this moment, Taehoon turned away from Tan Yon and Shiran and shed bitter tears of despair. Meanwhile, Bak Wol praises In. He believes that In has become the best fighter in such a short period of time. Bak Wol asked who In had learned from and liked Bek Wol's praise. The narcissist declared that he considered himself perfect. He is pleased that Pek Wol has realized this himself, so he suggests that he go to the other world in silence. Suddenly, Pek Wol leaned against the foundation of his house and asked Ina to wait a moment. At that moment, Ami addressed In. She noted that In should attack Pek Wol before he picked up his bamboo sword. Turning around, In looked angrily at Ami and said that this was his fight and she should not interfere. After hearing this response, Ina felt sad because she only wanted to help him. After getting his bamboo sword, Pek Volya noted that although In had leveled up, he looked mediocre. In looked confidently at Pek Vol and said that he hoped he had gathered all the necessary things to be buried with them. After that, without further thought or warning, In began to attack Pek Volume. He jumped with such force that the ground shook when he landed. But Pek Vol did not lose his composure and, grabbing his bamboo sword, moved closer to In. When Pek Vol began to attack In, he skillfully dodged his blows. This surprised Pek Vol greatly as he thought In would fight differently. Ami was also surprised when she saw that In dodged Pek Vol's attack. In, however, was pleased with his actions and Ami and Pek Vol's reactions to them. After dodging, I tried to attack. This place turned out to be a good spot for a fight because all the attacks were clearly visible here. Laughing, Pek Vol noticed that now one could distinguish between simple blows and those that would send him to the other world. In also smiled at these words as they were a kind of praise for him. Holding his bamboo sword in front of him, Pek Vol waited for In to attack him, but realized that Pek Vol believed he could defeat him quickly. After that, In concentrated his ki in his hands and directed it towards Pek Volume. With its help, he was able to throw Pek Vol back. Satisfied with himself, In notes that he now understands that among Pek Vol's attacks, there are none that can send him to the other world. Heading back to In, Pek Wol decides to ask him if he plans to continue acting cocky, but In notes that he is not being arrogant at all, but is honestly saying what he really feels. And so In and Pek Wol find themselves face to face. Pek Wol immediately decides to get as close to In as possible. When In sees Pek Wol's face right in front of him, surprise and fear mix inside him. At that moment, Pek Wol began to strike In with a bamboo sword. In dodged the blow. After that, Pek Wol looked seriously into In's eyes, and at that moment, fear and surprise were still fighting inside In. Pek Wol noticed that In should be more careful with his words and speak, but not talk too much. At that moment, Pek Wol directed all his strength into an attack on In, which sent him flying backwards. The impact with the ground as he fell kicked up dust all around. Seeing the force with which Pek Wol attacked Ina, Ami was frightened for him. Pegwol, remaining calm and sensible, was impressed by how much In liked to show off. After that, Ami had several important questions for Pegwol. Amidst the pillars of dust, Ami saw In's silhouette and heard his voice. He believes that Pegwol is not fighting fairly because his blow nearly killed him. When In began to emerge from the dust, Pegwol realized that In had learned to concentrate his energy not only in attacks, but also in defense. Looking at the living In, Pegwol compliments him again, noting that he is developing quickly. But suddenly looking at Pegwol, In asks him to stop pretending. Hearing this, Ami doesn't understand what In wants in this situation. And In asked if everything was okay with Pegwol's hands, because he had hit him with all his strength. Sarcastically, Pegwol asks In if he really thinks he was hurt badly by his blows. This angered In. He tensed up and prepared to attack Pegwol. But at that moment, Pegwol turned away and asked In to wait a moment because he had something to do. But In, smiling, thought that Pegwol was just trying to buy himself some time. While Pegwol is looking for something again, In mocks him and assumes that he is looking for a first aid kit so that he can get a shield. Ami watches their every move and word. She sees that Pegwol is looking for something in his house where the door used to be. He takes out a flask, sits down on the steps, and asks In to wait again. When In sees that Pegwol is pouring something from the flask into a cup, he is surprised and at the same time annoyed by what he sees, because they are wasting valuable time. Then Pegwol asks In if he has heard anything about the offer to drink, but In still did not understand what Pegwol meant and what the offer to drink had to do with their situation. Suddenly it started raining. Not only is he afraid of water, but in the bamboo forest, rain is a harbinger of death. And he remembered that you shouldn't go into a bamboo forest when it rains. After all, you might hear an offer to drink, and then you could die. With a slight smile on his face, Pegwol notes that this is exactly where their lives will end. Indy looks at Pegwol irritably, but he has nothing to say to him in this situation. At that moment, Pegwol hands in a glass and offers him a drink. Ryujin, who is still wandering, also gets caught in the rain in the bamboo forest. He notices that the sky is covered with black rain clouds and thunder begins to rumble. Looking at the sky, Ryujin starts running without hesitation, realizing that he needs to hurry. After drinking from the glass, Pegwol begins to complain that someone has removed the roof from his house, causing the floor to be flooded with rain. But In stands silently, not responding to Pegwol. Because of this, Pegwol began to assume that In had either swallowed his tongue or did not like rain or alcohol. Heading towards In, Pegwol thinks that the weather means he should borrow money but drink anyway. He stopped pouring into a glass and started drinking straight from the bottle. In decided to take advantage of this and moved closer to Pegwol. He tried to strike Pegwol, but Pegwol dodged him. In's next blow was also unsuccessful, as Pegwol, thanks to his intoxicated state, dodged it. And so it happened after every blow that I tried to strike Pegwol. Pegwol continued to drink from the bottle, noticing that the young man, meaning In, was getting in his way. So Pegwol took his weapon and used it against Ina to stop him from interfering. He hit In right in the face. This blow was unpleasant for In because it hurt him. At that moment, Pegwol was right in front of Ina again. He struck Ina with his weapon on the torso, which Ina could not dodge. After that, Pegwol kicked Ina right in the side. Ina began to feel the pain from these blows. The very sensation of pain from such minor blows began to strain In. While In stood crouched, Pegwol approached him from behind, preparing to deliver another blow. Just as In was about to defend himself, Pegwol attacked him, and In flew back again, falling to the ground with such force that dust rose. Confidently, Pegwol decided to ask In how he was doing and whether he should end the fight. In barely began to get to his feet. This time it was harder for him than last time. Looking at In, Pegwol smiled and remarked that on rainy days he was the master of these places. He condescendingly called Ina Little One, and pointed out that it was already clear that he had lost. A serious In listened to Pegwol, who said that this was where he would die. Standing up and noticed that Pegwol was very drunk after just one glass of alcohol. But Pegwol assumes that In is angry because he is the only one suffering now. And points out that if it hadn't rained, Pegwol would have felt In's power even more. After this conversation, In gathers his strength and attacks Pegwol, but he dodges the attack. In is really getting tired of Pegwol constantly dodging his blows. During In's next attack, Pegwol catches him by the arm while still in midair, which In did not expect. Turning to In, Pegwol noticed that he was still young, but his strength was not felt at all. And again, he threw In straight to the ground. Once again, Pegwol was convinced that In had no real strength. While In lay on the ground, Pegwol hoped to finish him off and noted that he had been sending people to the other world for 50 years. Getting up and tried to move away from Pegwol, who was already close to him, but In was unable to do so and received another blow. Pegwol said that now he could tell when a person would die just by looking at them. But In is not going to give up and on the contrary begins to attack Pegwol again. But his next blow was ineffective because Pegwol not only dodged it but also changed his position. He looked at In, who was still fighting, and noted that he could see that he would soon be sent to the other world. From behind, Pegwol strikes In again, hitting his target. This blow frightened Ami. She screamed with excitement for Ina and his life. But despite this blow, Ina is still alive and even in high spirits. Pegwol turned around when he heard Ina's voice. He looked at him closely. He noticed that In was going to attack him, and that he was still confident. Pegwol blocked In's attack with his fist. Their fists collided. During this collision, In felt the pain again, which he tried to hide with all his might. But Pekwoll never tires of telling In that this is where he will send him to the other world. Suddenly, Pekwoll swings his bamboo sword, almost hitting In's neck. But at that moment, something strange began to happen to In. Shadows began to appear around him like tentacles. Ami is shocked by what she sees. She never thought that something like this could happen to In. But Pekwoll, looking at In with a smile on his face, decided to check if he had really awakened. In appeared to have changed. One of his eyes had turned black and many strange black marks had appeared on his face. Pekwoll looks at In as if he knew that he would transform, but he was not entirely satisfied with Ina's transformation because he could see that he only had enough strength for half of it. Further away from them stands Ami, still surprised, but now she has many questions she wants answered. While Pekwoll continues to drink his beverage, In examines how he has changed. He looks at his hands, which now have marks that appeared before, but In doesn't know what they are. Looking at In, Pekwoll cannot believe that In knows nothing about what is happening to him. But Pekwoll thought that In knew everything because he had already fought in the battle with Konja. Now In asks Pekwoll to tell him everything he knows. But Pekwoll does not want to tell him anything because there is no benefit for him. But In points out that if Pekwoll does not tell him everything, he will loosen his tongue with his fists. He starts rushing towards Pekwoll. At this moment, Pekwoll begins to draw his sword. In insists that he defend himself, otherwise he may die. After that, In delivers several precise blows to Pekwoll's body with his bare hands. Pekwoll endures all these blows and even manages to hide all the emotions he felt during In's attack. Meanwhile, In is pleased with his newfound strength. It turns out to be much greater than it was before. So In continues to use her power to attack Pekwolla. At one point, In noticed that there might be one more lifeless body in this forest. Suddenly, he begins to fall to the ground. He realizes that he cannot move, but he does not understand why. Meanwhile, Pekwoll approaches In and smiles. He notes that he has seen this many times before, but this time he was on the verge of dying. Standing next to In, Pekwoll decided to mention that In's body had also stopped moving during their previous encounter. In suggested that it was absorption, and Pekwoll explained that absorption works not only with a blow, but force can also be absorbed by ordinary touch. Pekwoll began to justify his use of absorption by blaming In's spoiled alcohol and sword, but In did not have to stay in that position for long. After a certain amount of time, he was able to move again. This surprised Pekwoll because, in his opinion, In was able to start moving again very quickly. Ami also noticed that In recovered faster this time than last time. In In's opinion, he does not know the full power of this form and what it is capable of. In stands and thinks that even if it weren't for him, they should be grateful. Throwing himself at Pekwoll again, In does not think that this time he will dare to absorb his power again. In blocks Pekwoll's blow with his hands, into which he has concentrated all his energy. Then In swings with his other hand, hoping to hit his target. But Pekwoll quickly blocks this blow as well, preventing In from injuring him. And now they find themselves extremely close to each other again. Suddenly pushing off from Pekwoll, In jumps high above him. To protect himself from his attacks, Pekwoll crossed his arms over his head. While attacking, Pekwoll says that it's like lab work, and it has two tasks: how to extinguish the force and how to damage the body. When In punched the ground, dust appeared around him and a hole appeared in the ground. Seeing what In was capable of in this form, Pekwoll admitted that although he had not completely transformed, In was still strong, and Pekwoll had underestimated him. That is why, in In's opinion, Pekwoll will now go to his ancestors. At that moment, In appeared behind Pekwoll with a sly smile on his face. Turning around, Pekwoll did not expect to see In behind him. Without hesitation, In struck Pekwoll with a blow, and In recently fell to the ground, raising dust and clumps of earth around him. After jumping back, I landed on the ground and approached the hole left in the ground. He looked down sadly. Then, raising his head to the sky, In noticed that the rain had stopped and that Aplomba was gone. The Lord of Rainy Days had won his battle. Pekwoll sits in the middle of the pile of stones on the ground. He believed that if the rain continued, it would destroy In. But now Pekwoll believes that perhaps it is for the best that the rain has stopped. Standing up, Pekwoll realized that he thought this way because he couldn't destroy Ina anyway. Or maybe Pekwoll could say otherwise, hinting that Ina cannot be sent to the other world. Turning to Ina with his dark red eyes, Pekwoll notes that regardless of this, he will at least put Ina in her place. In noticed that Pekwoll's eyes had changed even from a distance. When In was surprised by this, Pekwoll was convinced that practically no information was retained in his head. But In did not understand what Pekwoll meant, so he explained that it seemed as if he had absorbed some of In's energy. When In heard about the possible absorption of his energy, he became very angry. But he remained calm and decided to try to find out why Pekwoll couldn't send him to the other world, assuming that it was because of his power. But Pekwoll did not consider it necessary to explain why this was so, believing that what he had said about not being able to send him to the other world was enough. These mysteries irritate In. He doesn't like that Pekwoll doesn't give specific answers. But In assumes that Pekwoll is now going to make peace with him. But In believes that the power he has absorbed must diminish because it cannot remain with him forever. At that moment, In tried to attack Pekwoll again, but instead Pekwoll attacked In, punching him in the stomach. And Pekwoll assured In that before losing his energy, he would take care of everything. After these words, Pekwoll began to strike In with blow after blow, which In cannot dodge. Ami is still watching them. She sees every blow and every step they take. She is angry and begins to clench her hands into fists, as if she is also releasing something from within herself. She begins to take off her backpack, realizing that she can no longer stand aside and just watch everything that is happening here. Suddenly, at that moment, she feels someone's hand on her shoulder. Turning around, Ami sees Ryujin behind her, almost unharmed. She recognized him, of course, and was very happy to see him in the city. She noticed that Ryujin had arrived just in time. Pointing in one direction, she said that Inu really needed someone's help right now. But Ryujin did not immediately go to help Inu. He stopped next to Ami and remained silent at her cries. This reaction surprised Ami. She did not understand why Ryujin was standing in one place and remained silent. But looking closely at Ina, Ryujin noticed that he still hadn't given up. Ami began to look at Ryujin pleadingly, but he said that he wanted to preserve his dignity more than his life. Ami thought this was nonsense, so she started yelling at Ryujin, unable to control her emotions. But Ryujin reiterated that he could not interfere with a guy who did not give up and fought desperately because it was a matter of honor for Ina. Suddenly, someone else came out of the forest and was surprised by Ryujin's speech. Shiran and Un appeared before them. They believe that Ryujin's words are just excuses and that he simply does not want to help Ina. When Ami saw them, she was very surprised. She doesn't know that Shiran and Un have come to help Ryujin in the battle against the three Conchjas. Watching Ina's battle, Shiran noticed that if he continued fighting at this pace, he would soon be sent to the other world. But despite this, Shiran and Un stood next to Ryujin and decided to watch as well. They angered Ami because they had initially slandered Ryujin and then stood beside him just to watch. But Shiran and Un realized that they had nothing to do with it, and that In was not their friend to fight for. After that, Ami started screaming, trying to find out why Shiran and Un had come there. Throwing his hands behind his head, Shiran said that they had come to capture Pek Volya. Hearing the purpose of their visit, Ami still did not understand why the Yasu brothers did not want to help In. But Shiran noted that they would only enter the fight after In was no longer able to fight or when he passed away. Ami was even more disappointed in them because she understood that In needed help, but those who could help did not want to do so. Suddenly, she hears another familiar voice behind her, asking her not to worry. Turning around, Ami is delighted to see Tanyon standing next to her. She believes that Tanyona has arrived just in time and will now be able to help In. At that moment, she saw Tanyon's rival, Taehoon, standing next to him. She was surprised to see Taehoon, but Tanyong noted that the battle could end without anyone dying, just like what happened with them and Taehoon. Still, Ami does not intend to continue these conversations and asks Tanyon to help Inu because he may die. But Tanyong refuses Ami, saying that he completely agrees with Ryujin's opinion and that now is not the time to interfere in In's fight. Now Ami is even angrier. She doesn't understand what is going on with these men and why they are behaving this way. Tanyon notes that the In he knows would rather die than lose his honor. He notes that In is capable of turning everything upside down at any moment. Continuing to watch In's battle, Ryujin notes that he is impressed by the battle. Tanyon also adds that if they intervene, In will not be happy. In his opinion, if they attack him and win, they will strike a blow to In's pride. Tanyon is not sure that they can defeat their mentor. But according to Ami, they are leaving In one step away from going to the other world. But Ryujin noted that Ami shouldn't worry because In would not give up so easily. Tears begin to well up in Ami's eyes as she looks at In with pity. Exhausted and turns around and sees so many people standing behind him, just watching everything. Ami looked at In with pity. She clenched her fists for him, hoping for the best. But suddenly In shouted that he needed their help because he was about to be sent to the other world. Hearing In's plea for help, Ami, Ryujin, and Tanyon couldn't believe their ears. Even Baek Wol was surprised because he thought In was going to defeat him on his own. He noted that he had a better opinion of him and was going to praise him. At that moment, In jumped high into the air, preparing to attack Baek Wol from above. At the moment of the attack, In noticed that Baek Wol should stop talking so as not to be distracted. Nevertheless, In managed to attack Baek Wol, knocking him to the ground and creating another crater. At this moment, everyone standing behind him was surprised. Ryujin, already reaching for his weapon, thought that In was inconsistent. In stands over Baek Wol, who is lying in the crater, satisfied with his attack. Smiling slyly, he hopes that Baek Wol also liked his attack. Getting to his feet, Baek Wol notes that he is not impressed by such an attack, because its effect is not very successful. Looking at Baek Wol from under his brow, In considers him a real monster because even after such an attack, he got up. For a moment, Baek Wol even feels sorry for In because, in his opinion, this is all his half-species is capable of. In tries to understand what is happening with this energy and why only one part of it is manifesting itself, while the other part remains hidden. Baek Wol heard In's desire to obtain the second part of the energy. After that, In stopped and decided to listen carefully to what Baek Wol had to say. And Baek Wol began to explain that every person has their own trump cards, just like in a card game. Hearing the words about trump cards, In thought that Baek Wol was talking nonsense that would not help him in any way. But Baek Wol continued to talk about how all people have their trump cards, even him. For some it is beauty, and for others it may be wealth. Hinting at Shiran and Un, Baek Wol adds that for some people their trump card is strength, and for others it is skill. He also notes that sometimes there are people who have innate advantages. He thinks this way about Ryujin and Ami. But according to Park Wol, there are also people who don't have good cards in their hands from the start, hinting at Tanyon and Taehoon. Baek Wol also noted that before you get what you want, you have to give up your trump card. In order to gain the ability to absorb, Baek-wol notes that he spent all 20 of his cards. He looked In straight in the eye and asked what In was willing to do to get what he wanted. But attacking once again, Baek-wol points out that he will not give anything away, but on the contrary will take everything for himself. Dodging In's attack, Baek-wol considers him foolish, as are his actions. After Baek-wol dodged In's blow, he delivered a targeted counterattack. Just as In began to change his position, Baek-wol delivered another blow to his back. This blow was quite strong, as In was even disoriented in space for a moment. Ami and Ryujin, seeing what had happened to In, began to worry about him. But Baek-wol did not stop there and delivered another blow to In's chin. Concentrating all his strength in his hands, Baek-wol was about to strike again. But In had not yet recovered from the previous blow, which had almost knocked him unconscious. At that moment, Ryujin, regardless of the consequences, was about to rush to In's aid. But he was too late, and Baek-wol aimed his hand, in which all his energy was concentrated, at In. All Ryujin could do at that moment was shout. Then, everyone turned their attention to Ami, who was standing behind everyone and doing something. She decided to use the whistle that Aeyong had given her last time. Turning around, Ryujin heard a familiar voice behind him. He was not very happy to hear it. He saw that, as promised, Aeyong and Soso appeared at the first call and began to help Ina and block Baek-wol's blows. Aeyong was able to stop Baek-wol's blow with just 2 fingers of his hand. Meanwhile, Soso was helping Inu stay on his feet and not fall to the ground. Then Aeyong turned to Ami and asked how he could help her. Shocked, Shiran Tanyeon and Ryujin did not understand how Soso and Aeyong were able to stop Baek-wol's attack. But Ami didn't care. She just wanted Aeyong to stop Baek-wol. After she asked Aeyong for this, Ryujin and Shiran looked at her in surprise. Aeyong, meanwhile, looked at Ami and listened to her request, then smiled slightly. Putting his hands in his pockets, Aeyong stepped back a little from Baek-wol, who recognized him. Bowing to Baek-wol, Aeyong noted that they had not seen each other for a very long time. He also pointed to everyone standing next to Ami and said that Baek-wol would no longer be able to touch them. Turning to Ami, Baek-wol began to giggle without saying anything else. But Aeyong noted that he knew that Baek-wol had not even thought about killing Ina. Aeyong's statement surprised everyone around him. They did not understand how he could know what Baek-wol was going to do. But Baek-wol looked at Aeyong and smiled, saying that he was indeed right. Surprised and angry at the same time, Ami looked at Baek-wol and did not understand how he could be acquainted with Aeyong and Soso. Turning back to the crowd of fans, Baek-wol reminded them that he had no intention of harming Inu. Still standing in his place, Ryujin couldn't understand what Baek-wol was talking about. Ami asks Baek-wol if he really can't send In to the other world. Smiling, Baek-wol realizes that those around him have many questions. He decides to reveal some secrets. But Aeyong interrupts Baek-wol, certain that he is about to lie. He reminds him how hard he hit Ina. But Baek-wol began to justify himself by saying that Ina was unstoppable, so he couldn't restrain himself. But Baek-wol continued to insist, noting that In would not have died anyway. Sitting on the steps, Baek-wol did not expect Aeyong and Soso to appear so quickly. He asked what connected them all, but Aeyong laughed and said that Baek-wol didn't need to know. Baek-wol didn't expect anything else, so he just laughed. Ami approached Soso, who was helping In. She tried to find out how In was feeling, but Soso asked Ami to calm down because he had almost finished. Soso noted that he had almost restored all of Ina's lost energy. He added that Ina had a naturally strong body, so there was almost nothing to treat. Then Ami noticed that she was clinging to them like a lifeline. She became curious about how they managed to appear immediately after the signal. Aeyong approached them and said that they would always come to her aid at any time. Others began to approach them. Among them, Un dared to ask who they were since they had so easily stopped Baek-wol's attack. But Aeyong was in no hurry to explain who they were because he believed that they did not need to know. And Soso pointed out that it didn't matter. He also explained that In would soon come to his senses and that it was time for them to leave. Seeing that they were disappearing, Ami tried to stop them, but they disappeared completely. Yoon and Soso's disappearance shocked everyone, but almost immediately everyone's attention turned to In, who was still lying on the ground, gasping for breath. And then In began to get up, but he couldn't understand or remember anything right away. Angry and sad at the same time, In began to remember how he fought with Baek-wol, and then Aeyong and Soso appeared. Then he started shouting that he had been completely exhausted during the fight. Baek-wol witnessed In coming to his senses and laughed at him. Looking at Baek-wol, In does not understand how all this could have happened. Shiran approached Baek-wol, hoping that they were done with In and wanting to go about his business. Seeing him, Baek-wol assumed that Shiran and Un were of the Wild tribe. Therefore, he now understands that 2 of their tribe were indeed seen in one of the villages. He noted that he knew that Shiran and Un had fearlessly transformed in front of a large crowd of people. And then he noted that no one hunts people like them anymore. But Un, looking at Baek-wol, does not understand what he means and waits for further explanation. Then Baek-wol noted that there are no hunters left among the Singuks. Ami, who became interested in their conversation, approached them, and Baek-wol added that there is no one left from the Wild tribe either. Baek-wol goes on to explain that people used to hunt wild people because they were afraid of them, and also because the Singukis paid well for it. But Baek-wol noted that they no longer engage in such activities, so in his opinion, there are almost no hunters left. In interrupted their conversation. He was annoyed that the self-confident Shiran wanted to talk to Baek-wol, and now was just silent. And then Shiran spoke up. He became interested in whether they knew that the Sengoku played a major role in the destruction of the wild tribe. Shiran said that at first they were heading here for revenge, but on the way they heard an interesting story. He said that rumors were circulating that Pek Vol was connected to Leopard. Everyone exchanged glances. Ami and Ryu Jin began to whisper and recall that people talked about this leopard as if he were a kachu. Suddenly, Shiran heard whispering behind him and turned around. Surprised, Shiran asked if Leopard Hyun was a Kachsu in Singuk. Then Pek Wol remembered that according to rumors, there were 3 wild brothers. At that moment, Ami decided to ask Pek Wol why the Sengukis were catching wild animals. Pek Wol raised his head and looked at Ami. He asked if she had ever heard of the Superhuman Project. Upon hearing the name of the project, Ami realized that he was talking about an attempt to create a perfect being that would have no equal. Pek Wol confirmed his words. He also noted that this was the reason for the 6th Great Catastrophe. Everyone nearby was surprised when they heard that the 6th catastrophe had happened because of something. It turned out that teacher Ina was telling the truth, and because of the experiments to create a superhuman, an explosion occurred, which led to what they all have now. Hearing the story, En was surprised that his teacher was indeed telling the truth. Suddenly, Pek Vol said something that surprised everyone even more. He noted that they were all Sengoku. This made everyone think. But no one tried to interrupt Pek Volume. Everyone listened attentively. It turned out that the original plan was to combine the physical strength of wild animals and the fighting skills of humans to create superhumans. But Ami still didn't understand what the Sengoku organization had to do with it. She asked Pek Vol about it. And Pek Vol noted that after the explosion, the organization's goal was to demonstrate its power and quickly gain popularity. Ryujin asked how they managed to obtain the necessary qualities of wild animals and humans, to which Pek Vol replied that he had played a leading role in this matter. And Pek Vol suggested that they did not know that he had the ability to absorb and transfer power, which he decided to demonstrate by making a glow. Pek Vol's story was quite interesting and informative for everyone. They want to know what exactly Pek Vol did. And Pek Vol explains that in Singuk, he is responsible for creation. With the help of absorption, he takes power and transfers it to superhumans. But it turns out that creating superhumans is not the Singuk's goal now. Without hesitation, In asks Pek Vol what the Singuk's goal is now. But Pek Vol does not think that In should know about the Singuk organization's goal, and this angers In. Instead, Pek Wol said that absorption is not exclusively a Singuk skill, but a special ability of their scientists. Pek Vol asked if they knew that the Singuk Kokchu gathered the strongest and made them into Singuks. The Kokchu who wanted to master the art of absorption lured Pek Vol to the Singuk, and then this skill spread among them. From this story, Shiran understood that it was because of Pek Vol that the other Kachsu also possessed absorption. After this story, everyone looked at Pek Volya with dissatisfaction, undecided to find out if the hunters had captured their wild kin. To which Pek Vol noted that they needed to obtain a new set of genes, so they used wild ones. Pek Vol also said that, like many scientists, they used vivisection, the dissection of a living organism for scientific purposes. An angry Shiran asked what exactly the Sengoku wanted to achieve from the savages. It turned out that they needed awakening. It is characteristic of savages who are tough fighters to undergo instant transformation. While everyone was boiling with anger, Pek Vol noted that by giving injections, they sought to create not a new savage, but an ideal creature, and it turned out to be a failure. Hearing about the instant awakening, Ami became interested in learning more about it from Pek Volume, and then someone suggested that In might be a superhuman. Hearing this, In's face changed. He immediately became frightened and began to look for the person who said it. But he himself does not agree with this. Laughing, Pek Vol repeated that the experiment had turned out to be a complete failure. He began to talk about why I couldn't do it. But at that moment, In began to look at his hands because he realized that he really was a superhuman. Pek Vol was surprised that In constantly talked about endurance, but never noticed that he was different from others. Now Pek Wol began to mock In even more because he was constantly bragging. Then Pek Wol asked him his name and assumed that he was In. When Pek Wol said his name, In was surprised and wondered how Pek Wol knew his name. He forgot that he was the child of the Singuks. Once again, confidence appeared on In's face. He decided that it didn't matter how Pek Wol knew his name, but that his name was Tiger In. But Pek Wol noticed that he was actually In the Demon Flame. In himself could not have come up with such a name. Pek Wol asked if In wanted to know why he was called Demon Flame, and In assumed that it was because of his power. Pek Wol confirmed this, adding that with the help of his superhuman strength, In had taken on the appearance of a demon. Now In was troubled by the fact that, despite being so powerful, he had been unable to defeat the old Singuk. This question amused Pek Wol. He was the only one who was equal in power to Kokchu. And besides, In did not know how to control this power at all. And again, In became angry after Pek Vol's story. After all, he wanted to hear something completely different. Everyone standing behind In tensed up. They exchanged glances. Finally, Ami dared to speak up. From Pek Volya's story, she understood that the explosion happened because the Singuks tried to create a superhuman, which resulted in. So, after thinking it all over, Ami suggested that the disaster happened because of In. Lowering his head in embarrassment, In asked if the catastrophe really happened because of him. But he didn't take this information the same way everyone else did. Now In considers himself even cooler than before? He began to laugh ominously and rejoice at what he heard from Pek Volya. Ami, on the other hand, thought that people like In never change. But they didn't dwell on In, and Shiran asked Pekvol what the Senguki did after the disaster. Pekvol pointed to In and explained that this prototype was uncontrollable, so they repeated the experiment. After that, samples 1 and 2 appeared. But he noted that they could no longer use the power of the wild kind in the experiment. After all, the leader of the wild ones appeared before them and was able to stop them. Hearing about the leader of the wild ones, Shiran assumed that it was Leopard Hyun. Shiran's assumptions were confirmed. It turned out that Leopard had found them and sacrificed his life so that they would stop using the wild ones. Then, after the failure, they decided to create a superhuman without the power of awakening, and that's when his sacrifice became relevant. Now Shiran wondered why the Senguki decided to create a superhuman without awakening powers. It turned out that the fully awakened superhuman had become uncontrollable. She also couldn't control her own power. In addition, many lost their energy due to the explosion, and the emergence of a large number of species caused many problems. When In suggested that Pekvol was referring to beast people, Pekvol nodded affirmatively. But Ryujin became curious about what happened to samples 1 and 2. Pekvol said that without awakening, they could be controlled, but because of this, they did not have much power. Therefore, they were considered a failure. In In's opinion, there should be more than 2 superhumans, but he asked where the other 2 were. What Pekvol said next surprised Ina even more. He said that they had already met them. He also said that they had appeared before them all very recently. Everyone had the same question: could samples 1 and 2 be Aeon and Soso? It came as a surprise to everyone that those 2 were also superhumans. The young people's reaction amused Pekvol, and then suddenly, Tanyeon suggested that Anya whistle again because they should respond to that sound. But when Pekvol heard this suggestion from Tanyeon, he insisted that their idea would not work. Everyone was curious as to why Pekvol thought so. Despite Pekvol's words, Ami took out the whistle and blew it again with hope. After that, everyone began to look around, but no one appeared in front of them, which surprised Ami. Aeyong and Soso did not appear, even though they promised to come every time. But Pekvol reminded them that he had warned them about this. He believed that if the situation had not been so tense last time, they would not have shown up. At that moment, Ami decided to ask why Pekvol thought so. But instead of Pekvol, In answered. He said it was because it was cooler. In confirmed Pekvol's assumption with a smile on his face. But everyone else doesn't think it's funny. Pekvol also noted that all superhumans do whatever they want, but he doesn't understand why this is the case. He says that the first prototype, Aeon, didn't listen to them at all. He was only concerned with his appearance. The second, Soso, was created as a child, and they tried to raise him. He became a person who wanted nothing. But suddenly Ami became curious as to why In didn't know that he was a superhuman. Then Pekvol pointed out that after the explosion, In lost control of himself more than once. Therefore, Pekvol believes that he has partially lost his memory. According to Pekvol, they were lucky that after losing control once, In was able to pull himself together and there were no more explosions. After this story, everyone began to look at In with pity, which began to annoy him. Suddenly, Pekvol changed the subject. He asked Ami if she was going to forgive her father. After this question, everyone looked at Ami, who lowered her eyes to the ground. With a slight smile on his face, Pekvol asked Ami if she knew what the tragedy of life was. Ami then looked at Pekvol. She waited for him to continue speaking. And Pekvol calmly said that people grow old too quickly and become wiser too late. He looked at Ami, who looked sad. He noted that he hoped she would become wiser sooner. Then Ami decided to ask Pekvol where her father was now. But he assures her that he himself does not know where to find Kukju. After all, they don't talk much to each other. Too many people are trying to find out their whereabouts. That's why they try not to talk about it. When Ami tried to find out more information about them, Shiran interrupted the conversation. He turned to Ami and asked in surprise if her father was Kukju. Not hearing an answer, Shiran asked again if Ami was Kukju's reincarnation. Black energy began to appear around Shiran, and he even began to hiss. Everyone tensed up and moved away. Seeing Shiran's change, Ryujin tried to calm him down, hiding Ami behind his back. But at that moment, Shiran began to transform. His eyes turned red and filled with anger. To defuse the situation, Pekvol remembered that Shiran wanted to know where Leopard was. These words caught Shiran's attention. Turning to Pekvol, Shiran assumed that he knew where the leopard was now. Without hesitation, Pekvol remarked that there was one place among the Kachsu that was familiar to them all. But Shiran was eager to find out what that place was. He waited for Pekvol to tell him more. Without hiding anything, Pekvol said that the place was called the Ark, and that Leopard was not there. Unable to contain his emotions, Shiran grabbed Pekvol by the collar. He demanded to know where he was. But now Pekvol is in no hurry to tell Shiran anything because, in his opinion, Shiran behaved rudely towards him. At that moment, Pekvol noticed that there were very few wild ones left, and they were still the same. These words sent a chill down Shiran's spine. He was afraid of Pekvol. At that moment, Shiran let go of Pekvol and took a few steps back. In turn, Pekvol noted that the Ark was in the shelter of the winds. He also noted that the place was steeped in deep sorrow and that Leopard would be there. After Pekvolya's story, Un and Shiran exchanged glances. It was as if they had agreed on something without words. Turning away from Pekvol, Shiran noted that he would definitely teach him a lesson for today's humiliation. After that, Shiran and Un jumped and disappeared from the bamboo forest. Pekvol perceived Un and Shiran's behavior as shy. He added that people usually express their gratitude differently. But Peckvol's interrogation did not end there. Ani became curious as to why he had so easily betrayed the others, to which Peckvol replied that he did not want any more destruction in his forest. He did not want to fight Un and Shiran. Finally, Ryujin dared to ask Peckvol if there was a person with long hair and a sword among the Singuk. Smiling, Peckvol said that there were many such people among the Singukis. He became curious as to why Ryujin was asking about this. Then he looked closely at him and was surprised. When Ryujin saw how Peckvol was behaving, he was just as surprised as Peckvol. In a second, Peckvol was right next to Ryujin. Ryujin stepped back from such unexpected closeness. But Peckvol continued to stare into Ryujin's eyes, and suddenly he realized that Ryujin was a real bully. Confused by Peckvol's statement, Ryujin began to back away. Peckvol noted that he did not know that the person Ryujin was looking for was in hiding. He asked Ryujin why he was looking for a man with long hair and a sword. Plucking up his courage, Ryujin confidently stated that it was none of his business. But Peckvol pointed out that he had said almost nothing, so it would be difficult to understand who it was. Peckvol also became curious as to why Ryujin was looking for him among the Singuks, but Ryujin believes that he is with them. Touching his shoulder, Ryujin noted that the wound he had inflicted on him had not yet healed. When Peckvol heard about the wound, he was very surprised and thought for a moment. Ryujin said that he had been the victim of an absorption that left him with a scar left by the Singukis, but Peckvol is surprised that Ryujin has such a scar on his body. He asked Ryujin how long he had had this scar, and Ryujin confirmed Peckvol's assumption that he had had this scar for several years. Upon hearing this, Peckvol turned around and showed how impressed he was. After all, he knows that only one person is capable of leaving a scar like Ryujin's. When Ryujin realized that Peckvol knew about this person, he tried to find out who it was. Calmly and deliberately, Peckvol answered Ryujin, naming Pi Jung-haik. He was the only one who could master absorption without Peckvol's help. Regardless, Ryujin wants to know where Pi Jung-haik is now. Sarcastically, Peckvol remarked that Pi Jung-haik does not say where he is going. And again, Peckvol repeated that he knows nothing about the meeting places. Suddenly, Ami understood something and was about to say it when Peckvol interrupted her. He noted that if Ryujin is really looking for Pi Jung-haik, then he is the third of the Singuk Kanju. That is why Peckvol does not know where he is. Hearing that Pi Jung-haik was one of Ryujin's Kanju, Ryujin almost lost hope of finding him. In addition, Peckvol added that finding Pi Jung-ga would be more difficult than finding the others. After all, he is different from the others. He did not leave any Sokaju or Konchja. Among the three Kanju, he is the best at hiding everything. And now Ryujin hopes that one of the Kanju may still know the whereabouts of Pi Jung-haik, even in thought that it might be possible to find him if Peckvol named all the places where the Kanju could be. But Peckvol interrupts In to immediately point out that he doesn't tell anyone where his hiding place is. Still, In and Ryujin don't think there's a person whose whereabouts no one knows. Despite Peckvol's warning, they want him to name the likely gathering places, but Peckvol pointed out that the Singuks have strong connections, so if they manage to find Leopard from the Wild Clan, they will also find Jungyeok. Ryujin assumes that when Peckvol mentions the leopard, he is referring to the one the Wild Tribe is looking for. Lowering his eyes to the ground, Peckvol said nothing but nodded affirmatively. At that moment, clouds began to cover the moon in the sky. Ami decided to talk to Peckvol some more. She asked him why Senguki was going to create a superhuman, but Peckvol could not answer Ami's question. He lowered his eyes to the ground and seemed to be thinking about something. Then Ami asked if the Senguki no longer needed a superhuman, since they no longer bothered Ina. Turning away from them, Peckvol apologized to Ami and said he couldn't talk about it. After that, Ami tried to find out what the Singukam were doing now. After all, she assumes that the superhuman project has been completed. But Peckvol remained silent and only looked at her with a slight smile. She realized that she would not get any specific answers, and this began to irritate her. They all gathered together and began to discuss what to do next. Someone suggested following the savage's tracks to look for Leopard. Satisfied, In noted that he no longer had any business with Peckvol, so it was Senguki's turn. He also noted that he would be happy if the tattoos came off. Ryujin also agreed with the plan to search for Leopard since there was nothing else for them to do here. At that moment, Ami saw In looking at her suspiciously. She understood what he was hinting at. So, addressing everyone, she decided to tell them something. Besides, they themselves had heard about whose daughter she was. But suddenly, Ryujin interrupted her and said that he had guessed everything long ago. He remembered the boys from the albino village and the scientists from Konsha. He also added that it was just not easy for In to accept. Tanyeon also noted that, unlike In, they couldn't help but feel her energy. These words made In angry. But Ami felt better now. No one thought she had lied or betrayed them. To calm Ami down, Tanyeon also noted that he couldn't even think about her being Singuk's daughter. But he knew for sure that she was hiding her power. Tanyeon was not going to ask Ami about it anymore. He understood her perfectly well because he himself did not want to remember the past. Now Ami looked intently at Ryujin standing opposite her. He only said that he was following Pi Jung-ga's trail. Despite the fact that he was a Kachu, he needed him very much. Feeling ashamed, Ami stared at the ground. But Ryujin said he would wait until she wanted to tell him herself. A little embarrassed, Ami thanked Ryujin and Tanyeon for their understanding. Inu felt uncomfortable that he was the only one who didn't know anything. But he immediately realized that they had figured everything out at this point, and suggested that they set off in search of leopard. Suddenly, they heard someone say that they were leaving them alone. Hearing these words, Ami, Ryujin, and In turned to Tan Yeon, who had said them. They waited for him to explain. Tan Yeon stood there and smiled at them, not rushing to explain why he had made such a decision. Everyone was surprised that Tan Yeon had made such a decision. They had hoped to continue on together. Tan Yeon said he wanted to meet with the teacher to persuade him to leave Singuk, so he decides to stay and deal with it. But everyone thinks that this decision is very sudden, and they did not think that this would happen. Although Baek-wol forces Tan Yeon to leave, he assures him that he will find others himself. Realizing that persuasion will not help, In finally asks Tan Yeon not to stay here. But suddenly he remembers that he also needs to ask Baek-wol something. He became curious. If he was a mistake of the experiment, why wasn't he destroyed immediately? He notes that Baek-wol was unable to destroy him, but In becomes curious about what the Singuks ordered to be done with him. But Baek-wol doesn't understand why they thought he was going to send In to the afterlife. He noted that he couldn't just take and destroy a child that he had created with his own hands. In accepted this answer. He asked Baek-wol if everything was over with his affairs. According to Baek-wol, everything was over. Still, he believed that the future would reveal all. Then In began to insist that Baek-wol listen to Tan Yeon, leave the Singuks, and start a peaceful life. Smiling, Baek-wol called In arrogant. He said he would figure out his own life. Suddenly, something began to glow on In's body. He grabbed the place where the glow appeared with his hand. The glow became brighter and brighter. No one around him understood what was happening to In, and neither did he. Everyone surrounded Ina. When the glow stopped, Ryu didn't dare to ask Ina what it was. After that, In decided to lift his shirt to look at his tattoos. He realizes that in order for the tattoos to disappear, he needs to catch the Singuk Kachzu. Lowering his shirt, In noticed that, in his opinion, the marks had become smaller, but he remembers that he had recently had this feeling before. Tan Yeon reminds him that they defeated Master Gongja and Taehoon. At that moment, Taehoon and Baek-wol respond, noting that they are not yet defeated. Pyeok-wol did not know what had happened to In's body. He asked In what had happened to him and who had done it. Adjusting his jacket, In replied discontentedly that an old man had done it. When Baek-wol realized that the tattoos disappeared after defeating Singuk, he became interested in who disliked them so much. But In, knowing the old man's character, understood that he didn't need serious reasons to destroy someone. In decided to end the conversation because he was tired and, besides, he was already hungry. For the first time in a long time, Ami sees In complaining that he is tired. She assumes that his fiery power took a lot of energy. Then In remembered that he still wanted to ask Baek-wol something. He asked again how to use this power. Getting up from his seat and walking away, Baek-wol told In to figure it out himself, because he didn't know what to do since he wasn't a superhuman. After this answer, Baek-wol seemed even more stubborn to In. After all, he was hoping for at least some help. But as he was leaving, Baek-wol asked Inu if he knew how to look at familiar things in a new way. He called it the law of immutability. Then he insisted that everyone leave, waving his hand at them. Baek-wol's words did not clarify anything for In, but rather confused him even more. Nevertheless, Ami In and Ryu Jin are going to leave, and Tan Yeon hopes that they will be able to meet again very soon. He smiles sincerely at Ami, Ryu Jin, and Inu, hoping that they also want to meet him again. As he was about to leave, Ryu Jin did not want to say goodbye for long, so he simply remarked that they would see each other again. Unlike Ryu Jin and Ami In, he has already started walking out of the forest, saying that he doesn't understand why they are saying goodbye, because they will meet again. Under the full moon, with his hands behind his head, he walked carefree along the path leading to the forest. A moment later, Ryu Jin and Ami began to catch up with him, waving goodbye to Tan Yeon. After everyone left, Tan Yeon returned to Baek-wol, who did not understand why he had not left too and instead decided to annoy him. Realizing that he would not leave, Baek-wol tried to find out if Tan Yeon had seen the wound on Ryu Jin's shoulder. This question surprised Tan Yeon, but he still said that he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. After drinking another glass of his drink, Baek-wol snorted and thought. Sitting next to them is Taehoon, who says that this is the first time he has heard of anyone other than his mentor having the power of absorption. Turning to Baek-wol, Taehoon decided to ask him again who Pi Jong-gak was. Baek-wol began his story by saying that before the albinos appeared, no one possessed the power of absorption. This raises another question for Taehong. Now he doesn't understand how Pi Jong-guk learned this skill. But Baek-wol calmly and thoughtfully pointed out that Pi Jong-guk did not actually possess absorption, but rather sealing. He explains that absorbing someone else's energy and sealing it are two different things. Pi Jong-gak blocks the channels through which energy flows and seals the power. After absorption, the power can return on its own after a while, but with sealing, the power will not return on its own until Pi Jong-gak removes the seal himself. After hearing this, Tan Yeon asked if it was possible to release the power himself after sealing it. Drinking his drink, Baek-wol says that he has never encountered anything like this before. Disappointed, Tan Yeon lowered his eyes to the ground. After all, it would be difficult to find Pi Jong-guk and ask him to remove the seal. Suddenly, he changed his mind. He had a question about Ryu Jin's power. Without waiting for Tan Yeon to ask anything, Baek-wol pointed out that Ryu Jin's scar had not disappeared, so his power was still sealed. They sit at the table and ponder the situation. Even though Ryu Jin's power is sealed, he is still quite strong. But Baek-wol points out that Ryu Jin is much stronger than they thought. And Tanyeon realizes that all this time Ryujin has been fighting at only half his strength. According to Taehoon, Ryujin himself does not understand that he is capable of much more during battles. Looking at the sky, Baekwol decides to go rest because too many strong people have come to him today. And Tanyeong tried once again to ask Park Wol to finally free himself from all this. He believes that Park Wol has already fulfilled his promise. Tanyeong and Taehoon sit and look at Paek Eol, waiting for at least some kind of answer from him. But Paek Wol still looks at the full moon shining so brightly at night and thinks about how stubborn he is. Then, without answering Tanyeon, Paek Wol calmly begins to get up from the table, and then he turns to Taehoon. He asks him to stop what he is doing, and if he wants to go with Tanyeong. He turns around and starts to walk away, but Taehoon turns to him wanting to say something. He doesn't have time to say anything because Paek Wol says that he is also stuck here. Therefore, he should go with Tanyeon to see the world and experience life. With sadness in his eyes, Taehoon watches Paek Wol walk away and tries to speak to him again. But this time, Paek Wol interrupts Taehoon, saying that he too will have to leave someday to meet his old friend. After that, Taehoon's mood and Tanyeon improved. Hope appeared in their eyes. They began to get up from the table while Paek Wol had already almost completely left the gazebo. But he turned around when Taehoon tried to address him again. Paek Wol does not understand what else Taehoon wants to hear. Finally, Taehoon realized that he was a lonely spirit who could not leave the bamboo forest. And now, looking at Taehoon, who was standing next to him, saddened, Paek Wol understood what was bothering him. He pointed to Tanyeon and said that Taehoon could follow him, becoming an evil spirit that would haunt Tanyeon. At that moment, Tanyeong's expression changed. He became frightened. He asked why an evil spirit had to follow him and not a helpful spirit. At that moment, Taehoon looked at Tanyeon with dissatisfaction. Tanyeon became frightened and began to justify himself. At that moment, Taehoon smiled at him. His eyes revealed that a plan had formed in his mind. A month later, the dissatisfied Inami and Ryujin walk through the village and think about how difficult it was to get information about the leopard. They cannot find any clues to help them locate the place that Baek Wol mentioned. Ryujin suspects that the people have conspired to keep quiet. As they continue on their way, In remarks that the search for leopard seems tedious to him because it is not filled with interesting events. Suddenly, he hears A's voice behind him and turns to her. She says that now there's only one thing left to do. She explains that there is one place where they can still get information, but it is very risky for them. Angrily, In looks at A, and she shouts that she doesn't understand why she didn't tell him about this place right away. Standing among the crowd, A lowered her head and said that this place is far away and she doesn't like it. Now Ryujin is also interested in this place, so he asks where it is located. She said that it is called Dark Kulun and is located in the red light district. He asked if she meant the criminal center of debauchery. Ami nodded affirmatively. In had never heard of this place. He became curious about what kind of district of debauchery it was. Smiling broadly, Ami said that this place was full of joy and happiness. Smiling back, Ami happily said that now they were definitely going there. He walked past one of the buildings and talked to Mami and Ryujin without looking ahead. Suddenly, he quickly dodges a weapon aimed at him. Surprised, Ami and Ryujin stop in their tracks. They stare ahead in shock. A crowd of angry men appears in front of In. They see these people for the first time and do not understand what they want from them. Then In starts screaming. He is shocked that someone dared to attack him. The man who swung at In asked them if they were Ami and Co. This question seems strange to them. Surprised and angry at the same time, they look at the man, waiting for an explanation. Although this man is blind in one eye, he understands that they are the ones he is looking for. He suggests that they say goodbye to life. With indifference on his face and in his voice, In asks what they mean. The men look at Vina in surprise. They assume that the trio doesn't even know that everyone is hunting them. The man also thinks that now they will become famous for catching these three and will even get money. It turns out that they have been waiting for this chance for a long time, and the fact that In and Ryujin dealt with the albinos plays into their hands. But looking at them, the man is surprised because he did not think they were such weaklings. The crowd rushes to attack. They believe that luck has smiled on them and now the trio is theirs. In looks at them indifferently and demonstratively picks his nose. Still, he suggests that the crowd test their theory. Surprised people stand around. Some of the attackers stop and watch what is happening. In and Ami have already dealt with the rest of those who tried to attack Ryujin. They are tired of these weaklings who think they are strong and cool. Looking at these people, Ami notes that if they are telling the truth, others may soon appear. In thinks about what Ame says. They don't know if there is anyone else hunting them. While In is thinking, A decides to ask him how he managed to dodge the axe. They attacked in the middle of the conversation, but In was able to dodge without looking. Ami suggests that he knew about the possible attack, but In doesn't understand what Ami is talking about. Adjusting his glasses, Ryujin suggests that it happened instinctively. It is likely that after the battle with the albinos, In leveled up without realizing it. When Ryujin said that In's reflexes were good, but he himself was not very smart, In got angry at him. And then Ami remembered the saying that a stupid head gives the feet no rest. Unable to restrain herself, Ami remarked that in order for In's body, calling him a carcass, not to suffer, he should think with his head. Ryujin also noted that anything could be expected, and if there were many characters like that here, it would be difficult for them to fight against them. But In laughed confidently and assured them that now they should just try to come after them. But Ami noted that he was saying that now, but it was not known what kind of people might attack them. She thought about the reward for eliminating the violent ones, but In was sure that no one needed that now. After all, their century was one of constant strife and turmoil. Exhaling, Ami calmly reminded him that it turned out to be necessary not only for the Singuks. Although they were the strongest of those who survived the catastrophe and then created a powerful organization that remains in the shadows. They have many flocks similar to the one that recently attacked them. They do not use absorption but independently grow and use their power. Ami also said that after the explosion, many of the masters covered their tracks and split into groups. With a snort, In believes that the Singuk clan has no other choice. But Ami, looking at In, noted that according to Pekvolya Dzosi, there is a choice. Kukchu made strong fighters with unusual abilities. She believes that there are actually many very strong people in the world, even without abilities. Ryujin decides to support Ami. In, confident and with an ominous laugh, says that he will defeat everyone. While In considers himself the coolest, Ryujin asks Ami if she thinks that once they get to the red light district, everything will be fine. Ami did not immediately understand what he meant. At that moment, Ryujin pointed to Vina and noted that they did not know what he could do there. After Ryujin expressed his concerns, Smee also wondered if everything would be okay in the red light district. There are indeed many red lanterns shining in the red light district. There are many people walking around the streets. Well-dressed girls with low-cut dresses and painted faces stand in front of shop windows. Once there, In again loudly and vehemently expresses whether he likes this place or not. Behind him are Ami and Ryujin, who are embarrassed by In. Suddenly, In began to cover his eyes with both hands. Ami and Ryujin did not understand what was happening at first. Suddenly, In began pointing at one of the girls and shouting to the whole neighborhood that she was half naked. He began to turn his head in all directions, looking at everything carefully. Ami became even more embarrassed for him. She regretted bringing Ina here. Passing by one of the shop windows, I saw a girl standing there alone. They looked into each other's eyes and In blushed. The girl winked and pursed her lips as if to kiss him. A moment later, the girl started laughing because Ina began hitting Ami to bring him to his senses and calm him down. But In couldn't calm down. He was curious to know what kind of place this was because there was too much pleasure here for his eyes. Staring wide-eyed, he realized that Ami was right because there was only happiness and joy here. Suddenly, Ami, Ina, and Ryujin were surrounded by girls in sexy outfits but with weapons in their hands. Seeing such a crowd of girls around him, In blushed even more. He was embarrassed but decided that they had all come for him. But when Ryujin looked at the girls, he assumed that they were all hostile. But In, who was almost drooling, looked at them and saw only something beautiful. So he disagreed with Ryujin. Suddenly, one of the girls called In an idiot. With swords in her hands, she began to attack, saying that they had come here for glory. These words angered In. He looked at the girl who was already close to him. As she strikes, In dodges and asks her again what she called him. As the girl tries to attack him a second time, In notices that she called him names for no reason. The girl was surprised. She did not understand why In was so angry because she thought he had a weakness for women. In In's opinion, loving women and having a weakness for them are two completely different things. The girls attacking In from the other side think that this makes no sense because they came here for his head. Yin quickly dodges their simultaneous attacks, so none of them are successful. Turning around, he sees his first attacker passing by. He notices how short her skirt is, revealing her underwear. At that moment, In blushes again, he stares at her and forgets to defend himself. She ran away and realized that In was still staring at them. All the girls have short skirts and low necklines, so they can take advantage of this. Behind him, Ami is annoyed because she doesn't understand why he reacts this way to girls. Ami assumes that he has never seen a woman before. She grabbed Ina by the collar and began to shake him and bring him to his senses. And Ina began to justify himself. Seeing and hearing the argument between Ina and Ami, the girl is convinced that now they have a chance to defeat him very quickly. While In stands with his eyes closed, he hears someone calling him a loser. Hearing this, he became irritated, turned around, and saw the same girl. She began to take off her top, revealing even more of her cleavage. The girl did this as if she were hot. This made In even more tense, his face reddened, and sweat began to drip from his face. Without waiting long, the girl rushed to attack In, but he managed to dodge her, despite being caught off guard. And at that very moment, while the girl was standing with her back to him, In tried to attack her in return. But the girl, in order to neutralize In, turned to face him, exposing her open neckline. This made In freeze again. Taking a few steps back, the confused In stood there, unable to take his eyes off his attacker. Ami tried to bring him to his senses again. She stood behind In and shouted that he needed to start attacking. But In pointed at the girl and, almost stuttering, told Ami that if he attacked her, he would grab her right by the chest. Ami can't take it anymore and approaches In again, punching him. Behind Ami stands Ryujin, who is uncomfortable with what is happening. Suddenly, the girl attacker puts her dagger right next to one of In's sides. She is surprised that even during the fight, In's hands are shaking. Now Ami decided to suggest that Ina fight somewhere else, since he was getting nowhere here. Dodging the chest of one of the girls, Ina notes that this can be done, but these ladies are constantly trying to push their bulging body parts towards him. Clutching her head, Ami considers Ina a failure because he can't do anything against the girls in a fight. Suddenly, she hears something suspicious, and it is this sound that makes her look back. At that moment, Ami sees the girl attacking Ina, waving a weapon near his face. She managed to wound Ina. Blood began to drip from a scratch on Ina's cheek, and Ina noticed that it hurt. Laughing, the girl is about to attack him again, confident that they will be able to finish everything quickly. But then she notices something strange and unexpected from the side and begins to look in that direction. Next to her was Ryujin, who was not afraid to hurt the girl anywhere. At that moment, the girl clutched her chest where Ryujin had struck her, and blood gushed out. What Ryujin did seemed very cruel to In. Unlike Ryujin, he was not capable of such a thing, but Ryujin noticed that watching In, he had no choice but to intervene. Bud calls Ryujin the king of discord and points out that he is cultured and cannot allow himself to touch girls. Exhaling, Ryujin realizes that In is once again talking nonsense and making up excuses on the fly. Standing in front of the agitated In, Ryujin points out that he hit the girl with his sword, not his hand. Suddenly, the girl interrupts their conversation and points out that this is even worse. She believes that for fencers, a sword is an extension of their arm. After that, In's face changed and he blushed like In, but In was satisfied because he was right. Looking at them, Ami clutches her head again. Now she sees that Ryujin has also become embarrassed. The girl began to wave the collar of her shirt, saying that she was hot after the battle. Ryujin and In cannot take their eyes off her. While they stood frozen in place and couldn't move, Ami didn't understand what was so incredible about a woman's body. She exhales, takes out a small bag, and says that now she will have to do everything herself. She calmly begins to approach the crowd of girls. Suddenly, the girls surrounding In and Ryujin hear something and begin to look around for the source of the sound. Ryujin and In also heard these sounds, and immediately thought that reinforcements were coming to the attackers. Ami also saw those approaching them. Looking closely, she seemed to recognize these people. Amidst the crowd, Ami heard someone calling her name. At first, she didn't understand who could be calling her. Then, a blonde girl with a bun on her head began to emerge from the crowd of men. The girl making her way through the crowd turned out to be Hongla Ajuma. She looked quite friendly and sweet with a smile on her face. Everyone around her, including Ina and Ryujin, had questions about what was going on. Suddenly, Ami happily ran up to Hongla Ajuma and shouted that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. But Hongla, with a smile on her face and a desire to restrain her emotions, pretends not to recognize Ami. When Ami approached Hongru with outstretched arms, she poked her fingers into Hongru's eyes to temporarily blind her. While Ami wipes her eyes, Hongru irritably says that she should only be called Ani. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Ami greets Ani and asks her with a smile how she is doing. Already smiling, Ani tells Ami that she should have warned her about her arrival. She had to go looking for Ami, but Ami points out that she was on her way to see her when they were attacked, and Ami points to the girls who surrounded them. Ani notices that she is seeing Ina and Ryujin for the first time. She assumes that they are Ami's friends. Sighing, Ami confirms that they are her friends and then says that they are still stupid. Looking at Ami, Ani laughs a little but assumes that Ami trusts Ina and Ryujin. Ani noted that they had their own rules in their neighborhood and asked Ami not to worry about anything. Then Ani turned to her subordinates and noted that they had important guests and needed to take good care of them. Hearing Ani's request, the girls looked at her and smiled, but Ami was wary. Still red-faced, Ryujin was shocked by what was happening. He watched everything closely. In was watching them too. He was just as red as In, but the women's quarrel gave him the chills. Ani's subordinates dealt with the attackers. After that, Ani invited Ami to visit her cafe. Before leaving, Ani asked Ami if the demonic boy and the boy in the hat would go with them. Turning to her, In and Ryujin were surprised that she had discovered their secret, but Ani just glanced at them and smiled in response. Many people wander around the red light district, and in one of the establishments, In, Ryujin, Ami, and Ani are sitting. They're curious about how Ani managed to find out everything. Instead of answering their questions, they hear Ani call them very cute, and then she began to tell them that she had recently found out that they had already been to Paikvolya. These words made Ryujin wonder who Ami was referring to when she talked about a place where they could get help. Nodding affirmatively, Ami introduced Honglu Ajuma, the mistress of the red light district. Returning to Oni A, she saw that her eyes seemed to be filled with a flame of rage. For a moment, Ami was frightened by her. Ani asked who Ami had just called Ajuma. Without hesitation, Ami introduced her as Ani, the one who knows everything about everyone. In and Ryujin, sitting opposite them, looked at them in surprise. They were amazed at how Ani managed to know everything, but Ani calmly notes with a smile that even the walls have ears. Smiling again, she remarks that if something doesn't reach the ears of the walls, the women in her neighborhood will definitely hear it. Taking advantage of the moment, Ryujin tries to find out if Ani knows the whereabouts of Pijongga. She only knows that he is in a terrible place. She also notes that when someone finds out his whereabouts, they immediately die. This answer did not make Ryujin happy, quite the contrary. Now he does not understand what to do and how to proceed. Then Ami decides to ask Ani or her subordinates if they know where the leopard's ark is. But Ani noted that usually their girls find out everything, but now there were obstacles. She added that after Leopard remained on the ark, information was actively blocked. This affects the mood in the neighborhood. Suddenly, Ryujin remembered Paikvolya's words and noted that there was a strong wind and deep sadness in that place. He asks Ani if she knows where such a place might be. They wait for an answer that will satisfy them. Smiling, Ani says that she does have one guess as to where this place might be. Everyone sitting at the table with her waited for her to say what her guess was about this place. Before saying anything, Ani looks at Ryujin and decides to clarify whether Leopard is there. She notes that it is practically impossible to get there, which is why it is difficult for them to obtain any information. Everyone looks intently and eagerly at Ani, who pauses before continuing her story. Then she noticed that this was the epicenter where all the trouble began. Ani's words intrigued Iagina. Ani pointed out that this was the place where the explosion had occurred. Ami looked at Ani with curiosity and asked if people actually live there now. But Ani noted that people do not live there, but they are looking for Leopard, and he is the king of the beast people. Ani's assumption surprised Amy and even made her tense. She thought about her words. Opposite Ami and Ani sat In. He became curious as to why Ami reacted that way, waiting for them at the site of the explosion. But Ami reminded In that everything happened because of him, and he didn't even know what was going on there. Then Onli asked those sitting at the table if they knew that the beast people were mutants that appeared due to the energy release during the explosion. She noted that the area had received the highest dose of radiation. Onli couldn't even imagine what kind of creatures could live there. Suddenly, In began to make a long sound, which began to annoy everyone because they didn't know what had happened. Then In thought about how cool he was. This made Ryujin feel ashamed. Ani asked if Ami had told them everything and then brought them to this place. Ami told In and Ryujin that Honglu Ani was her mother's closest friend. In the end, Ami couldn't become a Kokju and distanced herself from her mother. She remembered that her mother died when she was still a child, and Ani took care of her. It turns out that Ani had been taking care of Ami since she ran away from the Singuks on a rainy day. So Ami spent her entire childhood in this place. Ryujin and In saw the girls at the next table and blushed again, but Ryujin immediately turned his attention back to Ami and Ani. He realized that he considered Ani to be Ami's sister, which is why he addressed her informally. Ryujin's words were music to Honglu's ears. She even felt a little embarrassed by such compliments. After Ryujin's words, Honglu promised to give him the best room, but In noticed that he also addressed Baek Wol informally. Two men are fighting in a dark room. They're using swords for the battle. At one point, one man attacks and the other blocks his blows with his sword. The attacker says that he needs to kill everyone around him. At this time, the other man tries to stop him by any means necessary. Suddenly, someone wakes up in the middle of the room and realizes that he is in his own place. This person realizes that it was just a dream. She exhales but begins to look around. Suddenly, the silhouette of another person, slender and tall with long hair, appears in the doorway. Putting on his glasses, Ryujin asked who was at the door. In response, he heard that it was room service. At that moment, the door to the room was knocked down and a woman with a weapon in her hands, who did not look like a maid at all, entered. Jumping out of bed, Ryujin grabbed his weapon to defend himself from the attacker. He saw a girl with dark hair and bangs standing in front of him, and he seemed to recognize her. He noted that they had unfinished business. After all, they had been interrupted by unwanted guests that afternoon. Looking her in the eyes, Ryujin assures her that now nothing will be the same as it was during the day. The girl smiled slyly and opened her neckline, noting that now they would see how different everything would be. But Ryujin assures her that there are many ways to turn a man's head by undressing. After that, Ryujin simply closes his eyes without making any unnecessary movements. The girl is surprised, but she decides to laugh at Ryujin, asking if he is really going to die. Without further hesitation, she began to attack Ryujin, who was standing by the window. But the girl was very surprised when she approached the place where Ryujin was standing, and did not find him there. He had moved. At that moment, Ryujin's weapon was at her neck. Ryujin himself moved slightly to the side and turned away from the girl. She froze in place, looking at Ryujin in surprise and coughing from lack of air. Ryujin assured his attacker that even with his eyes closed, he could predict her actions. The girl assured him that she did not doubt Ryujin's strength. She noted that next time she hoped to fight as she should. This surprised Ryujin. The girl also noted that she had too much to do today, so the fight would end there. She heard footsteps behind the door. The girl realized that unknown guests were coming. She quickly threw a package and asked Ryujin to give it to Ami. Sending Ryujin a kiss in the air, the girl said goodbye to him and headed for the exit. They quickly disappeared from the room, leaving Ryujin there all alone. When everyone gathered around the table again, In asked if the girl they had met during the day had come to Ryujin and asked him to give Ami a package. In the letter, someone asked Ami to come home. Honglu understands that this will not lead to anything good. While they are discussing all this, Ami sits with her hands clasped around her head bowed. Then Honglu turned to Ami and suggested that if Ain was looking for her, something bad might happen. This name surprised Ina. They sat at the table and thought about the letter. Still holding her head, Ami cannot bring herself to explain anything. But suddenly, with horror in her eyes, Ami realized that it was her Ani. This surprised Ina and Ryujin. They decided to clarify whether this woman was really her Ani. Ami nodded affirmatively. Then Hongla began to explain that when Ami was 5 years old, there was an Ani whom she was afraid of. She assumes that it was Ani who sent this girl. Holding the note in her hands, In asks why Ani is doing this to Ami. In his opinion, everything in the note is written in a friendly manner. But she herself noticed that, in her opinion, this is actually far from the truth. Honglu pointed out that Ain stayed with the Singuks at that time. In her opinion, she misunderstood everything when Ami left the Singuks. A nervous Ami does not understand how Ain could have misunderstood everything at that time. In the photo, Ami sees a woman sitting strapped to a chair, and next to her stands a person dressed in a white coat. She looks at the photo in surprise and even forgets to blink for a moment. Suddenly, Ami recognizes her mother in the woman sitting strapped to the chair. Now Honglu realized that Ain had been hoping for Ami to return home. And now, in her opinion, Ain had decided to get her way and had sent this note. At that moment, even in thought that Ain was extremely stubborn, Ami's lips began to tremble and her eyes filled with sadness. It was difficult for her to control her emotions. At that moment, Ryujin decided to ask Honglu what Ani was like. Honglu noted that she and Ami had similar personalities. However, she pointed out that Ami was knowledgeable about medicine, while Ain was skilled at using poisonous plants. Ryujin and In tensed up. They thought about the words about poisonous plants. Because Ain had been experimenting with poison since childhood, Ami had to find antidotes for herself. That's why her medical skills improved. Suddenly, Ami exhaled loudly and looked at her with sympathy. Turning to Honglu, Ami began to ask where they were now. Honglu noted that, according to rumors, she had always been close to Kukju and had now become Kachju. Ami looked at Honglu suspiciously, waiting for Honglu to confirm her suspicions. But Honglu noted that Ami should know that the location of the Singuk Kachju is not disclosed, and Ami grabbed her head again and lowered it. She believes that Ain is nothing but trouble. But Honglu suggested that Ami should follow this phrase with the word but. At that moment, they all heard a creak. They quickly got to their feet and looked at the front door in surprise. They saw a man who had defeated some of Honglu's assistants enter the room. He was very tall and had wavy hair down to his shoulders. The man boldly asked for a drink. In and Ryujin approached him, but none of them knew who this man was or what he really wanted. Suddenly, In remarked that it was actually good that this man had come. He didn't like it when the man ran away and the fight didn't happen. The man looked angrily at In and Ryujin. Then he laughed at the fact that the albinos had lost to them, considering them insignificant. And then In asked if he was looking for them to get a piece of fame too. But after listening to Ina, the man thought that they were still very young and didn't understand much. But In, hearing that he was considered inexperienced, became angry and began to attack the man. The man took out his sword and simply held it in front of him. The sword began to emit a bright yellow light. As soon as I approached the man, he was immediately thrown back. He was surprised by what had happened because, being confident in himself, In did not expect this. Next in line after In was Ryujin, toward whom the man began to move. But the moment the man approached Ryujin, he was able to quickly dodge and avoid being injured. Taking a few steps back, Ryujin did not rush to attack his attacker. The same cannot be said about the man. He attacks Ryujin without missing a beat, but Ryujin blocks his blow. To dodge the man's next attack, Ryujin jumps up and the attacker misses again. Ryujin watches his attacks closely. He looks into his eyes with anger. But the man looking into Ryujin's eyes realizes that he is weak and cannot cope with him at this pace. Suddenly, In appears behind the rude visitor and says that enough is enough. At that moment, In jumps on the man, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. Straining, In tries to use all his strength at this moment. But the man is not afraid and remarks that he considers In and Ryujin to be too weak. Just then, he hears someone addressing him, calling him a guest with bad behavior. Turning around, he sees Honglu and Ami. Honglu is sure that it will not be possible to resolve the situation with this visitor in a normal way. She looks seriously at the man who started the fight and asks him to leave the establishment immediately. But he does not take Honglu's words seriously. The man considers her to be the owner of a diner who knows nothing about him. Then Honglu calls him Tamgasan Chonggon. She notes that he used to be unrivaled. Now she believes that his fame has faded to the point that he has become completely rotten. She means not only his face, but also that his soul has become dirty, and he wanders the world like an outcast. When Chonggong began to insult Honglu without understanding who she was, it became clear that she had touched a nerve. Smiling, Honglu noted that the gentleman Chonggong probably realized that he could die now, and she became curious about how he would act next. Suddenly, almost imperceptibly to Chonggong, Ryujin appeared behind him. But suddenly Honglu stopped him. She considers them special guests and asks them to go to Ami and rest. She goes to Chonggong, noting that if he is a swordsman, he should behave like one, and the girls of the neighborhood will not allow anything to happen to their bodies without her permission. He looks at Honglu from under his eyebrows and notes that he should probably know about this. Exhaling calmly, Honglu considers Chonggong very naive, at least because of his actions and thoughts. Behind Honglu stand In Ryujin and Ami, who are watching everything. In is not sure that Nuna can handle him on her own, but Ami smiles and reassures In, noting that Honglu is not the mistress of this place for no reason. She says that strangers who don't know the local rules don't usually come here, and Ani rarely resolves conflicts on her own. According to A, this homeless man came out of the woods for no reason and started dictating his rules, and now they will be able to see what others have not seen in a long time. Ami stopped talking and began to watch what was happening. In looks at Ami with interest. He cannot imagine what is about to happen. But Ami added that Honglu demonstrates his fighting skills once every few years. And among the men who survived after meeting her, only Kukju remained. At that moment, something began to happen to Honglu. She looks at Chonggong and wishes him a safe journey. Tensing up and frightened, Chonggong sees that light has begun to illuminate the room. Stammering, he asks Honglu to wait. The bright red light inside the room broke through to the street and illuminated the entire neighborhood. Stretching, Honglu realizes that it's all over. She is tired because she hasn't used her power in a long time. Turning around, she sees Ina and Ryujin frozen in place, blood flowing from their noses. Ami quickly approached them and began to help stop the bleeding. She understands that seeing Honglu's battle made them lose their heads. Seeing this, Honglu thinks that In and Ryujin are quite cute. Suddenly, Honglu noticed that Ryujin seemed rather strange to her, She believes that Ryujin cannot easily use his power. She assumes that he may have a problem with his life energy. Then Honglu looked closely and guessed that Ryujin was fighting Pijong-gak. Calmly and sensibly, Ryujin notes that Honglu is partly right. Now she assumes that Pijong-gak injured Ryujin during their fight. Ryujin looked at Hongru warily. He cannot understand how Hongru figured all this out. Now she understands why Ryujin still has problems with his life energy. But Ryujin doesn't understand what Honglu is talking about. He hopes she can explain everything. After this question, Hongru is surprised because it turns out that Ryujin knows nothing about what happened to him. After the conversation, Ryujin realizes that Pijong-gak is blocking his energy channels, making it almost impossible to use his power. Honglu is also sure that after their battle, a scar remained on Ryujin's body, which, after the seal was applied, became unlike a normal wound. She notes that it cannot be healed over time, as in the case of absorption, and everything will remain as it is now until he is released. But according to Honglu, considering the size of the wound, when Ryujin is freed, the difference will be enormous. After long conversations, Ami notes that they have had enough adventures for today and it is time to go to sleep. At this time, In has fallen asleep on the table. Tired, Ami notes that many people have not let them rest tonight. Looking at the pensive Ryujin, she notes that he also needs to get some good rest. Ami smiles at Ryujin, who still has many questions and information to ponder. While In sleeps drooling on the table, Ami notes that tomorrow they will be able to head to the epicenter. And so they walk through the forest, and as always, In's whining and discontent can be heard. This time he is indignant because he is carrying all the things himself. Ami reminds him that he always loses at rock, paper, scissors. Carrying the bag on his shoulders, In becomes curious about what Nuna put in it, because the bag is not light. It turned out that Honglu had put several lunchboxes with food in the bag because they had a long way to go. After packing the bag, they said goodbye to Honglu, hoping to see her again. When Ami pointed out that they would be able to eat all of it, In snorted. At that moment, he heard strange sounds. Looking around, he noticed that the deeper they went, the scarier it became. Ami suggested that this meant they were approaching the epicenter. In her opinion, they would see a lot of destruction ahead. She noticed that all traces of human presence had been erased. In her opinion, if there were people who decided to live here, they would have left anyway. But then In finds something interesting. He starts looking at it and trying to figure out what it is. Finding a nice spot, Ami suggested that In and Ryujin rest there. They all sat down there to rest. They also decided to have a snack and began to enjoy the food that Honglu had gathered for them. In ate almost all of his portion with great appetite. While eating, he noticed many things around him that he found interesting. Ryujin noticed that this village was different from the previous one because after the explosion, people did not loot everything but left it in its place. This seemed strange to Ami because usually people from other villages came here, but this time they didn't meet anyone here. Inu, who was still chewing, wondered why they had to leave everything behind and go away. With sadness in her voice, Ami noted that it was all because of the explosion. Because of it, people lost many of their loved ones, so they could no longer stay here. Hearing what Ami was saying, Inu also became sad. He thought about what had happened here. Thoughtful, In sat and repeated that it was all because of the explosion. He understood that the explosion had caused a lot of damage. Seeing his state, Ami began to calm down. She started talking about how it was an accident. Then Ryujin said that there was still something very strange. Ami waited for him to explain further. He is curious as to why there are no remains of the victims around if the explosion really caused such damage, and the survivors fled. After that, Ami and In fell silent and also pondered this question. But Ryujin noted that it was not just about the explosion. He heard that after it, there were many fires and a lot of toxic rain, which killed people. While they were sitting quietly and talking in a corner, someone was watching them. They had no idea. Suddenly, the person watching the travelers began to take a weapon out of his pocket. He peeked out and threw the knives directly at Ami and Ina, who were sitting closer to him. The attacker managed to hit Ina in the neck. Ami noticed this and quickly reached for her knives. Everyone turned around and In quickly jumped up and started shouting, trying to find out who was hiding there. A person began to emerge from the corner and tried to find out who they were. The attacker turned out to be a young man who insisted that they pack their things and leave. He surprised Ami, Ryujin, and In because he seemed like a very young boy to them. But at that moment, they were surrounded on all sides by other people who did not seem to be in a positive mood. Looking around and noticing them, In doesn't understand what is happening here and who they are. Then one of the people surrounding them began to address them. The man in the hat began to address them. He insisted that the uninvited guests leave immediately. But In is not going to listen to them and, on the contrary, begins to ask what they want, since they have not touched them. In's questions silence the unknown people, but they remain in their places and watch everyone closely. Looking at them, Ami suggested that they might be local residents. She assumes that these people stayed here to live after the explosion, but Ami does not understand why they are chasing them away. Then the man in the cap noticed that they had stepped on this land, but did they know where they were? But Amiyen and Ryujin know nothing about this place, and the man's question makes them think. Then, looking around and down at their feet, they notice that there are graves there. The man in the cap pointed out that people close to their hearts were buried there. He again insisted that they leave this place. After gathering their things, Amiyen and Ryujin began to leave. Ami apologized for what they had done as they did not know what kind of place it was. Dissatisfied, In wanted them to tell him about it right away instead of trying to throw pins at him. After apologizing, In decided to ask permission to eat and then promised that they would leave immediately. But the people did not like In's idea. They did not want the travelers to stay there. In found this strange. He believed that after their apology, the people should have forgiven them and agreed to their request. She apologized to these people once again and tried to ask to rest nearby. She began to talk about how they understood their feelings about someone resting and having fun in a place sacred to them. Suddenly, one of them asked if she really understood their feelings. This question made the trio tense up. They were not sure that Inami and Ryujin could understand those who had lost everything in the explosion. Suddenly, with fear in his eyes, In asked if they had really lost everything in the explosion. The man in the cap looked seriously into In's eyes and asked him if he remembered now. He also added that In looked like the one who appeared on the last day. He called him a monster who appeared from the flames on the day of the disaster. In looked closely at this man and listened to what he was saying. Suddenly, these people turned into shadows. They realized that Ami, Ryu, Jin, and In would now remain here.